Chapter 2742. The blade light extinguished the lightning, but there was still a wave of energy that passed through the long blade and entered Zichen's sea of consciousness. This was a soul attack. However, Zichen's soul flame was unusually strong, and it quickly extinguished this energy. At this time, the deeper he went, the heavier the fog became. It was as if he was carrying a mountain on his back, and it became more and more difficult to move forward. Swoosh! 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 More lightning attacks came, heading straight for Zichen. Seeing these incoming soul lightning bolts, Zichen's body flashed, and the power of the world's rules formed a defense around his body. All the soul lightning bolts disappeared when they reached the law defense. During this time, only a few attacks entered Zichen's sea of consciousness, but they did not have any effect on him. Golden light lingered on his body, and he walked more and more slowly. Zichen was already the strongest among those at the same level, but it was so difficult for him to move forward. If it were someone else, they might not be able to move forward. In addition, without the protection of the world's rules, very few people could resist these soul lightning bolts. Therefore, just these clouds and mist alone were enough to keep out too many people of the same level. The more difficult it was for Zichen to move forward, the more soul lightning bolts there were. Fortunately, he had an endless amount of world power to mobilize, so he was not afraid. After walking for an unknown period of time, Zichen could no longer hear the sounds of the battle outside. The heavy pressure on his body disappeared, and he finally saw the broodmother. This broodmother was like a mountain range, crouching there, and its body flashed with the dazzling light of the rules. On Zichen's body, the power of the rules surged again, forming a light curtain, isolating him from the surroundings. The broodmother in the outside world had several escape points, let alone a general-grade broodmother. And this is meaningless. You are not the first one to come here all these years, the broodmother said coldly. The mother nest's cold voice rang out. The rule power on the surface of its body immediately manifested, forming a long blade, and slashed down. This slash did not have a strong momentum, but the power of the rules it contained was extremely powerful. It was as if the blade was about to cut the rules in half. Zichen also slashed out with his blade. The blade light contained his yin and yang energy, as well as the destruction rules that he comprehended. Bang! The void trembled as the two attacks collided, forming an extremely powerful shockwave that spread out in all directions. The two blade lights above were still in a stalemate. During this period, the rule force destroyed each other and continued to dissipate. You actually dispelled my principal attack. It seems I underestimated you. The broodmother's voice rang out again. Truth be told, Zichen was also feeling very shocked. He knew very well just how deep his understanding of the laws was. In addition, he also had the support of the laws of his own world and the heaven-defying power of yin and yang. Even so, he was still unable to destroy the other party's attack. Buzz! The laws in front of him trembled again. This time, even more saber lights appeared. They were like a rain of saber lights as they went straight for Zichen. Zichen gripped the saber in his right hand and activated it with all his might. A saber light swept forward like a waterfall. As the saber light moved forward, it continued to be consumed and eventually disappeared. However, even more blades of rule came at him. Zichen tapped his foot and his figure rose into the air. Those blades of rule came from below him. A whistling sound was heard. When Zichen turned around, he found that the blades of rule had turned back and were coming at him again. Swoosh! He slashed down again, but he still only managed to dispel a part of the blades of rule. After that, he flickered again and continued to attack until all the blades of rule were shattered. Interesting. The broodmother's previous cold voice had a hint of mockery now. It was like a cat playing with a mouse. This time, the sky was full of blades of rule, mixed with some swords of rule. Whether it was a blade or a sword, they were just a form. The real power was the rule force that was attached to the attack. Seeing this scene, Zichen's figure kept retreating. As he retreated, he put away his saber. A ball of golden light appeared in his left hand and a ball of silver light appeared in his right hand. His left hand was yang and his right hand was yin. They formed a yin-yang thunder lotus. Above the thunder lotus, the aura of extreme yin and extreme yang surged forward. As it rushed forward, the thunder lotus instantly soared, forming ripples that directly shattered the approaching blades. Immediately after, the nomological blades arrived and slammed into the thunder lotus. The thunder lotus exploded with a loud bang. The power of yin and yang in it instantly spread out and swept into the distance. When the nomological blades came into contact with the exploding yin and yang energy, they dissipated. Taking advantage of the moment when the thunder lotus exploded, Zichen's figure flashed and flashed down, arriving in front of the huge broodmother. Under normal circumstances, he only needed to shoot out a light of energy to easily destroy the broodmother's soul. But now, before Zichen could launch an attack, he saw chains of light appear on the broodmother's body. These chains of light were all soul power. In an instant, they spread out and spread towards Zichen. Zichen's face changed slightly. He immediately retreated. As he retreated, the light on his body circulated and dissolved the soul power attack. "I don't have the patience to play with you. Go to hell!" The broodmother's cold voice rang out again. The void above the broodmother began to distort. Then, a light vortex appeared, and a light of destruction went straight for Zichen. Buzz! Seeing the beam of light coming straight at him, Zichen immediately dodged. During this time, he displayed his maximum speed. But as he dodged the light of destruction, blades of rule appeared from other places. It was very terrifying. Faced with this situation, Zichen could only dodge. He could no longer attack, so he could only summon his avatar. The avatar of God appeared from the other side. As soon as it appeared, it immediately formed a seal and used the God-destroying hand. The broodmother's body was too big. Once it was broken down, it would be divided into tens of thousands of parts. So, it was difficult to use the God-trapping hand to trap the broodmother. Only the God-destroying hand could be used. Above the vault of heaven, the void trembled. A terrifying aura surged as the God-destroying hand fell from the sky. As it fell, the God-destroying hand swallowed the surrounding energy and became bigger and bigger. The descending God-destroying hand fell on the chains, instantly shattering them. At the same time, it fell on the broodmother's body. Boom! A powerful vibration and violent energy. The broodmother let out a painful roar. After the God-destroying hand, the avatar of God stepped forward and formed another seal. The heavenly God needle beside him turned into a ray of light and went straight for the broodmother. Wherever the heavenly God needle passed, a powerful aura surged. More soul chains were shattered, and the heavenly God needle pierced into the broodmother's body. But compared to the broodmother's huge body, the needle was too small. The destructive power contained in it could not destroy the vitality of the broodmother. This scene did not bring about a direct effect, but it directly angered the broodmother. The void distorted again, and another vortex appeared. Another light of destruction flew out of the vortex and went straight for the avatar of God. Then, the real body used extreme speed, and the avatar used the fleetfoot stride. They circled around the broodmother and fled. Behind them, a large number of blades of rule followed, and in front of them, light of destruction appeared from time to time. Die! The broodmother's cold voice rang out. The broodmother's strength was at the first level of the general realm, but the opponent was very strong. His vitality was unusually strong, and Zichen could not find a way to kill him. "And do you think you can escape here?" The broodmother's cold voice rang out. Zichen's response was a smooth blade. The blade light destroyed a large number of blades of rule behind him, and then he continued to flee. These blades of rule were very strong. Zichen could not destroy them all at the moment, so he could only choose to escape. The broodmother's proud voice rang out continuously, and one powerful attack after another was displayed. At this time, the broodmother was not paying attention to the outside world. If she had been paying attention, she would have been able to see that outside the huge cloud, the space had completely turned into a black hole. At this moment, the black hole was descending from the sky and swallowing the cloud. During this time, the power of thunder fell from the black hole. The thunder was formed by pure rule force. The natural rule defense formed by the cloud dimmed under the attack of the thunder until it disappeared. Pft! Pft! After an indeterminate amount of time, the broodmother's voice in the cloud became more and more proud. Zi-Chen and his clone were running away more and more pathetically. The layer of rule defense on the surface of the cloud was finally worn down, and then the black hole swallowed the cloud. Faced with the devouring of the power of the world, the thick clouds and mist were no longer of any use. They quickly disappeared. By the time the broodmother sensed that something was amiss, the cloud had become extremely thin and finally dissipated. The originally thick fog was now shrouded in endless darkness. The fleeing divine clone turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Zi-Chen, who was in a rather sorry state, also stopped running. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and turned to the broodmother. You didn't expect this, did you? This battle should be over. You are courting death! The broodmother screamed. More rule force light descended from the sky and headed straight for Zi-Chen. In the endless darkness above, rays of light suddenly lit up one after another. These rays were completely composed of rule force. They fell from the sky and blocked the attacks of the broodmother. Zi-Chen stood there and looked at the broodmother. This time, there is no doubt that you will die. When he finished speaking, the boundless darkness pressed down. No matter how strong the broodmother was, how could it resist his realm? Seeing the black hole continue to descend, the broodmother felt the crisis of life and death and let out a shrill scream. Then, Zi-Chen saw a bright light in front of him, dispersing the darkness brought by the realm. After that, he found himself standing in the light, farther and farther away from the darkness behind him. Chapter 2743. Standing in the light, Zi-Chen was at a loss. He didn't know what was going on. An icy voice could be heard all of a sudden. It seemed that in the depths of the light. Zi-Chen raised his head and looked ahead, and a trace of shock gradually appeared in his eyes. He saw the broodmother. The light here came from the broodmother. It was using its body to illuminate this world. This is the Knowledge Sea world. Zi-Chen's heart skipped a beat. He remembered that the Divine General had said that the broodmother was best at soul attacks. I didn't expect your reaction to be so fast. The broodmother spoke again. Its body was 10,000 feet tall. It looked down at Zi-Chen like a giant looking at an ant. Is this your Knowledge Sea world or mine? Zi-Chen looked around blankly, somewhat puzzled. What do you think? The broodmother laughed coldly. No matter who it is, the result will be the same. Zi-Chen was full of confidence. It seemed that he had never feared anyone in the same realm. And in this Knowledge Sea, he didn't fear anyone. He stretched out his hand and shouted, Saber, come! This was a characteristic of his soul power, a characteristic that would never change. In all the previous battles, Zi-Chen had used this move time and time again. But this time, there seemed to be a problem. The saber didn't come. Where was the saber? Not seeing the saber, he panicked and shouted, Sword, come! Of course, the sword didn't come. Then Zi-Chen shouted for a staff, an axe, and other weapons, but they didn't come. When he tried to mobilize his soul power, he found that it was not smooth at all. It was extremely choppy and was constantly flowing away. Looking ahead, the broodmother was 10,000 feet tall. It was like a giant of heaven and earth. Even before it released its aura, he felt a sense of oppression in his heart. And now do you know the difference between you and me? The broodmother spoke again, its voice extremely cold. This situation was obviously not normal. Zi-Chen's expression became extremely ugly. He wanted to calm down, but there seemed to be a trace of panic in his heart, making it impossible for him to calm down. He tried to make his body bigger, but there was still no reaction. He tried to summon the avatar of God, but he couldn't sense any aura from the avatar. At this moment, it was as if he was in the absolute domain of the broodmother, and everything was suppressed by her. It's useless. Now that you've come to me, only death awaits you. If you're willing to submit to me, I won't mind sparing your life, the broodmother said in a cold voice. Submit? Zichen raised his head and looked at the Brew Mother. His panicked eyes slowly turned cold. What kind of joke is this? I'm here to kill you. Do you really think you can kill me? The Brew Mother's laughter was ear-piercing. How would you know if you don't try? Zichen clenched his fists and stomped his foot on the ground, launching himself into the air to attack the Brew Mother. His fist landed on the Brew Mother's body, but it felt like he was just scratching an itch. The Brew Mother's laughter grew even more smug. Zichen tried a few more times, but he was unable to inflict any damage to his opponent. His body could no longer stay in the air, and he began to fall. He couldn't even fly in the air. In my eyes, you're nothing more than an ant. If you submit to me, that's because I think highly of you. As long as I'm willing, I can kill you with a single thought. As soon as the Brew Mother's voice fell, her aura exploded, becoming abnormally strong and terrifying. A powerful storm appeared out of nowhere, and Zichen couldn't get close. Golden light surged around him, but he still couldn't stand. He had no choice but to fall back. At this moment, his heart suffered a great impact, as if he had met a god. At this moment, his mind was abnormally clear. However, he could not understand why the other party's soul was so powerful even though they were both at the same level. It wasn't just a little stronger, it was much stronger. It was like the 9 gods he'd met before. Their aura was so terrifying that he couldn't even muster the will to fight. The Brew Mother moved, and the storm around her grew even more violent. She slowly lowered her head and came before Zichen. Submit to me, and I'll not only let you go, but also your friends. Otherwise, you'll die, and your friends will die because of you. You don't want them to come close. Doesn't that mean you care about them? Clone! 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 Zichen's mind was calling out to his clone. He didn't think it was dead, but why couldn't his soul sense its existence? Outside the endless light, there was absolute silence. The huge mother nest floated in the air, motionless. Not far from the mother nest, Zichen also stood there motionless. Above the two was Zichen's world. However, this world seemed to be frozen at this moment. The rules could not respond, and even the doppelganger in the world could not move. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared in this quiet world. It came from the Brew Mother's body. After it appeared, its figure became clear. It was actually a very small Brew Mother, and its eyes were filled with confusion. Gradually, the confusion in its eyes disappeared, replaced by a bright light. So that's how it is. The Brew Mother muttered and looked forward. Is it this lowly ant that forced it to use the supreme illusion? What is this black hole? It's so powerful, no wonder it's like this. This damn thing definitely didn't expect this day to come. Whatever, let's go first. The small Brew Mother looked at the large Brew Mother with resentment, but it didn't intend to interfere. At this time, it was about to leave, but just as it flew up, its body suddenly fell back down. It looked back at the motionless Zichen. Zichen's body began to tremble, and light appeared one after another. Oh, you still have the power to resist in that supreme illusion. Not bad. If I can really kill this guy, then I'll have profited. Didn't someone say that the enemy of my enemy is my friend? Although this ant isn't qualified to be my friend, it doesn't matter if we cooperate once in a while. After saying that, it turned into a light again and flew towards Zichen. At this time, Zichen, who was in the light, felt that something was wrong. However, his eyes seemed to be blocked by a dense fog, and he couldn't see the problem. However, he obviously wouldn't give up. He kept trying to attack, but failed again and again. At this time, he couldn't hurt the Brew Mother at all. The Brew Mother could kill him with a thought. The aura on the other party's body was too strong. It was so strong that it was like a god, and it could kill with a thought. However, the scene in front of him gave him a very strange feeling. It can kill with a thought, but why didn't it kill me? Such a thought suddenly flashed in Zichen's mind. At this time, the Brew Mother stared at Zichen and said, Ant, you should think clearly. If you refuse, not only will you die, but your friends will also die. Zichen looked up at the huge and terrifying Brew Mother and said coldly, Idiot, kill me if you can. He was very nervous at this moment, because he wasn't sure if his guess was right. You must have a death wish! The terrifying aura surged again, and an endless storm swept over. This storm was like a sharp blade, cutting open the black robe on Zichen's body. It even cut open wounds on his body. At this moment, he was in the middle of this storm. He could die at any time, but he didn't. When he saw that he was still alive and watched the storm gradually fade away, Zichen seemed to have guessed something and was about to grasp it. Human ant, everything that is happening before your eyes is not real. This is an illusion. A real illusion. A supreme illusion. At this moment, a second voice suddenly rang out in Zichen's mind. When he heard this voice, he was stunned. This voice coincided with his thoughts, but he didn't know where it was coming from. Who are you? He didn't speak directly. Instead, he spoke in his mind. You don't have to be so vigilant, lowly ant. I have no intention of harming you. I just want to cooperate with you. After I save you, you just need to give me its body in return. The voice sounded again. When he heard the words lowly ant, Zichen frowned slightly. It seemed that this kind of address wasn't common in the celestial realm. Only the Broodmother would call it that. You are the Broodmother? Zichen asked tentatively. Impudent, I am a noble and intelligent life form. Lowly ant, these words of yours are extremely displeasing. The other party's tone became colder and harsher. Through this simple exchange, Zichen could tell what level of existence this person was. He said in his mind, How are you going to save me? This is an illusion. Everything is real, but everything is also illusory. Don't worry, with my help you will succeed. Now listen to me. You need to focus your mind on a single point, then act according to my command. When you act, I will do my best to reduce the defenses of this illusion to the lowest possible level. When Zichen heard this, he laughed inwardly. In that case, I will be the one breaking the illusion. What's the use of having you around? Lowly ant, do you think breaking the illusion is that difficult? Let me tell you, without my help, only death awaits you. The voice was clearly dissatisfied. And I will give you one more chance. This time, you will have to choose wisely. Submit to me, or die. The Broodmother's voice sounded from outside. Zichen looked up at the Broodmother with ridicule in his eyes. You think you are qualified to make me submit? You are courting death. The Broodmother's body swooped down, and a violent gale appeared once more. Zichen was caught in the middle of this gale, and he felt like he was being cut by 1,000 knives. However, his expression didn't change. His eyes were fixed in front of him, and all his focus was on a single point. Break! This voice seemed to have a strong impact, and the surrounding space shattered like a mirror. The light emitted by the Broodmother's body disappeared, and the surrounding space also dissipated. Zichen's consciousness returned to his knowledge sea, and his eyes regained their clarity. He could see the Broodmother in front of him, and at the same time, he could feel the existence of his doppelganger. The falling world above him was once again shrouded in bright laws. You actually broke my illusion! The Broodmother's panicked voice sounded. I broke it! Chapter 2744. Floating above Zichen's head was a mother nest. It was small in size and was just above Zichen's head. It looked at the huge Broodmother in front of it and said, You didn't expect me to still be alive, did you? It's you! The Broodmother was obviously surprised, and its eyes immediately became resentful. You took everything from me. You never thought this day would come, did you? Haha, this is retribution. You are destined to fall into my hands, and I will take away what belongs to me. Before it could finish its sentence, its body uncontrollably flipped upside down. Zichen reached out to grab its tail and said, Where did you come from, little thing? Presumptuous, lowly ant, hurry up and take your dirty hands away. If you blaspheme Lord Vigny, you won't be able to make amends even if you die. The small Broodmother, which was not even 100,000th the size of the Broodmother in front of it, said coldly. Looking at it, Zichen was a little surprised because he knew very well what level a Broodmother that could speak was at. This little thing in front of him had no aura at all. Could it be a general class brew mother? If it was, then it would be interesting. Grabbing the struggling brew mother with one hand, Zichen looked up at the huge brew mother in front of him and said indifferently, "It's time to end everything." With the supreme illusion broken, the brew mother lost its strongest means, but it obviously wouldn't give up. It still tried to make a final struggle. "If you kill me, you will be in big trouble. I believe you must know that I am only at the outermost periphery. There are stronger existences in the depths. Nyland, do you think you can live by saying that? Stop dreaming. If you fall into my hands, you will die without a doubt," the small brew mother said loudly. "Lowly ant, you don't have to pay attention to it. The existences in the depths won't care about this. If they really wanted to, it would have died long ago," Zichen said indifferently. "I don't care if there is trouble or not. In short, my goal is to destroy this place. As for the trouble, even if the sky falls, the gods will hold it up. It is not my turn to worry." After saying that, the world pressed down, the power of the rules flashed, and a mournful voice resounded through the world. The Brew Mother's boundless vitality was constantly being wiped out by the laws of the world. What the heaven-piercing divine needle could not do, the massive world precepts could. Ignoring the shrill screams of the Brew Mother, Zichen looked at the little one in his hands and said, How should I deal with you? It seems that if I refine you, it won't be enough for me to break through. Lowly ant, Lord Vigny, I'm warning you again. If you don't let go of me, you'll have to bear the consequences," the little Brew Mother Vigny said coldly. Zichen smiled faintly when he heard that and said, "Can I take your words as a threat? Did you see that guy? The last time I came here, it was because he threatened me that I brought people to kill him. Now, even his soul has been destroyed. Do you think you're stronger than it?" "Of course I'm stronger than it," Vigny said loudly, but he soon whispered, "But that was in the past." Zichen's expression didn't change when he heard this. He said, "In that case, what's the use of keeping you? Why don't I just give you away as a gift?" Seeing the light in the Brew Mother's eyes again, Zichen changed the topic and said, "I'm afraid that won't work. Everyone who sees a Brew Mother wants nothing more than to immediately refine it. Even if I give you away, you'll only be refined. Rather than letting others refine you, it's better for me to do it myself. It won't take too long anyway." As he spoke, Zichen's hand shone with light. He was really going to refine the little Brew Mother. Wait, Lowly Ant, let's talk things over. No matter what, I was the one who saved you. Even if you don't want to repay the kindness, you shouldn't bite the hand that feeds you," Vigny said loudly. "What do you mean by biting the hand that feeds you? Before I heard your voice, I already knew that this was an illusion. I'll be the one to break the seal next. What does it have to do with you?" Zichen grabbed the little Brew Mother and said, "I've heard people say that everything in this world is for profit. If you want to live in my hands, that's fine. Tell me, what value do you have to me? Or rather, what benefits do you have to offer? Lowly ant, you're too impudent. Do you know that Lord Vigny is an intelligence dash?" Before it could finish speaking, it shrieked. Zichen's body was glowing with energy again, and he was sucking away what little vitality it had left. Zichen said indifferently, "With my methods, I only need 10 breaths to make you disappear. You'd best think clearly about your value in that time. I can find other Brew Mothers for you to refine, but they're all Nyland's subordinates. I'm sure you won't be able to find them," the little Brew Mother immediately said. Zichen's heart skipped a beat when he heard this, but he didn't bat an eyelid. "You might not know this, but I have a friend with extremely sharp senses. He can find a Brew Mother's hiding place from a great distance. As for Nyland's subordinates, we've already captured quite a few of them. During that time, Niren kept pestering it. He really couldn't stand it, so he came here to kill it. You have 8 breaths of time left. Hold on, Lowly Ant. Damned Lowly Ant. I know where Nyland hid his treasures. Without my help, you won't be able to find them," the little Brew Mother cursed. Zichen's tone grew colder and colder. "It seems you really are a piece of trash. If we're talking about treasures, do you think I have few? I control an entire trading ground. Do you think I'd covet the treasures of a mere first-rank broodmother? You've disappointed me, so I've decided not to give you another chance. Zichen's hand flashed with golden light, and the power of yin and yang began to circulate. Damn it! I remember now. I have another specialty, and that's creating armies of powerhouses. I can create an army for you to fight and conquer. The little brood mother cried out in alarm. The golden light in Zichen's hand disappeared. This was the answer he wanted. He placed the mother nest in front of him like a big bad wolf seeing a little white rabbit. He smiled and said, "But how can I believe you? You can only choose to believe me, because we are noble and intelligent creatures. Lowly ants like you have no way of controlling us." The little brood mother said proudly. "So what? Your life is still in my hands," Zichen said disdainfully. "That's because Nylon plotted against me. Otherwise, how could a lowly ant like you capture me?" The little brood mother said sarcastically. "Don't try to change the subject. You have to tell me why I should believe you. I'm sure you have some sort of contract or something, right?" Zichen asked. The little brood mother said disdainfully, "We are highly intelligent, so of course we have a contract. But how can lowly ants like you understand our contracts? Even if I add a contract to your body, it won't have any effect." Zichen smiled. "How will I know if I don't try?" Although Zichen was smiling, the little brood mother felt a chill in her heart. It was far more terrifying than when she had been refined. There was no doubt that if she couldn't think of any other way to express her loyalty, she would die. "All right, I'll try." Feeling the true killing intent, the little brood mother calmed down and stopped shouting. A ray of light flew out of her forehead and headed straight for Zichen's forehead. The light was like a hexagram, shining brightly with many runes coiling around it. Zichen didn't feel any threat from the light, so he accepted it and fused it with his soul. Obviously, it was something like a restriction. However, he was careful and only fused with a small part of his soul. If something unexpected happened, he could directly obliterate it. After the light fused with Zichen's soul, a strong light burst out, and the two souls merged. Then, Zichen sensed the little broodmother's aura through the new soul. At this time, her aura was very weak. It was as if he could destroy her with a single thought. How is this possible? The souls of your world shouldn't be able to fuse with ours. The little brood mother was shocked when she sensed that her soul was being controlled. Is that so? There are always exceptions, Zichen said casually. Now that he controlled the little broodmother's soul, it was equivalent to controlling her life and death. Naturally, Zichen could trust her. In fact, this contract mainly had a restraining effect. As long as he didn't treat her unfairly in the future, she wouldn't betray him. "Okay, now tell me where the broodmother's treasury is," Zichen said with a smile. The little broodmother's heart was filled with despair. If she had known this would happen, she would have established an equal contract. In her prediction, the souls of this world didn't match hers, and they couldn't fuse. Even when creating a master-servant contract, she would suffer a backlash. This was considered a protection for highly intelligent beings like her, but she didn't expect that the other party's soul wasn't affected by this restriction. Although she was depressed, she had no choice but to agree to Zichen's request because she couldn't disobey. In addition, she also knew that she had been played. No one would complain about having too many treasures. The little brood mother flew forward, and a light shot out from her body. The light fell into the void and opened a passage out of thin air. "All of Nylon's gains are here," the little brood mother said. She didn't expect that she would be plotted against again after escaping from the jaws of death. "Lead the way." Zichen followed closely behind as they arrived at Aniluan's treasure trove. Chapter 2745. Seeing that short spike, Zichen changed his visage. If he wasn't wrong, this spike was called the mother-child spike, one of the 9 extreme weapons of this life star. He had never thought that he would see it here. His eyes continued to move. He saw many other weapons, such as sabers, swords, and spiked maces. Each of them could cause a catastrophe on this life star. Besides the weapons, there were many dazzling crystals with different colors. They were all materials for refining weapons. There were so many of them. Relatively speaking, there weren't many divine crystals that the God clan cared about here. However, there were some divine rings placed in a corner. There were so many of them. The Heavenly Clan makes their own weapons? Zichen was skeptical. Most of the materials here were materials for refining weapons, which occupied 80% of the space. There weren't many ready-made weapons here. Of course. Otherwise, what would they use? The little nest nodded. Apparently, it wasn't in a good mood. This time, it had suffered a big loss. Zichen swung his sleeves. His world turned into a black hole and sucked in everything. He held the short spike in his hand. The short spike was cold in his hand. It was ancient and extraordinary. As for whether it was the 9 extreme weapon or not, he needed to wait for Zhang Haotian to verify it. Now you should go to my world first. I'll call you if I need you. Zichen put the little nest into his world. He had to admit that he had gained a lot this time. After leaving, the battle in the distance was over. Seeing that Zichen hadn't returned yet, everybody was waiting anxiously. Zichen turned into a jet of light and appeared. Everybody looked at him. How was it? Asked Su Mengyao. It's over. Zichen threw the short spike in his hand to Zhang Haotian. Look at this. Is it one of the 9 extreme weapons? Zhang Haotian caught the spike and held it in his hand. After releasing his energy to sense, the spike seemed to disappear. It flickered just like him. Zhang Haotian's cold face showed a gleam of joy as he nodded at him. Where did you find it? Asked Tyrant curiously. The others were also surprised. They didn't expect to find a 9 extreme weapon. It's a pity that this is the only item in the Broodmother's treasury. All right, it's time for us to leave. If the mother nest in the depths sends a powerhouse out, it'll be troublesome. During the previous battle with the Broodmother, Zichen could clearly feel how powerful she was. If he didn't rely on the power of the world, it would have been impossible to kill her. If something were to happen again, Zichen would not be able to handle it with his current strength. Speaking of which, he had once considered going to the depths of the abyss to challenge a higher-level mother nest, but now, he had clearly given up on the idea. Everyone began to clean up the battlefield. Everything left behind here was a resource, so naturally, they couldn't waste it. After collecting everything, they headed out. During this time, Zichen's figure flashed and he returned to his own world. The little Broodmother was staring at the Broodmother, its eyes unblinking with greed. You want to refine it? Zichen asked. The Broodmother nodded. This belongs to me. When do you plan on returning it to me? It's mine right now. It's impossible for you to take this Broodmother back, but I can give you the rest. Zichen pointed forward, and space began to distort as one Broodmother after another appeared. The little Broodmother was surprised to see the Broodmother. It seemed that the other party was telling the truth. He had indeed found a lot of them. In its current state, it was most suitable for refining these low-level Broodmother. It immediately flew towards the level 6 Broodmother in front of it. Its soul was already under Zichen's control, so it could be trusted. Giving it a level 6 Broodmother wasn't a big deal. Of course, the purpose of doing this was to reap greater benefits. Space distorted, and the Broodmother went back into hiding. Zichen looked at the Broodmother and said, Once you've recovered a little, hurry up and show me where the other Broodmother hides. The little Broodmother looked back at Zichen, puzzled. Don't you have a way to get them? Zichen said. I do have a way, but I need to test you. You can't just eat and do nothing when you're here, right? The little Broodmother was already regretting its decision. Unfortunately, its soul was under control, so it didn't have the right to regret. It could only refine the level 6 Broodmother and increase its strength. Its body continued to grow. 3 meters, 5 meters, 15 meters, 20 meters. It kept expanding. When it was 100 meters tall, Zichen said, All right, it's time to move. He left his divine avatar behind and returned to Toby City with the others. His real body took the Broodmother, and began searching for the other broodmother hides. There was no doubt that he was going to carry out a major cleansing of this area. He was going to wipe out all the broodmother hides in this area. There's one here. Zichen opened up a space beside him. The broodmother's perception probed this space and quickly sensed the presence of the other broodmother hides. This was an innate talent, just like Ben Senla's subordinate. The broodmother's perception of each other was even sharper. Zichen's figure descended. Following the broodmother's guidance, he broke through the space and entered the depths. Sure enough, he found a level 8 broodmother. This broodmother had clearly just been teleported here and hadn't settled down yet, but Zichen had already found it. After obtaining the broodmother, they moved on to the next one. During this time, Zichen asked curiously, "How are these broodmother hides formed? Do they reproduce from generation to generation?" The little broodmother said, "When a broodmother grows to the general level, it can accumulate energy and reproduce a new broodmother. These broodmother hides are all subordinates of the general level broodmother. Because the souls of each broodmother are different, only the reproducing broodmother can control them. During this period, the general level broodmother will firmly suppress the growth of the other broodmother hides. Once an uncontrollable factor appears, the soul will be obliterated in advance. In another situation, some kind of mutation occurs, and then a new broodmother appears. That broodmother has a brand new soul. If it's lucky enough to reach the general level, it can reproduce on its own." Zichen didn't expect the broodmother hides to expand their influence in this way. He immediately felt that it was inconceivable. However, he also understood that if the general level broodmother hides were dead, then even if the broodmother hides here were small, they couldn't be used again, so they could only be killed. If they weren't killed, then these broodmother hides would grow on their own. When they reached the general level, they would awaken their own intelligence. Before reaching the general level, the broodmother hide's intelligence was extremely limited. They couldn't even communicate normally. All instructions were given by the general level broodmother. During the search, the little broodmother seemed to have accepted its fate. She became much more obedient and began to search for the hidden broodmother hides with great effort. During this time, Shadowless exclaimed repeatedly. He was the one who discovered these broodmother hides in the beginning, but he couldn't find them after searching for them. However, the little broodmother had found them all. The little broodmother couldn't sense Shadowless's presence. At this moment, Shadowless sighed. The harvest this time is really great. I'm sure even the God Kings would be envious if they knew. That's why this is a secret. You must keep it a secret. If it's leaked, you'll have no choice but to obediently return to the 9th region. Zichen nodded discreetly. Naturally, he couldn't reveal the little broodmother's secret. Otherwise, as Shadowless said, he really would have to return to the 9th region with Ichien. During this time, Zichen didn't ask the little broodmother how to build an army. Things had to be done one at a time. If he squeezed her dry all at once, she would inevitably feel conflicted, even if he controlled her soul. In Zichen's perception, there was nothing in this area other than space-time creatures. However, to the little broodmother's senses, this world was filled with all sorts of presences, the most sensitive of which was the presence of other broodmother hides. Because it needed a broodmother to recover its strength, helping her was also helping itself. That was why it was working especially hard. In addition, there was another reason why it was working so hard. If it didn't clear out all the broodmother hides in this area, they would inevitably become a formidable foe when they grew up. It was already subtly treating this place as its private territory. If another General Realm expert appeared to compete with it, it'd be troublesome. After collecting 23 broodmother hides in total, the little broodmother informed Zichen that there were no more broodmother hides in this area. Thus, he chose to return. During this time, everyone else had already gone back. When Luo Wei received the news, he quickly rushed over, clearly waiting for good news. At this time, outside the border cities, the battle was still ongoing. There were still a few remaining celestial divine generals following the broodmother's orders. By the time Zichen returned, the battle was nearing its end. He met Luo Wei, who said, "Zichen, congratulations." Zichen cupped his fists in response. Luo Wei continued. But this time, you've caused quite a bit of trouble. The higher-ups are under a lot of pressure. Perhaps you'll have to restrain yourself from now on. Zichen nodded. Taking down a general-level brew mother and killing tens of thousands of celestial divine generals was a huge gain for him, but for the brood mother's side, it was a huge loss. However, he'd already asked before. Even if there was trouble, the higher-ups would take care of it. In the 10th region, there were countless powerhouses. A mere general-level expert like him wasn't worth their attention at all. I'll have to trouble everyone this time. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Chapter 2746. This was a level 9 brew mother, which was second only to a divine general. Such a massive brew mother would be able to create many level 9 divine envoys. In Luo Wei's eyes, this was a great opportunity to increase the popularity of Tobi City. After obtaining this brew mother, his popularity among the officials would definitely soar, and his contributions would naturally be greater. After all, the officials had never been on the battlefield. If they wanted to obtain cultivation resources, they would have to rely on their own contributions. Luo Wei had taken a huge gamble when he had come to Tobi City under pressure. Given the current development of Tobi City, his gamble had paid off. This level 9 brew mother was the icing on the cake. It could increase his contribution to the organization and even increase his position. The reason Zichen had given him a level 9 brew mother was because the other party had indeed put in a lot of effort this time. Besides, building a good relationship with the other party would naturally benefit him in the future. Sure enough, after receiving the brew mother, Luo Wei's attitude became even better. He even patted his chest and promised that this matter would be handled beautifully. After that, Luo Wei took the brew mother and left. There was no doubt that this brew mother couldn't be placed in Tobi City directly. He still had to go back and ask for instructions. Actually, he was just showing off and asking for credit. After that, Zichen went out. Everywhere he went, some of the city guards looked at Zichen with burning eyes. Many divine envoys even looked at Zichen as if they wanted to swallow him whole. After taking out the brew mother, Tobi City's popularity soared again. Many level 5 divine envoys, who could have been city lords outside, came to Tobi City and were willing to be soldiers. Their goal was simple. They wanted to obtain a portion of the broodmother's resources after a few hundred years. In this way, they would only need a few thousand years to gather 10 portions of the broodmother's resources, which would be enough for them to break through. Breaking through in a few thousand years was already a very fast speed for most divine envoys. The news of taking down a general-grade brew mother hadn't spread in private yet, but it had already spread like wildfire among the upper echelons of the 10th domain. All the forces that knew about the existence of the abyss were extremely shocked. This was also the first time they had paid attention to the name Zichen. At the same time, they were curious as to how Zichen managed to destroy a mother nest. It should be noted that in the early years, in order to take down such a brew mother, it was necessary to mobilize a general-class army. After all, a general-class brew mother had too many divine champions as subordinates. Despite their shock, they had no choice but to face the pressure of the beings from an alternate dimension. Their attacks on the various battlefields became even more intense, with many divine generals sacrificing their lives. In the end, the higher-ups of the 10th domain made the final decision on this matter. On a certain day, the aura of a god king descended in Tobi City. Everyone's expression changed after sensing this aura. Although it was not rare to see a divine general in Tobi City, it was rare to see a divine king. Unlike the other god messengers, Zichen's expression darkened when he sensed the god king's aura. Without hesitation, he rushed outside. At the same time, Ichien also appeared. Her expression was more solemn. "Greetings, God King!" It could be said that as soon as the God King released his aura, Zichen arrived in front of him and cupped his fists in greeting. Ichien followed closely behind, looking at the God King with a certain wariness in her eyes. This was God King Sandini. "May I ask why the God King has come today?" asked Ichien. "Two matters, one official and one personal," The official matter is what you have done this time. You have brought us no small amount of trouble, so you must enter the 10th domain's general class battlefield. As for the personal matter, I have a question I didn't clear up last time. I need to see the AI again. God King Sandini directly stated his purpose. Zichen's expression changed when he heard this. Ichian said, "We have no objections to the first matter, but not the second. The God King has already searched the AI's soul last time. We absolutely cannot let him search us again. Moreover, our agreement with the God King ended long ago. We have no reason to cooperate, and the God King has no reason to force us." God King Sandini laughed. "Don't misunderstand. We're just meeting to ask a few questions." This wasn't excessive, so Zichen said, "Then please go to the city lord's mansion." "No need. It will be done soon." As he spoke, a medallion appeared in the God King's hand. "This is the Divine General medallion that leads to the general class battlefield. Every Divine General has one. Zichen, this one is tailor-made for you. By the way, there are no more than 1,000 people in the 10th domain who are worthy of having an official medallion specially made for them. Of these 1,000, aside from those who die young, all have the strength to become Divine Generals." Zichen took the medallion. His name was already engraved on it. The medallion was heavy in his hand, and he didn't know what it was made of. God King Sandini said, "Your contributions to the general class battlefield will be recorded here. Only with enough contributions will you be able to challenge those ranked Divine Generals. Of course, you can also exchange it for a set of excellent equipment." Li Ai quickly arrived, and when she saw Sacred King Sandini, her expression changed. God King Sandini looked at her. His eyes seemed to become extremely deep, like an abyss. She was already a Divine General. Her body swayed, and she couldn't stand still. Just as Ichien was about to support her, a beam of light appeared in Li Ai's sea of consciousness, heading straight for God King Sandini. "That's a memory! Destroy it!" Ichien cried out. Swish! Zichen obviously noticed this as well. His body flickered, and he immediately used his extreme speed to rush toward the light of memory. He never would have thought that God King Sandini would have tampered with Li Ai's memories. However, as soon as he moved, the aura of a divine king erupted. This aura was like a storm, forcing Zichen, who was close to him, to retreat. This was a part of Li Ai's memories, containing everything they'd done during this time. Naturally, he couldn't let the God King get his hands on it. Zichen shouted loudly. Golden light curled around him, and the power of extreme yin and yang erupted in an instant. He broke free of the powerful aura and accelerated forward. God King Sandini cried out in surprise, somewhat surprised that his opponent could resist his suppression. However, he didn't care. With a wave of his sleeve, Zichen was stopped once more. By this time, he'd already taken the ball of light and fused it with his soul. Ichien supported Li Ai, then looked at God King Sandini coldly. "I didn't expect a God King of a generation to be so despicable." God King Sandini smiled faintly. "Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. But don't worry, I'm only interested in what I care about. As for everything else, I have no interest. Of course, that includes the secrets of the goddess." As he spoke, he'd already browsed through Li Ai's memories of the past several decades, which included all kinds of trivial matters. Through Li Ai's memories, he saw the growth of Tobi's city, the enormous Brew Mother nest, and the huge black hole. He also saw other people, and even knew that Zichen was accompanied by a shadow that no one could see. He saw too many things, learned many secrets about Zichen, but he didn't see what he wanted. He frowned, then looked at the two nervous people and muttered, "Could I have guessed wrong? But this Zichen really has a lot of secrets." Seeing the two people in front of him clearly on guard, Sandini said, "Don't worry, I have no interest in your secrets. Just pretend none of this exists. That said, Zichen, I'm looking forward to your performance on the general class battlefield. Once you make a name for yourself, we'll all have a lot of face too." After saying this, God King Sandini turned and left. The AI looked at the two with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, I didn't know it would be like this. Zichen shook his head, looking very disappointed. Then he turned and left. In truth, he was greatly relieved. Back then, he'd held back from the AI in order to prevent God King Sandini from searching his soul again. He hadn't expected Sandini to tamper with the AI's memories. But this was also good. Everything was over. So what if he knew Shadowless' secret? No one could see him anyway. Ichien was also relieved, but she still had to pretend to be angry. After all, no one knew whether or not God King Sandini still had a part of his soul in the AI's body. After sending the AI back, the AI examined his soul again and again to see if there were any other abnormalities. As for Zichen, he had to think about how to deploy everything before entering the general class battlefield. Now that he had the resources, all he needed was people from the Life Star. During this time, he had to build a passage that could transport people back and forth. Moreover, this passage had to be built in the safest place possible. After thinking for a while, he could only let Ichien land. A level 9 general city should be strong enough. Next, he had to choose a place to land. This city had to be far away from this area because he still had a mother nest. He couldn't let others know about this. After thinking for a while, he decided that the most suitable place was close to the general class mother nest. There was no mother nest in that area. He could focus on developing his force. When the time came, he could even put the mother nest there. As he had an idea, he had to act. Next, building the teleport formation was the most important thing. However, he only had LV Ping on his side. It was unrealistic to build such a long-distance teleport formation. Thus, he had to find someone else. Although he could find Divine General Luo Wei, this was related to the core secret of the Life Star. Of course, he had to be careful. Thus, he had to find Heavenly God Ta Zhan. He knew everything about the Life Star. He also knew him. He was his future father-in-law. Even if it was for Ichien's sake, he would never harm him. After making this decision, of course, he had to find Ichien to discuss it. Ichien didn't refuse. She said that she could return at any time. Thus, Zichen and Ichien went to the 9th area. During this time, Zichen brought the mother nest as a gift. It was also a reward for building the teleport formation this time. Chapter 2747. When they arrived in the 9th region, they met the 9th God of Heaven in the God Palace. In the God Palace, the God of Heaven signaled them to sit down. He smiled kindly and poured water for them. He didn't have the arrogance of a God of Heaven. Zichen, you've really become famous this time. You've taken down a general-level mother nest. It hasn't happened in the divine world for a long time. I was just lucky, Zichen said modestly. After meeting the God of Heaven a few times, although he was still cautious, he was much better than before. During this time, the God of Heaven told him some interesting stories. The God of Heaven smiled and said, "Tell me, what difficulties did you encounter this time?" Zichen was a little embarrassed. It seemed to be true. However, the other was the God of Heaven. He couldn't treat this place as his home and visit whenever he wanted to. Although he was a little embarrassed, he still told the God of Heaven his purpose. The God of Heaven was surprised. You want to connect the two worlds? The divine world and the Life Star were two completely different worlds. It was really difficult to connect them. Zichen nodded and said, I've thought it through. This place is big and has abundant resources. Let the people of the Life Star come here to develop. It can also strengthen the fighting force of the Life Star. The divine world had always suppressed the Life Stars. However, this suppression was only aimed at the heaven-defying warriors. In other words, it was aimed at Zichen alone. In fact, the alien tribes in the eyes of the Life Stars were their slaves. They were here to deal with the Life Stars. Every time, they would push the Life Stars to the edge of destruction to stimulate the new heaven-defying warriors. Their ultimate goal was to make sure Yen opened the heaven gate. However, after they knew that Zichen was still alive, this suppression was cancelled. The divine world's current attitude was to let Zichen develop. They wouldn't interfere. Of course, they didn't care about the life stars. After coming to the divine world, Zichen had a deeper understanding of the divine world. Many of the god clan here didn't know about the life stars. Only a small number of them knew about the existence of the life stars. Thus, it wasn't difficult to bring the people of the life stars to the divine world. The only difficulty was the construction of the teleport formation. This was an extremely huge project. Have you chosen a good location? The heavenly deity asked again. The smile on his face faded. This was not a simple matter. It would have a certain impact on the divine realm. As he was the one who had survived that year, he understood how tremendous the potential of a fully developed life star was. I've thought about it. It'll be in the area where I took down the mother nest. Zichen didn't hide anything, and directly explained his plan. If there was anyone in the immortal realm that he could trust, it would naturally be this ninth heavenly god. The heavenly pagoda battle god thought for a moment before saying, "That's fine too. However, considering the future, a level 9 general city isn't considered very high. Do you want to consider buying a king city?" A royal city was a city owned by a divine king, so there was no need to mention its defenses. With Zichen's current wealth, it was still possible for him to purchase a royal city. Zichen said, "That's not necessary. When the time comes, I can upgrade Ichien's city. If nothing unexpected happens, Ichien's city will be the core city of our life star in the future." "That's good. I can arrange for people to go over." The heavenly pagoda battle god nodded, and his gaze towards Zichen became much more gratified. Zichen immediately thanked him, and at the same time, he took out the 2 level 9 mother nests that he had prepared beforehand. Currently, the mother nests were in a sealed state, and they looked only the size of a palm. "Oh, you even brought gifts?" Seeing the 2 mother nests, the heavenly god smiled and said, "If I didn't agree, would you not bring out these gifts?" Hearing this, Zichen hurriedly said, "Heavenly God, please don't laugh at me. This is the reward prepared for the formation master." The heavenly god waved his hand and said, "Your force has just started to develop, and it's time for you to use resources. Take the gifts back. Consider it an additional betrothal gift for Chiener." Ichien's charming face reddened, and she was somewhat embarrassed. Zichen could only accept it, and he thanked the heavenly god again. Speaking of which, this future father-in-law of his was really generous. He was also very good to Ichien. Since the matter had been settled, they naturally couldn't just leave like this. The two accompanied the heavenly god for a meal before returning. After returning to Tobi City, they moved together, looking for a suitable place to settle down. During this time, Zichen asked Vigny, the little mother nest, if there would be a new general-grade mother nest coming here. After confirming that there wouldn't be, he landed 300,000 miles away from the place where he had taken down the previous general-grade mother nest. In this area, the creatures from the other space and time were all level 9 existences. After Zichen had collected all the level 9 creatures from the other space and time within dozens of miles, Ichien started to settle down. After settling down, the city began to expand, and its area became bigger and bigger. During this time, LV Ping had to find the most suitable place to set up the teleportation formation. Next, he would join hands with the divine array master sent by the heavenly god to build the teleportation formation that would lead to the life star. As for the destination, they would build it in the Holy Land, a place close to the everlasting sect. This was a massive project that would take hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. Everybody started to get busy, starting to build their force. From now on, this place would only be open to the people from the Life Star. Zichen returned to Tobi City. Before he went to the general grade battlefield, he had to inquire about the situation there. After all, it was a battlefield for divine generals. He had to familiarize himself with it. Of course, he went to find Divine General Luowei. When Divine General Luowei heard the news, he arrived on the same day. When he saw Zichen, his face was full of smiles. He seemed to be in a good mood. Zichen told Divine General Luowei his plan. When Divine General Luo Wei heard this, the smile on his face disappeared, and his face became serious. Sir, you're only at the general level. Why are you in such a hurry to go to the general grade battlefield? Zichen nodded. Divine King Sandro had told him to go to the general grade battlefield. Divine General Luo Wei said, That's the main battlefield for the general grade battlefield. Opportunities come with dangers. Breaking through to the next realm there is much faster than usual. Before you go, you need to get a general's token. I already have a general's token, said Zichen. You have one? How is that possible? Divine General Luo Wei was stunned. Divine King Sandro gave it to me. He said he made it especially for me. As he spoke, Zichen took out the Black General's token. The moment he saw the General's token, Divine General Luo Wei's expression changed drastically. He cried out involuntarily. This is the highest level of Black General's token. You actually got a General's token like this. What? Is there a problem with the General's token? Seeing the ugly expression on Divine General Luo Wei's face, Zichen asked in surprise. My lord, you may not know this, but the general grade battlefield is divided into 4 levels. It's mainly divided into gold, silver, bronze, and black. Gold, silver, and bronze represent different levels of danger. Gold is the most dangerous, bronze the least dangerous, and black is the most special and dangerous region. Because every black token is custom-made, it represents the existence of the strongest combat power. Divine General Luo Wei continued. Moreover, with a black token, you can't enter the other levels of the battlefield. You can only enter the general grade battlefield corresponding to the black token. Hearing this, Zichen nodded and said, Divine King Sandro said that there are close to 1,000 people with black tokens in this region. Are they all there? Luo Wei said. That's true, but those divine generals don't get black tokens as soon as they reach the general grade. Most of them advance step by step. Only when their battle strength reaches a certain level will they be given a black token. My lord, you're only a first-level divine general. Logically speaking, it's impossible for you to be given a black token. In our region, the first person to be given a black token was a 5th-level divine general. Even so, it still caused a lot of commotion. From Luo Wei's words, Zichen could tell that the black token he'd given was somewhat unusual. At the very least, it seemed that the drawbacks outweighed the benefits. Could it be that Divine King Sandro had deliberately harmed him? Just as Zichen was frowning in thought, Divine General Luo Wei said, My lord, I suggest that you don't enter the general grade battlefield for the time being. Wait until you reach the 5th level at the very least before going there. Although you have a token, as long as you don't enter the battlefield, no one can force you. Why shouldn't I be in a hurry to enter? Asked Zichen. My lord, there's something you don't know. In the battlefield with black tokens, all the enemies have black tokens. Even if they don't have black tokens, their battle strength is comparable to those with black tokens. There are ranked divine generals guarding the battlefield all year round. Once you enter, you'll never know how strong your enemies are. Perhaps one day, if you're unlucky, you'll encounter an enemy comparable to a ranked divine general, said Luo Wei. Zichen frowned. So you're saying that there's a high chance I'll encounter a 9th-level divine general there? Luo Wei said. It's not a high chance, it's very likely. This time, Zichen finally sensed the danger. With his first-level strength, how could he fight someone 9 levels above him? Luo Wei continued. In the divine realm, divine generals only enter bronze-grade battlefields at the beginning. After entering, they'll be divided into different battle zones. Each level has its own corresponding region, so the danger level is very low. But the black token level battlefields are different. There are no battle zones. After entering, it's all down to luck. Furthermore, not only are the enemies powerful, but the battle spirits there are also terrifying. Battle spirits? Yes, it's an ancient battlefield. It's said that it can be traced back to the era when the creatures from another dimension first invaded. Many experts died there. The souls of those experts were destroyed, but their remnant wills remained and turned into battle spirits. The battle spirits there don't recognize anyone and kill anyone they see. Their battle strength is tyrannical and very difficult to deal with. Luo Wei said in a deep voice, "My lord, please listen to my advice. Stay here. Even if you have to take down another general-class mother nest, don't go to the Black Token battlefield." Looking at Divine General Luo Wei's solemn expression, Zichen nodded, indicating that he would consider it carefully. After that, he went back and told Ichien and the others about this matter. When they heard about it, they naturally didn't want Zichen to take the risk. "Don't worry about the battlefield. Think of a way to find other ancient monuments or 9 extremes weapons," said Su Mengyao. "Okay." Zichen nodded and decided to go out with Ichien. Chapter 2748. When Sander arrived at Tobi City, he was received by Jolina. Both Zichen and Ichien were not in Tobi City. As for City Lord Tobi, he was still in seclusion. During this time, Jolina said that she could not contact the two. Sander stayed for a while before leaving. Before leaving, he told Jolina that when Zichen returned, he was to report to the general-level battlefield immediately. A month later, Zichen and Ichien returned to Tobi City. Jolina told them about the Deity King's order. When they heard it, they both frowned. Ichien said unhappily, "He's obviously trying to harm you. If you don't go, let's see what he can do to you." Zichen said worriedly, "Even if I don't go now, I won't be able to delay it for long." The Black Order battlefield was full of danger. Sander knew that he was only a first-grade general, but he still wanted him to report to the general-level battlefield. It was obvious that he was up to no good. What puzzled him was that he had no enmity with Sander. Why did he want to harm him? Could it be that he noticed something was wrong with Li Ai? "It's too dangerous to go there. Let's just not go back to Tobi City. I don't believe that he will look for you everywhere." After that, the two left and went to other regions to look for the steels and 9 extreme weapons. The steels were relatively easy to find. As long as they were sold, they could buy them because they were useless to the divine race. However, it was too difficult to find the 9 extreme weapons because they were useful to the divine race as well. It was unlikely that they could find them in the market. However, once they were found, Zichen would buy them no matter the price. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 years, nothing happened. Yen Wei and the others did not deliberately look for trouble. Everything was peaceful. Sander did not come again. It was as if he had forgotten about it. Tyrant and the others camped in Ichien City. They cultivated while comprehending powerful techniques. LV Peng and the Divine Array Masters from the 9th region worked together to build the teleportation formation. The 9th god paid for all the materials. It was obvious that the additional gift was very valuable. 7 years passed in the blink of an eye. It had been 10 years since the last attack on the mother nest. In the past 10 years, Zichen and Ichien had made some gains, but not much. However, in terms of cultivation level, there was no increase. In the past 10 years, he had spent more time playing than cultivating. After discussing with Ichien, Zichen decided to return to Tobi City and take a look. He was still brooding over the matter of the general-level battlefield. He had a feeling that things were not as simple as they seemed. God King Sandini would not let this matter go so easily. The two began to return. Sure enough, after returning to Tobi City, Jolina informed Zichen that God King Sandini had sent another message. If Zichen did not enter the general-level battlefield, he would receive even more black orders. These black tokens were undoubtedly meant for Tyrant and the others. Through Li Ai's memories, God King Sandini naturally knew how strong Tyrant and the others were. "This God King Sandini is truly shameless," Ichien said coldly, extremely dissatisfied. "Looks like I have to go. But don't worry. Even if there are many dangers, I can still run. I believe no one can stop me from escaping." Zichen's speed was universally recognized as the fastest. This was without a doubt. Coupled with the fact that he had a world, it would be difficult for anyone to stop him. However, this speed was only relative. It did not mean that among the divine generals, his speed was the fastest. His so-called first was only at the general level. If he encountered a general-level divine general, his extreme speed would be of no use. However, if he did not go to the general-level battlefield, God King Sandini would send more black orders to Tyrant and the others. If they did not go, he might force them or even prevent the people from the life stars from coming here to develop. Therefore, Zichen had to go. You can go, but you have to complete the heavenly thunder wings. Only then will you have a greater chance, Ichien said. At this time, the heavenly thunder wings were missing the last 2 wings, which were in the world where God's city was located. However, they had never had a chance to go there and take them out. This time, it was related to Zichen's life and death. Therefore, no matter how difficult it was, Ichien would still try. Therefore, Ichien went to find the 9th heavenly god and asked for a verbal order. She believed that the divine general guarding there would let them go. Originally, God's city was under Ichien's control. After Yue and the others caused trouble there, it was taken over by a divine general. It could be seen that the God clan valued that place a lot. 2 days later, Ichien returned with a verbal order. The 2 of them went straight to God's city. When they entered God's city, they met the divine general and told him their purpose. Ichien brought the verbal order from the 9th heavenly god. The divine general did not make things difficult for them and said that they could go. The 2 of them left God's city and went to the area guarded by the Moon Wolf clan. When the people of the Moon Wolf clan saw the goddess, they were very excited. This was because Ichien had taken many people of the Moon Wolf clan away from this place forever. Ichien told them her purpose and asked them to open the forbidden area. The patriarch of the Moon Wolf clan immediately gathered his people and started to open the forbidden area. On the 2nd day, the forbidden area was opened. Zichen and Ichien went in. It was the same entrance as before. However, the pressure from that time was no longer effective to the 2 of them. They walked through the passage and went deep into the passage. Then, they came to the god mausoleum again. The current Zichen was no longer the same as before. He had a clearer understanding of the god clan, so when he arrived in this area, he could clearly feel the oppressive aura coming from this area. They were all god clan members who had died in the battle. However, Zichen, who had been here before, knew that these existences who were sleeping in the earth would wake up one day. Ichien looked at the tombstones and said, "When we go back, my father told me that those who died in the battle here were all from his era. That year, when the war broke out, most of the god clan members who died were buried in this way." Zichen nodded. When he came here last time, he thought that the god clan members here had died in the battle with the life stars. Apparently, that was not the case. They didn't disturb the sleeping god clan members anymore. They continued to go deeper. Soon, they arrived at the castle. This place still gave him a very tall feeling, but it didn't give him the feeling of insignificance that he had felt before. The World Destroyer Divine Bell was here. Colorful light twirled around it. Zichen and Ichien stood outside the Divine Bell and could see the god clan members inside. Ichien looked at Zichen and said, "Before we came here, my father told us not to attack the god clan members here. I'll wait for you outside. When I see that you have the heavenly thunder wings, I'll take you out." Zichen nodded. His figure flashed and entered the Divine Bell. It was easy to enter the Divine Bell, but it was difficult to get out. Thus, Ichien stayed outside and took Zichen out. Zichen's body entered the God Bell and felt the pure aura of the God clan. At the same time, there was an extremely strong pressure coming from above, which made him feel extremely uncomfortable. It should be the doing of the Armageddon God Bell. The God Race clansmen noticed his appearance, and their expressions changed. Many God Race clansmen immediately revealed looks of contempt and disdain. "Mortal, how did you get here?" a God clan member asked in a deep voice. His voice was cold. Zichen ignored him and walked straight ahead. "This is a sacred place. Mortals are not qualified to come here," another God clan member said. At the same time, he approached. There was nothing special about this place except for the rich aura of the God clan. From the outside, it looked more like a prison, There was nothing sacred about it. "Mortal, get out of here quickly! Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite," another God clan member said in a cold voice. After entering the divine bell world, his spiritual thoughts were suppressed. He couldn't sense the heavenly thunder wings. Thus, thunder wings appeared on his back. There were a total of 10 wings. Lightning flashed as he summoned the other 2 heavenly thunder wings. Sure enough, after the thunder wings unfolded, he sensed the location of the other 2 heavenly thunder wings. A look of joy immediately appeared on his face. "Mortal, get out of here!" Seeing Zichen's lack of reaction, the God clan members here were furious. They all charged at him, their bodies erupting with the aura of the God clan. This aura might have been able to scare Zichen the last time, but it wouldn't be able to do so now. 1. A powerful aura was released from Zichen's body. Along with the appearance of this aura was a powerful ripple. The God race beings who were charging towards them were sent flying. They were shocked as they were sent flying. Clearly, they didn't expect this mortal to have such a powerful technique. Zichen continued forward, not killing them. Although these God clan members were from the same era as the 9th heavenly god, they were from a later era. They couldn't have been from the same era as Shadowless and the others. This was because in Shadowless's era, the God clan had yet to establish themselves. The experts on the life stars could fight alongside them, but they were far from the mortals they spoke of. As he continued forward, energy vibrations constantly sent these God clan members flying one after another. Their realms were equivalent to that of divine messengers. To Zichen, they had no effect at all. After advancing like this for a long time, the heart of Thunder Wings on his back began to tremble more and more violently. Zichen even sensed another aura. It was the other half of the heart of Thunder Wings. The God clan members he encountered along the way were of higher levels. In the end, they were equivalent to that of a 9th divine messenger. However, he was still quite a distance away from the heavenly Thunder Wings. Zichen couldn't help but wonder if he would encounter even stronger God tribe members. If he did, it would be troublesome. As he continued forward, Zichen didn't encounter anyone higher than 9th heavenly Thunder Wings. Then, he saw a huge castle. The aura of the heavenly Thunder Wings was in this castle. Above the castle gate, there was a divine light that formed a passage. This should be the entrance. After arriving here, Zichen hesitated for a moment before walking in. Chapter 2749. The passage behind Zichen disappeared, indicating that he could no longer get out. The god with the heavenly thunder wings was still in his perception, but he did not see him. At this moment, he was standing in the middle of a huge open space. In front of him stood 2 God clan members. The 2 God clan members were looking at him with extremely unfriendly gazes. It was not the 2 of them who had spoken. He had heard that voice before, or rather, he knew that person. It was the existence that he had almost killed after he was resurrected from the tomb. At that time, he had obtained the other half of the blade from the other party, which formed the real blade. Zichen looked around, searching for traces of the other party. A divine light flew down from the building in front of him. It was the God clan member who had a grudge against Zichen. He stared at Zichen and said coldly, "Mortal, we meet again." Zichen looked at the other party and said indifferently, "I'm just here to take something. I mean you no harm." The other party laughed sarcastically and said, "Now you say it nicely, but that's not what you said back then, is it?" Zichen frowned slightly. Ichien had told him that it was best not to attack these God clan members. "I thought that I would never have a chance to see you again. I didn't expect that you would deliver yourself to me. Since you're already here, don't expect to leave alive." After saying that, the other party's figure flickered. He did not take the initiative to attack. Instead, he flashed into the 3-story building behind him. As soon as the other party's figure disappeared, shadows of light appeared out of thin air one after another. These shadows of light transformed into God clan members, and they were all God generals. In the blink of an eye, there were more than a dozen God generals here. Zichen looked at these unfriendly God generals and frowned. He said in a deep voice, I'm just here to take something. I mean you no harm. I will leave after taking it. I hope that you will let me go. These god generals released their general-level auras. They were all first-level generals, and their murderous intent surged. Obviously, this was their answer. Zichen's face turned cold. Since negotiation was ineffective, he could only fight. These god generals moved. All kinds of general-level powers surged, and all kinds of killing moves appeared. Powerful auras constantly fluctuated. Swoosh! A murderous look flashed in Zichen's eyes as he disappeared from the spot. Obviously, at this time, he could no longer abide by his agreement with Ichien, and could only act forcefully. With a flash, he appeared in front of a divine general. His 2 fingers formed a sword and pointed at the center of the divine general's eyebrows. Chi! A beam of golden sword chi shot out from his fingertip and pierced through the divine general's forehead. The divine general whose forehead had been pierced fell backwards. He was killed in one strike. Zichen's figure continued to flicker as if he was teleporting. Every time he paused, a divine general would fall to the ground and die. With his strength, dealing with those of the same level was too easy. It was a complete massacre. When he attacked, he could feel that these divine generals were real. In a series of flashes, he reappeared where he had been standing. The divine generals who had been filled with murderous intent had all fallen to the ground, dead. You are much stronger than before, but so what? Since you've come here, the best outcome for you is death. The cold voice sounded again. The bodies of the divine generals who had died earlier turned into spots of light and disappeared as if they had been disintegrated. As soon as they disappeared, new divine generals appeared. This time, there were more of them. These new divine generals did not seem to know what had happened earlier. At this moment, they looked at Zichen with cold eyes. Swoosh! Zichen continued to attack. Obviously, the previous deterrence did not work. In an instant, these new divine generals were all killed. After they died, their bodies disappeared again. Then, new divine generals appeared. There were more of them, and their expressions were still cold and murderous. Zichen continued to kill. This repeated several times and killed more than 100 divine generals. However, divine generals continued to appear. Moreover, they did not show the fear that they should have. They all took the initiative to attack. At this moment, Zichen could not help but wonder if the souls of the divine generals and the divine bell were immortal. Otherwise, why would they be so indifferent to his massacre? It should be known that in this world, few people could ignore their own life and death. Moreover, these divine generals had already died once. Obviously, they would cherish their lives even more. A new wave of divine generals appeared. There were more of them. If they were really immortal, Zichen would only consume more of them if he continued to kill them. Helpless, he could only choose to charge forward and enter the 3-story building. He sensed that the existence with the heavenly thunder wings was inside. Buzz! A black crack appeared around him, and it rapidly spread in all directions. Wherever it passed, the bodies of the divine generals were all torn apart. Space-rending slash. He killed them all with one strike. These divine generals fell to the ground and died. Zichen immediately charged forward and went straight to the building. The voice from before did not appear. He entered the building smoothly. There were also many divine generals here. Moreover, they were all at level 2. This was already difficult for Zichen. The divine power here was much stronger than the outside world. Seeing Zichen suddenly enter, the divine generals who were cultivating opened their eyes and stared at him coldly. These divine generals stood up one after another. Murderous intent surged from their bodies. Mortal! Die! Get out of here! A divine general roared and charged at Zichen. Zichen knew that there was bound to be another battle. A sheathed long saber appeared in his hand. He decided to end the battle quickly. He took a deep breath. The surrounding divine power surged as he breathed. Buzz! Lightning flashed on his body and he disappeared from the spot. Poof! Lightning flashed. Zichen swept past the divine general who was charging forward. The divine general's body was split in half. Divine blood splattered. The two halves of the corpse fell to the ground. Poof! Lightning flashed again. The second divine general who was charging forward was cut in half. Then, the third and the fourth. Every time the lightning flashed, a saber arc would appear. These saber arcs easily swept past the divine general's body. These divine generals with cold expressions could not resist Zichen's extreme speed with the heavenly thunder wings. They were killed before they could do anything. It was still easy to kill enemies of a higher level. Lightning flashed again and again. The extreme speed coupled with the sharpness of the saber allowed Zichen to end the battle quickly. After killing these second-grade divine generals, he jumped up and went straight to the second floor. During this time, the voice still did not sound. There were only second-grade divine envoys on the second floor. There were not as many second-grade divine envoys as before, but there were still many of them. There was no reason to reason with these people. Hence, another battle ensued. Zichen used his own means to kill these second-grade divine envoys. Then, he entered the third floor. This was also the last floor in Zichen's eyes. This floor was different from the previous two floors. It was more spacious and there were more divine generals than the previous two floors. The weakest of them was a fourth-grade divine general. There were even fifth-grade divine generals. At the same time, Zichen saw his heavenly thunder wings. That was his target this time. At this moment, the heavenly thunder wings were trembling. It wanted to escape from the opponent's body, but it was firmly suppressed by the divine general. Just as Zichen noticed the other party, the divine general also saw Zichen and the 10-winged heavenly thunder wings behind him. He was stunned at first. Then, he seemed to understand something. His eyes immediately flashed with greed. "Kill this mortal!" At this moment, a loud shout came from behind. It was the divine general from before. He was on this floor. The fourth-grade divine generals released their powerful auras and immediately charged at Zichen. There were many of them. If Zichen killed them slowly, he did not know how long it would take him. Moreover, he had only come for the heavenly thunder wings. He did not intend to exchange blows with these people, nor did he intend to test his combat strength. He stood there without moving. 10 meters in front of him, a divine light fell. Zichen had used his divine avatar. The avatar appeared. After seeing the divine envoys in front of him, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He stretched out his hands and immediately formed a seal. Beside him, a divine light flashed. Buzz! The divine light flashed and went straight for the fourth-grade divine generals. Along the way, there were continuous popping sounds. As soon as the avatar appeared, he used his strongest killing move, the heaven-piercing divine needle. Before they could get close, they fell one by one. The divine general who had a grudge against Zichen saw this scene and his expression changed drastically. Obviously, he did not expect his opponent to have such a move. While the avatar was killing the enemies, Zichen's real body rushed forward. During this time, he displayed his extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, he bypassed one divine general after another and arrived in front of the one with the heavenly thunder wings. Divine light lingered in the divine general's hand. A long spear appeared. He thrust it forward. An ear-piercing sound was heard. This spear was very powerful. The blade flashed and collided with the long spear. Clang! There was a strong vibration. Zichen's body retreated in the air. His expression changed, and he cried out involuntarily. "A fifth-grade divine general!" Now, he only had the strength of a fifth-grade divine general. However, his opponent surged with the aura of a fifth-grade divine general. He felt that it was very difficult to fight someone who was 4 levels above him. Buzz! However, the heavenly thunder wings were in front of him. No matter how powerful his opponent was, he had to try to kill him. He continued to rush forward and slashed with his blade. The blade swept straight for his opponent's neck, but it was blocked by the long spear midway. As the energy vibrated, a strong force emerged from the long spear. This force directly pushed Zichen back. The difference in their levels was too great. The disparity in strength was too great. He attacked several times, and each time, Zichen was pushed back. His opponent's strength was beyond his expectations. This made Zichen helpless. Moreover, there was more than one fifth-grade divine general here. It was too difficult to get the heavenly thunder wings. Chapter 2750. It was rare for the Thunderwing heart to speak. This time, it was to advise Zichen and help him break out of this situation. Master, he still has some energy left to control the Thunder Wings. As long as you let him focus on the enemy, I will be able to get the Thunder Wings to return. Although Zichen could not kill a level 5 divine general, he could still make the other party focus on the battle. Two types of ultimate energy appeared on his body, each occupying half of his body. A strong, almost violent aura emerged from his body. He stared coldly at the level 5 divine general in front of him, and then unsheathed his blade. Blade will circled around the blade, and the power of yin and yang shrouded the blade, making the blade extremely powerful. Bang! The blade and spear met again, and a powerful shockwave spread out. Zichen's body retreated once again. However, as he retreated, he sneered at the divine general and shifted his body to the side. Behind him, the space distorted, and a light shadow appeared. In front of the shadow was a yin-yang thunder lotus. The yin-yang thunder lotus intertwined with the power of yin and yang, releasing a powerful aura. It flew towards the level 5 divine general. Sky-breaking spear! Feeling the terrifying power of the thunder lotus, the divine general shouted. The spear in his hand trembled, and an even more powerful divine energy surged. The spear cut through the sky and met the thunder lotus. Zichen naturally did not expect such an attack to hurt the other party. His real purpose was to make the other party focus. Just as the spear and the thunder lotus met, he continued to rush forward with his blade, aiming for the other party's neck. This blade was very sharp. Once it hit the target, it would definitely kill. Zichen grasped the timing perfectly. At this moment, the other party's spear met the thunder lotus. The other party's expression did not change. He turned around and struck out with his palm. Buzz! The void shook. This palm instantly materialized, surging with a terrifying aura, and collided with Zichen's blade. Boom! A powerful energy burst out, and Zichen's body flew backward. He had no power to fight back against a level 5 divine general. At this moment, he could truly feel the terror of a level 5 divine general. If he did not have the complete heavenly thunder wings, he would be in great danger when he entered the general level battlefield. Swoosh! A beam of divine light flashed quickly, heading straight for the 5th level divine general. This was the heavenly god needle of the doppelganger. It seemed that no one could ignore such a thing. At this moment, the 5th grade divine general had just used up all of his energy, and was unable to defend himself. Sensing the arrival of the heaven-connecting divine needle, his expression changed for the first time. He immediately formed a seal with his hands, and a large seal surrounded by divine light appeared, blocking in front of him. Bang! The divine seal blocked the attack and was locked in a stalemate with the heaven-connecting divine needle. In another direction, the thunder lotus that was clashing with the long spear exploded with a loud boom. A wave of destruction spread out in all directions. Zichen's body was sent flying by the shockwave. The 5th divine general was also sent flying by the shockwave, unable to maintain his balance. At this moment, the heavenly thunder wings on Zichen's back suddenly erupted with a powerful aura. The heart of the thunder wings began to summon. Buzz! On the other side, the heavenly thunder wings on the back of the grade 5 divine general immediately detached themselves from the divine general's body and flew towards Zichen. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the divine general angrily cursed. He had controlled the heavenly thunder wings for many years and had long since refined them. He had never imagined that there would be a problem with them today. He immediately charged forward at an extremely fast speed, wanting to regain control of the heavenly thunder wings. Whoosh! The space above the divine general suddenly distorted, and a passage opened. From this passage, the power of laws descended and enveloped the divine general's body, trapping him within. The divine general's body stopped in midair. However, it was only a momentary pause for the divine general to break free from the restraints of the laws. But this momentary pause was enough for the heavenly thunder wings, known for its extreme speed, to fly over. "Stop it! Don't let it pass!" In another direction, the divine general who had a grudge against Zichen shouted. The nearby divine generals all rushed over. Buzz! The heaven-connecting divine needle was still trembling as it flew forward, piercing through the foreheads of one divine general after another. However, the other divine generals did not fear death, as they constantly approached the heavenly thunder wings. There were even some who used various methods to prevent the heavenly thunder wings from advancing. The speed of the heavenly thunder wings was greatly restricted, and it was about to be snatched away again. "These God Clan members are really shameless!" The Thunderwing Heart's angry voice rang out. Then, it left Zichen's back and flew up with the 10-winged heavenly thunderwings. Its speed was even faster, like flashing lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it merged with the 2 wings. Buzz! The 2 heavenly thunder wings merged together and exploded with a blinding light. At the same time, a powerful energy wave spread out. As the wave spread out, the divine generals who were charging forward were all sent flying. The merged thunderwing emitted an extremely powerful wave. This wave kept spreading out, and no divine general could get close. "Kill this mortal first!" At this moment, the voice from before rang out again. The divine generals also reacted and turned to attack Zichen. "Humph!" Seeing the divine generals charging at him, Zichen let out a cold snort. His figure flashed and disappeared from where he stood. The next moment, he appeared in front of the merged Thunderwing. At this moment, he could clearly feel the Thunderwing Heart's excitement. Its previously incomplete soul was now complete. The merged Thunderwing emitted an extremely powerful wave. The divine generals could not get close, but they did not sit still and wait for their deaths. Instead, they all attacked from afar. However, when these attacks came, they were repelled by the Thunderwing's wave. In the end, the Thunderwing turned into a ray of light and merged with Zichen's body. After obtaining the Thunderwing and achieving his goal, Zichen decided to leave. However, looking at the unfriendly divine generals in front of him, he knew that it would not be easy to leave. "Leave something behind. Mortal, die!" These divine generals appeared around him and stared at him covetously. Zichen looked at them, and his expression turned cold. The next moment, lightning flashed on his body, and the heavenly thunder wings appeared. "Master, although it will take some time for the complete fusion, it will not be a problem to deal with them." The Thunderwing Heart's voice sounded, full of confidence. Zichen nodded slightly, and a sheathed long saber appeared in his hand. At this moment, the complete heavenly thunder wings gave Zichen great confidence. Among all the techniques in the world, only speed was invincible. Swoosh! His figure flashed and disappeared. While the divine generals were still in a daze, he had already appeared in front of a level 5 divine general. He slashed down with his saber. On the blade, the power of yin and yang flashed and swept forward quickly. Poof! The saber completely ignored the level 5 divine general's defense and cut open his body in an instant. The saber light disappeared. Zichen's figure flashed again and appeared in front of the second level 5 divine general. "Go to hell!" This level 5 divine general sensed something and turned to face the enemy. However, as soon as he turned, he saw a sharp saber light slashing in front of his eyes. His body separated. The divine general who had a grudge against Zichen was also a level 5 divine general. At this moment, he was shocked by Zichen's change. However, the next moment, he sensed danger. Just as his expression changed, he saw Zichen appear in front of him. What appeared next was a sharp saber light. Poof! His body was cut open from the middle. Poof! 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 At this moment, Zichen kept using his extreme speed. With the sharpness of his saber, he could wipe out the entire field. However, Although he cut open the bodies of the divine generals, he could not destroy their vitality. At this moment, he could only kill enemies who were 3 levels higher than him. He could kill level 4 divine envoys, but he could not kill level 5 divine envoys. The level 5 divine generals who were cut open had divine light flowing on their bodies and were reassembled. "We are immortal. Today, you will die without a doubt," the level 5 divine generals who were reassembled said coldly. Zichen's response was to continue slashing with his saber. During this time, his deity's avatar assisted him in killing the enemies. After all the level 4 divine generals were killed, Zichen rushed toward the level 5 divine generals again. In front of his extreme speed, these level 5 divine generals could not resist at all. Their bodies were cut open one after another. However, this time, Zichen did not let them reassemble. Above the vault of heaven, the void was distorted. Then, one channel after another appeared. The power of rules descended from the sky and landed on the bodies of the level 5 divine generals who were cut open, preventing them from recovering. Those were the rules of his world. They had the effect of suppressing the revival of vitality. Soon, this space was cleared by him. All the bodies of the level 5 divine generals were covered by the rules and could not be restored. Zichen glanced at them indifferently. Then, he looked up at the vault of heaven and said, "I know you can hear my voice. If you don't want them to die, send me out of here." There was no response. It was silent. The bodies of the divine generals who were killed earlier disappeared again. "What? Do you think that I don't have the strength, or do you think that I am just bluffing?" Zichen spoke again. Buzz. Above the vault of heaven, a ray of light appeared. The ray of light formed a figure. Zichen could not see the figure's face clearly. He could only see a ball of light. "How do you know me?" The figure of light looked at Zichen. "Is it difficult? Weren't you the one who stopped me last time? Moreover, the world destroyer divine bell of the god realm should have some spiritual intelligence." There was no doubt that this figure of light was the spiritual body of the world destroyer divine bell. This was also why Zichen was not worried at all when he came in here and did not find the entrance. "You are very strange. Moreover, you have a pure clone of the god clan. I can't see through you," Zhongling said. "Moreover, this space of yours gives me a very strange feeling. It seems like déjà vu. Déjà vu?" Zichen looked at Zhongling. "Yes, I seem to have seen it somewhere before. However, I can't remember where," Zhongling said. "However, I can feel that it is very extraordinary. Can I go now?" Zichen asked. Chapter 2751. "What is it?" Zichen lifted his head to look at the light shadow above. He was skeptical. Why would the great Zhongling ask him for something? Zhongling didn't answer him immediately. She pondered for a while. Zichen waited patiently. "Can you promise me that no matter what happens, you will never give up on this world?" Zhongling asked, her voice sincere. "Never give up on this world?" Zichen was bewildered. He didn't know what she meant. "This world is the foundation of all creatures. Can you promise me that no matter what happens, you will never do anything that will harm this world?" Zhongling asked again, her voice serious. "Why are you telling me this? I'm just an existence equivalent to a divine general," Zichen asked, puzzled. "I can't see through you. You have too many possibilities in the future. You don't have the competence now, but it's not certain in the future. I hope you can agree to my request," said Zhongling. Zichen didn't understand. "Do you think that in the future I will do something that will harm this world?" Zhongling shook her head. "I don't know. I'm just worried." "Then what is the world you are referring to? The God world? The alien race in the starry sky? The life star?" Zichen asked again. "You will understand later." Zhongling looked at Zichen and said, "This world is complicated now. You need to experience it yourself. However, when you have the ability to make a choice in the future, I hope you won't be blinded. Also, don't harm this world. Without the foundation of survival, no one can survive." Zichen nodded. Although I don't know what you mean, I think I won't do anything that will harm this world in the future. Because my friends are all in this world. Zichen had thought about it carefully. Unless the God world didn't want to tolerate them, he wouldn't start a war with the God world. However, his purpose in coming to the God world was just to occupy a small area. He had done it now. Moreover, he knew that the God world was vast. The God clan in the God world didn't care much about land. At this moment, the creatures from the other space and time were wreaking havoc. So, when people from the life stars came to this place, it wasn't a big deal to the divine world. If Zichen really had to make a choice, then he would be an extremely powerful existence. According to the saying that everything was for the sake of profit, the two sides would not engage in a large-scale battle, let alone endanger this world. It's good to hear your words. This is for you. Perhaps it will help you in the future. A dot of light condensed in Zhongling's hand. The dot of light descended from the sky and was caught by Zichen. What is this? This is a little bit of the Annihilation God Bell's spirit body. When it grows up, its power will be equivalent to a replica. You should cultivate it well, Zhongling said. Even if you can't use it, your doppelganger can. He has the imitation heavenly god needle, which is a perfect match for this imitation world annihilation divine bell. Zichen sensed the spiritual body in his hand. It was too weak, and he didn't know how long it would take for it to grow. It was about to evolve into a dangerous battlefield. This thing was useless to him. He lifted his head to look at Zhongling and said, After I leave this place, I will go to a dangerous area. Can I give up this thing in exchange for a strong defense from you? How strong do you need it to be? Asked Zhongling. As long as it can block the attack of a level 9 divine general, said Zichen. Zhongling extended her hand and pointed again. 3 dots of light appeared in the sky, falling into Zichen's hand. You can take it with you. Once these 3 dots of light move, they will form a defense. Each defense can last for 3 breaths of time. During these 3 breaths of time, you will be absolutely safe, said Zhongling. Zichen retrieved the spirit body and the 3 defenses. He clasped his fists to thank her. All right, you can go now. The space in front of Zichen began to twist. A passage appeared. Zichen walked into the passage. Yiqian, who was outside, saw Zichen disappear from her sight. She was worried about him. However, she did not dare to enter rashly. It was easy to enter, but difficult to come out. She waited for a very long time. Just as she felt that something was wrong, the space beside her suddenly twisted. Then, Zichen walked out of it. Yiqian was surprised to see Zichen appear beside her. Let's go, said Zichen. You succeeded? Yiqian looked at Zichen. Yes. Zichen nodded. How is it? My speed is much faster. Even if I face a level 5 divine general, I will have some advantage. Still, we have to be careful. There are level 9 divine generals there. Yes, I will. The two of them began to return. After walking out of the divine mausoleum, at the entrance of the restriction, Zichen took out the spirit body that Zhongling had given him and said, This is for you. What is it? Yiqian took the spirit body and sized it up. Zichen said, A replica of the apocalyptic divine bell. It will gradually become stronger with time. Where did you get it? Yiqian asked curiously. The spirit body of the apocalyptic divine bell gave it to me. You met Zhongling? Yiqian was surprised. Zichen nodded and told her what happened. He naturally had nothing to hide from Yiqian. He even told her about the 3 layers of defense. Yiqian also felt that it was strange. However, she did not mind. They were still very weak now. Even surviving was a problem. They still had a long way to go before they could change the world. However, she did not understand why the spirit of the apocalyptic divine bell would have a replica with it. Why would such an existence need a replica? After walking out of the forbidden area, the patriarch of the Moonwolf clan was still waiting. When he saw the two of them, he immediately went up to them. After obtaining the heavenly thunder wings, Zichen needed to quickly enter the battlefield. If Sacred King Sandini really sent other black tokens, it would be troublesome. Therefore, they did not accept the invitation of the Moonwolf clan's patriarch and planned to leave. When they left, they brought a few level 9 Moonwolf clan members with them. Toby's city was still expanding and recruiting people. Relatively speaking, these Moonwolf clan members were more trustworthy. The only regret was that their realm was too low. However, Toby's city had plenty of resources and they had plenty of time. Therefore, they were not in a hurry. After returning to Toby's city, Ichien handed these people over to Jolina and asked her to make arrangements for them. As for her and Zichen, they went to their own city. After arriving at the city, Zichen had a simple conversation with everyone. During this time, he told Tyrant and the others that they could also go to the general level battlefield together. They only needed to enter the most basic place and slowly grow. After reaching the level of Divine General, everyone's realm would slow down. If they wanted to speed up their breakthrough, they could only enter the general level battlefield. After that, Zichen decided to leave and enter the Black Token battlefield. He took all the Saber Ancestors' steels and the Winged Ancestors' steels. As for the other Ancestors' steels, he left them all behind. During this time, he saw the fused heart of Thunderwings in his world. After the fusion, the heart of Thunderwings had become extremely complete. He also had the Winged Ancestors' steels, and there were many of them. In the end, Zichen obtained a total of 8 Winged Ancestors' steels. Just like the Saber Ancestors' steels, he only needed one more to complete the whole set. When Zichen decided to leave, he also told Ichien to take Shangguan Yuer to other places to find the other Ancestors' steels and the other 9 Extremes weapons. These 2 things were of great significance to Life Stars. After that, Zichen left. The entrance to the general level battlefield was close to the city where God King Sandro was. It was a special entrance. Every day, many divine generals came here. After arriving at God King Sandro's city, Zichen left the city and flew toward the entrance of the general level battlefield. While moving forward, he released his aura. Along the way, he encountered many general level existences. They were surprised when they sensed Zichen's aura, which was only at the first level. After all, very few first-level divine generals dared to enter the battlefield. Of course, during this period, Zichen heard some sarcastic and disdainful words. However, he did not say anything. If possible, he would not have come here. The entrance to the battlefield was a small city. There was only one entrance, which was guarded by several divine generals. Zichen followed the others into the city. After entering the city, Zichen first saw a 4-story castle. It was the place where people came to register. Then, they would be given tokens according to their levels. Zichen directly ignored this point, because he already had a general level token on him. As he went deeper, he saw some shops. In these shops, he could redeem his gains in the general level battlefield. He could exchange them for some elixirs with contribution points. Because this was the entrance to the general level battlefield, he had to make contribution points to exchange for things here. Therefore, Zichen could not go into exchange for things so far. If it were ordinary elixirs, he could exchange them with resources in the cities outside. As he went deeper, he saw many transmission channels, which were the real entrances to the general level battlefield. There were also clear marks on the levels. Most of the people who came with Zichen went straight to the bronze level battlefield. Only a small number of them went to the silver level battlefield. However, after Zichen arrived here, he went straight to the black level battlefield. Those who had mocked him before were slightly stunned when they saw this scene. They stopped moving forward. One of them said, "Is he an idiot? How could he go straight to the black level battlefield? He must be new here. He doesn't know the rules here at all," another divine general said. However, in the next moment, their expressions changed one after another. That was because that general level existence actually took out a black command token. A black token. That's a specially made black token. He actually has a black token. He got a black token when he was only a general. Who is he? The expressions of these divine generals all changed. They had been to the general level battlefield many times, so they knew very well what a black token meant. Those who had a black token were all first-class experts. It was extremely difficult to get a black token. How did the general get it? Not only were they stunned, but even the gatekeeper was also stunned. The gatekeeper quickly took the black token. Obviously, he went to verify it. Chapter 2752. Looking at the shocked gazes of the others, Zichen was speechless. He didn't want this kind of treatment. If he entered the Black Order battlefield with his current realm, as long as he met anyone, he could only run away. Under such circumstances, it would be difficult for him to gain anything. He also hoped that the other party had made a mistake, or that in view of his low strength, they would allow him to enter another battlefield, even if it was a gold-level battlefield. However, this thought of his was quickly extinguished. The guard who had taken the Black Order returned. He looked at him with a look of surprise and pity. "I've investigated clearly. This Black Order is real. Sir, you can go in now." The Divine General returned the Black Order to Zichen. Although his level was higher than Zichen's, Zichen had the Black Order, so he had to be polite and respectful, even though he thought that Zichen would never come back after entering. Zichen took the Black Order and nodded. Under the guidance of the Divine General, he walked toward the Black Order battlefield. He's actually going in. He got the Black Order as a first-grade general. What's going on? First-grade generals will definitely die if they enter the Black Order battlefield. Did he offend someone? But I've never heard of anyone using this method to harm others. Moreover, every Black Order is specially made and has great significance. It can't be so easy to get one, right? Maybe there's something special about him. No matter how special he is, he's only a first-grade general. How can he fight someone who has a Black Order that's several levels higher? At this moment, they were surprised that Zichen had the Black Order, but everyone had a look of pity on their faces. Although he had the glorious first-grade general token, once he entered that battlefield, he wouldn't be able to come out alive. Although the Black Order was glorious, the prerequisite was that he had to have the combat strength to match the Black Order. It could be said that this was the last time they would see each other. "Sir, you must be careful after entering. The general-level heavenly clans there are extremely cruel. If there's a crisis, you must immediately go to our station. In the Black Order level battlefield, we have 2 stations on our side. The coordinates of those 2 stations are in the Black Order. Once you enter, you will be able to sense them." As they walked forward, the Divine General explained to Zichen. "Once the Black Token enters the battlefield, it will automatically fuse with the soul. At that time, Sir will be able to sense the coordinates of the encampment, and can go there. Aside from being a shelter, it was also a place for supplies. One could exchange their harvests there for resources. The rewards include the bodies of the Celestials and the corpses of other creatures. You can keep the heads, and when you come out, you can exchange them for more contribution points." The Divine General explained in detail, and Zichen listened attentively, nodding his head repeatedly. Obviously, this was not the first time he had explained this to someone. By the time he reached the entrance, he had already explained everything that needed attention. Before Zichen entered, the Immortal General warned him from the bottom of his heart. "Your Excellency, you must be careful when you enter. You can put your life above all else." Zichen saluted the Immortal General, then flashed into the Black level battlefield. Seeing Zichen disappear, the Immortal General let out a low sigh. He was only a first-level general. The possibility of him coming out alive was almost zero. He had just gone to inquire about the authenticity of the Black Token and vaguely heard about some of the other party's deeds. He was very shocked. But obviously, due to some conflict of interest, he, who was destined to have an extraordinary future, was sent here. A genius would be buried in such a way, or even die. Zichen entered the Black level battlefield. As soon as he steadied himself, the Black Token on his body released a bright light. Then, it fused with Zichen's soul. However, Zichen did not see the coordinates of the 2 encampments in the Black Token. The Immortal General from before obviously would not lie to him. So, The fact that he did not see the coordinates meant that there was a problem. He glanced around and extended his spiritual senses to investigate the surroundings. This was a very small mountainous area, only 100 miles in size. The periphery was an open area. Zichen did not sense any danger as his spiritual sense passed by. However, this did not mean that there was no danger around. It was also possible that Zichen's spiritual sense was not strong enough to sense danger. He flew forward at a relatively slow speed. He had to be careful when he came here. Moreover, he did not have a precise destination. He could only take one step at a time. Boom! An energy fluctuation came from the distance. It came from outside the mountain forest. Zichen's expression changed slightly when he heard the fluctuation. Obviously, there was a battle going on. After thinking for a while, he decided to go forward and take a look. After all, it was his first time in this world. He should know more about this place. As he approached, the fluctuation became more and more intense. He could see powerful ripples spreading in all directions. He finally stopped at the edge of the mountain forest. He hid in the distance and looked forward. He saw a person with the aura of a 5th-level immortal general. However, the other party was not a human, but a divine. The unique aura of a creature from another space-time was very obvious. His opponent was a giant python. The python was more than 10,000 feet long. Its head was like a millstone. It constantly swooped down and launched attacks again and again. The fist of the 5th-level divine was extremely powerful. However, the serpent's tail whizzed over and sent the 5th-level sky celestial flying. The 5th-level divine was sent flying backward. However, as he retreated, his opponent quickly formed seals. 1. The void trembled. A long spear fell from the sky. It carried a powerful aura and pierced through the python's body. The python let out a hissing sound, and its attacks became even faster. The 5th-level divine dodged continuously. He formed seals again. The sky trembled. More long spears fell from the sky. They were as dense as raindrops and went straight for the python. The python's body was surrounded by light. A layer of defense appeared on the surface of its body. When the long spears fell on the surface, they made tinkling sounds. At this time, Zichen could see that the energy in front of him was sweeping. The powerful fluctuation spread and he could not get closer. At this time, he saw a flash of light in front of him. It was the 5th-level divine who was retreating. He quickly approached the python and punched at it. Zichen noticed that runes appeared one after another on his opponent's fist. Those runes surged with an extremely terrifying aura. As he moved forward, the power of those runes continued to soar. Pun! His fist collided with the python's defense. The light of the defense changed slightly, and then exploded. The fist moved forward in a straight line and landed on the python's head. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled. A terrifying shockwave swept out. The python's body flew into the sky and then fell to the ground. After struggling for a while, it stopped moving. It was dead. Seeing this scene, Zichen was shocked. Even though he was far away, he could feel the dangerous aura from his opponent's fist. If this fist landed on him, even if he was lucky enough to survive, he would lose half his life. The 5th-level divine immediately rushed forward and arrived in front of the python. He waved his hand at the python, and a light fell on the python and kept it. Obviously, this was his spoils of war. When he returned, he could exchange it for resources. Zichen was ready to retreat. This kind of enemy was indeed powerful. He was definitely not someone he could deal with. However, just as he was retreating, he saw the 5th-level divine in front of him suddenly turn his head and stare at him. A cold smile appeared on his opponent's indifferent face. Oh no, I've been discovered! Zichen immediately rushed forward like a stream of light. Just as he left his original spot, a large number of spears fell from the sky and landed on the spot where he was just standing. Those spears exploded, and the sound of explosions continued to be heard. A large cloud of smoke and dust accompanied by energy swept out and spread out. A large area of the forest began to explode, and powerful shockwaves continued to sweep out. Zichen's body rose into the air and began to fly away. After all, his speed would be affected in the forest. After seeing this scene, the fifth-level divine's expression changed slightly, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Obviously, he did not expect this person to be so weak. So, it's just a little mouse. But this is good too. I'll just capture him and bring him back. He was a fifth-level divine, and had been in the black battlefield for a long time. His combat strength was extremely strong, and naturally, he did not care about Zichen's level. Furthermore, an existence of this level shouldn't have come here. He began to speed up his pursuit. Feeling the enemy behind him getting closer and closer, Zichen's expression became extremely ugly. He did not expect to encounter danger just as he arrived. At the same time, he was glad that his opponent was a fifth-level divine. If it was a ninth-level divine, he would be in trouble. Moreover, his opponent's speed was very fast. He could only use the heavenly thunder wings. The complete heavenly thunder wings appeared, and a glaring light of thunder burst out. Zichen's speed instantly increased, and he once again widened the distance between them. Oh! Seeing this, the fifth-level divine's face revealed a hint of a smile, and his speed also increased sharply. Just like this, with one running and one chasing, the two of them began a long tug-of-war. When he was in the divine mausoleum, he had extreme speed and could instantly kill a fifth-level divine. However, the fifth-level divine was suppressed by the divine clock, and he could not unleash his full strength. However, it was different here. The fifth-level divine's speed was very strong. His speed alone was comparable to Zichen when he used extreme speed. After running for a few days, Zichen could not shake off his opponent. He had no choice but to use teleportation. Swoosh! However, using teleportation was also dangerous. For example, after using teleportation, what if he encountered a stronger existence? After teleporting a few times, Zichen found an endless mountain range. He immediately landed and headed towards the mountain range. Compared to the outside world, the danger factor here was lower. He had been running for a long time, but he did not see any other humans. It was clear that this area was very desolate. After landing, Zichen looked around and did not detect any danger. His figure flashed, and he entered his own world. This was the safest place. At the same time, Shadowless appeared in Zichen's world and began to look around for him. Chapter 2753. Shadowless left Zichen's world and went out to investigate. Ever since he came out with Zichen, he had been doing this. But there was no other way. In this world, only Zichen could see him. If he didn't follow Zichen, it would be even more boring to be alone. Zichen, who was sitting cross-legged, was very depressed. The first time he came here, he met an enemy. The enemy's realm was the weakest level 5 here, but he still chased after him until he was in such a sorry state. The two sides didn't fight, but Zichen could still feel the enemy's strength. In addition, the enemy's perception was also very sharp. After resting like this for only 2 hours, Zichen heard Shadowless's voice. Zichen, that sky race person has caught up again. His target is very clear. It seems like he has some kind of special method. Hearing Shadowless's words, Zichen's expression changed slightly. He reappeared and teleported again. This time, he didn't go in a straight line. Instead, he teleported in another direction. He wanted to see if it was a coincidence that the enemy could find him. But reality proved that it wasn't a coincidence. The enemy still found him. He was like a lone wolf, following Zichen closely, waiting for him to be careless, or waiting for him to be exhausted. In short, he didn't give up. Zichen had been running for an entire month, and the other party had been tailing him for an entire month. No matter how far he teleported, the enemy could still find him. In this month, Zichen encountered danger several times. Fortunately, he relied on his extreme speed to escape. But if this continued, he didn't know how long this would last. What if he met a level 9 next time, Could he still be so lucky? He felt that this couldn't continue. The longer it dragged on, the worse it would be for him. After thinking about it seriously, he decided to end this battle once and for all. Teleporting to a relatively safe forest, Zichen asked Shadowless to go out and check if there was any danger around. After a few hours, Shadowless came back to report that there was no danger here. Zichen nodded and waited patiently. At this point, only one of them could die. Shadowless returned once more to inform Zichen that the 5th level Sky Clan member would soon catch up. Zichen stood up and began to move his hands, seemingly forming a seal. A powerful aura surged from the horizon, and this aura was rapidly approaching. That level 5 heaven race had arrived. Zichen's expression did not change as he continuously sent energy forwards, causing the space in front of him to twist. A gale swept through, the ancient trees bent low, and the fallen leaves in the forest were swept away. That 5th level celestial had arrived. Buzz! In front of Zichen, space surged as a spatial gate appeared, emitting a bright light. He flashed into the spatial gate. When he flashed in, the spatial door distorted, and it looked like it was about to disappear. The 5th level Sky Clan member, who had just arrived and saw Zichen, didn't have time to think. The moment the light door disappeared, his figure rushed into it. The spatial gate distorted and disappeared along with the figure of that level 5 Sky Clan member. The place that this spatial door led to was naturally Zichen's world. Standing in the middle of this world, he looked calm, but his heart was filled with nervousness. His opponent was not only a level 5 Sky Clan member, but also one of the best among them. He was very difficult to deal with. If he couldn't kill his opponent here, then the secret of his world would be exposed, and it might even cause more trouble. As the figure of the level 5 Sky Clan member appeared, Zichen stopped thinking and mobilized the power of the world's rules, pressing down on him. This world was his last resort, but he never thought that he would use it in his first battle in the general level battlefield. Buzz! The power of the rules trembled and fell layer by layer, pressing down on that level 5 Sky Clan member. At the same time, the 12-winged heavenly thunder wings appeared on Zichen's back, and he rushed forward with his blade. In this world, his speed was the fastest, and it could be said to be the limit of speed. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the level 5 Sky Clan member, and slashed down with his blade. Boom! The blade light shattered, and the energy trembled. The level 5 Sky Clan member's body flew backward. It was his first time here, and he was suppressed by the rules before he could observe his surroundings. Then, he was attacked by Zichen, and he lost the initiative. However, as a Black Order level existence, his reaction was extremely fast. As his body retreated, the light of energy surged around him, and the powerful aura of a level 5 surged. Under this energy, the world's rules that pressed down on him were forcibly isolated. Zichen's second slash came down. The level 5 Sky Clan member clenched his fist and punched. Pung! The energy trembled, and the blade light shattered. The powerful aura surged, and Zichen's body flew backward. Die! The level 5 Sky Clan member said coldly, and his eyes were filled with coldness as he punched out again. The dazzling fist light illuminated the surroundings, and a terrifying aura escaped. Wherever the fist light passed, a storm appeared in Zichen's world. Zichen stood in the strong wind and felt the power of this punch. His expression changed drastically. More power of the rules fell from the sky, pressing down on the level 5 Sky Clan member. At the same time, he slashed out again. Bang! The fist light and the blade light collided, and an even stronger power erupted. Zichen was sent flying again. Buzz! The void shook, and a palm print emitting divine light appeared and fell from the sky. The descending palm print absorbed the power of heaven and earth around it, and its aura became stronger and stronger. A shadow fell. The level 5 Sky Clan member looked up at the palm print, and a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. He leaped into the air, and a fist light shot up into the sky, heading straight for the palm print. Boom! This palm print, which was said to be able to destroy gods, exploded, and turned into a powerful shockwave. Swoosh! Just as the palm print exploded, a divine light came from the side, heading straight for the level 5 Sky Clan member. The divine light was the sky-piercing divine needle. It was very fast, and the level 5 Sky Clan member had no time to react. However, the sky-piercing divine needle, which had always been successful, paused in front of the level 5 Sky Clan member. In the moment of pause, the level 5 Sky Clan member dodged, and the sky-piercing divine needle flashed past. God-binding hand! A loud shout came from afar, and another palm print appeared, heading straight for the level 5 Sky Clan member. Seeing the rapidly approaching palm print, the level 5 Sky Clan member was surprised. Obviously, he did not expect that a mere level 1 human would have so many tricks up his sleeves. However, it was obviously impossible for such an attack to trap him. The light of energy around him surged, and the space around him began to distort. When the palm print that was charging forward reached the distorted space, its speed was greatly affected. The level 5 Sky Clan member punched out, and the powerful shockwave caused the palm print to explode. After destroying the palm print, he rushed towards Zichen. Zichen flashed, and as if he had teleported, he appeared behind the level 5 Sky Clan member and slashed down with his saber. His speed was fast, but the level 5 Sky Clan member's reaction was equally fast. The level 5 Sky Clan member immediately turned around and punched out. Energy vibrated, and the saber light shattered, and Zichen's body was sent flying. The gap between the two was too big, and he could not break through the level 5 Sky Clan member's defense. On the other side, the sky-piercing divine needle flew toward him, but it was blasted away by the level 5 Sky Clan member's punch. This did not mean that the sky-piercing divine needle was weak, but the clone's level was too low, and he could not unleash the full power of the sky-piercing divine needle. Moreover, his opponent was too strong. Whether it was the speed of his attack or his reaction, they were all extremely fast, and Zichen could not do anything about it. Even if he relied on his extreme speed to close in, he could not attack from behind, because his opponent could turn around in an instant. His original plan was completely disrupted, and he had lured his opponent into his own world. It was no different from inviting a wolf into the house. Poof! As the energy vibrated, Zichen's body was sent flying, and he coughed up blood as he flew. On the other side, the clone rushed forward with his saber, intending to fight the level 5 Sky Clan member head-on. He slashed down with his saber, and the level 5 Sky Clan member punched out. The clone did not defend, and the saber fell even faster, without any decrease in speed. A look of disdain flashed in the level 5 Sky Clan member's eyes, and his fist landed on the clone first. A powerful energy burst out, and the clone felt a powerful force enter his body, wreaking havoc in his body. He could no longer continue his downward slash, and his body was sent flying. One punch, and the clone was severely injured. He didn't die? Seeing that the clone was not dead, the level 5 Sky Clan member was surprised. One should know that his punch could kill a battle beast of the same level. Buzz! Zichen flashed forward, and slashed down with his saber. The saber was surging with the power of yin and yang, and the saber intent engulfed the saber. The level 5 Sky Clan member immediately turned around, and threw out another punch. He did not have a weapon, and his fist was his greatest weapon. This punch exploded with an intense light, and wherever it passed, Zichen's world became unstable, and it was torn apart. His fist landed on the long saber, and the energy surrounding the saber dissipated. At the same time, a powerful force vibrated, and the long saber in Zichen's hand flew out of his hand. This punch, with an unstoppable force, landed on Zichen's chest. Boom! The energy completely exploded, and Zichen felt as if his body was going to explode at this moment. An indescribably terrifying force continued to wreak havoc in his body, destroying his life force. Zichen's aura became sluggish, and the light in this bright world dimmed. One mountain after another exploded, and the space became chaotic, showing a scene of destruction. When the level 5 Sky Clan member saw his opponent's weakened aura recover in an instant, a look of surprise appeared on his face. He knew very well how powerful his attack was, and he did not expect his opponent to survive after taking a punch head-on. Moreover, his opponent was only level 1. "Let's see how long you can last!" With a cold snort, the Sky Clan member continued to charge forward. At this time, Zichen did not have the strength to fight back. At this time, the long saber that Zichen had thrown out suddenly flew back toward the level 5 Sky Clan member. This was the long saber attacking on its own, and the level 5 Sky Clan member threw out a punch. The long saber flew backward. At this time, 8 rays of light flew out of the long saber, and those rays of light fell into the depths of Zichen's world. Chapter 2754. The 8 Saber Ancestors' tablets whistled through the air, but they did not attack the 5th level Celestial. Instead, they landed around him. The Saber Ancestors' tablets landed on the ground, and the ground rumbled, sending up endless smoke and dust. The saber that flew out flew back and floated in the air. The saber spirit appeared and stood in the air, looking down at the 5th level Celestial with a cold expression. In the distance, Zichen looked at the saber spirit in amazement. Buzz! At that moment, the 8 Saber Ancestors' tablets trembled and released energy. The light flew toward the sky and gathered above, forming a light shield that fell. Seeing the light shield that suddenly appeared, the 5th level Celestial's expression changed for the first time. His figure flashed as he rushed forward. Obviously, he felt threatened by the light shield. Bang! An Ancestor's tablet appeared silently in front of him, blocking him like a wall. The 5th level Celestial threw a punch. This was his most powerful attack. His fist landed on the Ancestor's tablet, and there was a loud bang as a powerful energy wave spread out. The Ancestor's tablet did not move, but the 5th level Celestial's body flew backward. The sturdiness of the Ancestor's tablet made the 5th level Celestial's expression change. In the distance, Zichen and his divine avatar's expressions changed when they saw this. He knew very well how terrifying the 5th level Celestial's fist was. He did not expect to be repelled by the Ancestor's tablet. Moreover, he did not see how the Ancestor's tablet moved. The light shield was still falling, and the 5th level Celestial's figure flashed again, this time retreating backward. Another Ancestor's tablet appeared behind him, blocking his path of retreat. Swoosh! The 5th level Celestial instantly exploded with extreme speed, wanting to go around the Saber Ancestor's tablet. The Saber spirit above looked at this scene indifferently, and his expression did not change. The Saber Ancestor's tablet split into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. In an instant, it formed a wall of Ancestor's tablets, forming a circle and blocking the 5th level Celestial. He tried several times in a row, but to no avail. The light barrier above completely enveloped him, trapping him within. The 5th level Celestial's expression changed. He flashed in front of the light shield and threw a punch. Through the light shield, Zichen could still see the dazzling light emitted from the fist. Wherever the fist light passed, the air crazily twisted. Boom! With a loud bang, the light shield, the 5th level Celestial's body. The 5th level Celestial. He's trapped? Zichen's expression changed when he saw this. He was in disbelief. Sword S. The Saber Spirit's swords. The Saber's swords swords is his realm. Right at that moment, the Saber Spirit said, The basic requirement for forming a Saber domain is to comprehend 5 Saber intents. All this while, you've had many tricks up your sleeve, so I haven't taught you how to use this Saber domain. Celestial's level Celestial's Celestial S's Celestial was Celestial's, Selene's Celestial booms. S. SSLS sealing to the Celestial's S. This Ancestor's cells Celestial S cells. Celestial level S level S level S cells. Bang! The powerful energy continued to vibrate, and the level 5 Sky Clan member was forced to retreat continuously. After more than 10 attacks, the level 5 Sky Clan member was injured and coughed up blood. So strong? Zichen looked at the scene in shock. He had been carrying the Saber Ancestor's tablet with him, and he had not expected it to be so powerful. It was as if he had a treasure mountain by his side, but he had never paid attention to it. Zichen discovered that within the blade domain, the level 5 Sky Race's speed was greatly reduced. "Can I learn it now?" Zichen asked. "Of course you can." However, the Saber intent you have comprehended is only at the level of an oracle. Therefore, when you activate the Saber domain, its power will be greatly reduced. Now you've only comprehended the 8th Ancestor Saber intent. Although that still won't give you the means to kill your enemies, it won't be a problem for you to protect yourself. Saber Spirit continued. Zichen nodded, his heart filled with anticipation. At this moment, Saber Spirit's figure flashed and entered the blade. At the same time, the suspended blade moved towards the Saber domain below. As the blade entered the domain, the original 8 Saber Ancestors tablets returned to their original positions. At the same time, a Saber intent emerged from each Saber Ancestor's tablet. The Saber intent circled around the blade and slashed downwards. A towering blade light fell on the level 5 Sky Clan member, who had a look of horror on his face. The level 5 Sky Clan member put up a defense with all his might, and a powerful aura surged continuously. Boom! The blade light fell, and a powerful explosion shook Zichen's world. Then, the Saber domain disappeared, and the blade fell to the ground. The 8 Saber Ancestors tablets were still standing there. As for the level 5 Sky Clan member, there was no sound from him. He was dead. He was killed by a single slash. Zichen's figure flashed and came to the side of the blade. He shouted softly, "Senior! Are you okay?" "I'm fine. I'm just a little weak. I'll be fine after some rest." Saber Spirit's weak voice came out. Then, a ray of light appeared and went straight to Zichen's forehead. This was how to activate the Saber domain. There was a Saber Spirit in the blade. This Saber Spirit was extremely powerful, but every time it attacked on its own, it consumed a lot of its own soul power. Therefore, most of the time, it relied on controlling its own power to fight. This time, Saber Spirit used its own power to kill the level 5 Sky Clan member. It must have consumed a lot of soul power. Moreover, Zichen knew that although the blade was complete, the Saber Spirit's state was obviously not as good as the 9 Extremes weapon. This might have something to do with the Saber Spirit's own soul power. It could also be that Zichen's cultivation level was too low, so the Saber Spirit's current soul power was only at the level 1 general level. After killing the level 5 Sky Clan member, Zichen saw a black token on his body. It was similar to his own, but Zichen did not recognize the patterns and words on it. At the same time, he also found a divine space ring. There were some resources in it, as well as the harvest of the level 5 Sky Clan member, including the python. This time, the harvest was not small. Moreover, the resources inside were all usable by divine generals. This made Zichen very excited. At the same time, the crisis was resolved. Zichen had a way to protect himself. Naturally, he had to speed up and comprehend the last Saber intent in the Saber Ancestor's tablet. As for Shadowless, he continued to explore the outside world to see if there was any danger, or to find a safer place. Due to the pressure here, Zichen worked extremely hard to refine the Saber intent. In addition, he had reached the general level and comprehended the Saber intent equivalent to that of a divine envoy, so his speed was even faster. This time, it only took him 3 years to comprehend the last Saber intent. After comprehending 8 Saber intents, he tried to refine the Saber Ancestor's tablet. The so-called refining was to use the Saber intent comprehended to try to communicate with the Saber intent in the Saber Ancestor's tablet so that the two could combine and control the Saber intent. At the same time, Zichen asked the Heart of Thunderwings if there was a similar realm of extreme speed in the Ancestral Wing tablet. However, Zichen's energy was limited. At present, he could only comprehend the Saber intent. A Saber Ancestor's tablet stood in front of Zichen. Zichen closed his eyes and a Saber intent lingered around his body. After that, he tried to control the Saber intent and extended it toward the Saber Ancestor's tablet in front of him. The Saber intent in front of him entered the Saber Ancestor's tablet. Then, he sensed the Saber intent contained in the Saber Ancestor's tablet. Then, the two Saber intents began to merge, as if they were refining and recognizing a master. Time passed. Zichen sat there with his legs crossed, motionless. In the Saber Ancestor's tablet, the two Saber intents were still merging. Buzz! After a long time, the Saber Ancestor's tablet, which stood there, trembled, and a bright light surged on it. Zichen opened his eyes and looked at the Saber Ancestor's tablet. A smile appeared on his face. At this moment, he could clearly sense the existence of the Saber Ancestor's tablet, just like those things that he had refined in the past. With a thought, the Saber Ancestor's tablet trembled and then shrank little by little. Finally, it became the size of a palm and fell into Zichen's hand. This was the first Saber Ancestor's tablet that he had refined. He needed at least 5 to form the Saber realm. Next, he continued to refine. As time passed, Zichen was able to control more Saber Ancestor's tablets. He finally controlled 5 Saber Ancestor's tablets, and could now launch the simplest Saber realm. Next was the 6th tablet, the 7th tablet, and finally the 8th tablet. There were a total of 9 Saber Ancestor's tablets. Unfortunately, Zichen had not found the last one yet. According to the Saber Spirit, although these 8 tablets could not make him very lethal, they were enough for him to protect himself when he encountered a level 5. Now, he wanted to become stronger. In addition to refining the resources of the level 5 Sky Clan, comprehending the Saber intent was also a way to improve his realm. In addition, Zichen also needed to comprehend the extreme speed of the heavenly thunder wings. In this dangerous area, Zichen had too many things to do. First, he practiced the Saber realm, which was the most important thing to master at the moment. It was to save his life. Next was to comprehend the general level Saber intent. Comprehending one Saber intent would be level 1, and 2 Saber intents would be level 2. With the number of Ancestors' tablets that he had mastered, he could reach level 8. After that, he would comprehend the extreme speed Saber intent. In short, after coming to this world, he would not try to kill the enemy. He wanted to save his life first. As time passed, Zichen's understanding of the Saber realm became deeper and deeper. He had reached the point where he could use it easily. At the same time, Zichen began to comprehend the general level Saber intent. When he comprehended the first Saber intent, it took him 50 years. His combat strength had increased a little, but it was obviously unrealistic to want to kill a level 5 Black Order holder. Shadowless returned and told Zichen that there was almost no one in this area, but there were many battle beasts. He even saw spirit bodies. Fortunately, their realms were around level 5. For him, who had already comprehended the Saber realm, they were not much of a threat. Chapter 2755. After entering the second-level general realm, Zichen's combat power had improved a lot. If he faced the 5th-level general again, he would have the power to protect himself. However, he had no plans to go out for the time being. The second-level general realm could only protect himself. Currently, he did not have the ability to travel through this world. It was impossible for him to find the way back, so he had to continue to improve. He had 9 Saber Ancestors tablets with him, which could help him improve his strength to the 9th level. Therefore, as long as there was time, Zichen was not in a hurry. Moreover, he had already entered the battlefield. He believed that Tyrant and the others were no longer in danger. Perhaps they had already entered the battlefield one after another and started to improve step by step. That spirit has always been around here. Who knows when it will come here? Shadowless, who had gone out, came back and said. This was the only spirit in this place. It was also the so-called war spirit. There was no distinction between good and bad. It would attack anyone it saw, regardless of whether it was a celestial or a Protoss. Is my world very conspicuous? Zichen asked. In the eyes of some people, your world is very hidden. However, in the eyes of others, It is like a lighthouse in the dark. Shadowless's answer made Zichen speechless. This was the most direct impact brought about by the difference in realms. If there were only first-level and second-level generals here, it would be impossible for them to discover his world. He could continue to hide in this world. However, the weakest existence here was at least a fifth level. Their perception was extremely sharp. Zichen's world existed in name only. If one wanted to perceive it, it would be like a lighthouse in the dark. Fortunately, he was not conspicuous. Every time he hid in the dense forest, the place where he hid was relatively remote. It was like a hidden lighthouse. In addition to strength, one would also need a certain amount of luck to discover him. Black Order Battlefield, Protoss Camp. Is there still no news? In a room somewhere, a divine general spoke. He sat there boldly, wearing a general armor. This was the general armor that only ranked divine generals had, but there was no corresponding ranking on it. This could only mean that the other party used to be a ranked divine general. However, due to some reason, his ranking had fallen, so there was no ranking on the general armor. Because of the other party's past glory, the general armor was not taken away. In addition to representing glory, the general armor also had unparalleled attack and defense power. It was much stronger than a holy weapon. We've been searching for many years, but we still haven't found any clues. Could it be that he's already dead? After all, he's so weak. Another divine general standing opposite divine general Jiang Jia asked respectfully. According to the news, this person's concealment technique is extremely brilliant, and the possibility of him dying is not high. Send more people to look for him. Remember, you have to do it secretly. Don't be careless. Divine General Jiang Jia said. Yes. The other party turned around and was about to leave. If you find the target and you can't guarantee that you can end the battle quickly, then leak the news and let the other space-time races deal with it. Our people must not be exposed. Yes. Zichen sat cross-legged in his own world. Right in front of him was the third Saber Ancestor's tablet. At that moment, he was comprehending the saber will within it. This was a very long process, and it would often take several decades to calculate. However, in the entire divine realm, this speed could already be considered as extremely fast. This was because the increase in realms of the divine realm was calculated in thousands of years. Bang! A sudden vibration was transmitted into Zichen's world. His world began to tremble and distort violently, as if there was a big earthquake. Zichen, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes, and there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. His world was under attack. This meant that his hiding place had been discovered. Bang! The vibration was heard again, and Zichen's world trembled even more violently. His figure flashed and disappeared from this world. He reappeared on the battlefield of the general realm. His figure was in the air as he looked down. A person was standing there. His expression was cold, and his eyes were full of coldness. This was a battle spirit, the only one here. He didn't expect that even though he was so secretive, the other party would still find him. The other party's eyes were extremely cold. After Zichen appeared, his figure immediately rushed forward like a cheetah hunting its prey. He clenched his right hand into a fist, and energy gushed out from his fist. He mercilessly punched at Zichen. Energy appeared around Zichen's body. A gust of wind swept up, sweeping up the fallen leaves in the sky. His figure retreated in the air. Boom! The energy on the battle spirit's fist directly shattered the fallen leaves in the sky. His figure was like a flash of lightning. The terrifying energy on his fist surged, wreaking havoc, and went straight for Zichen's chest. The other party's attack was merciless, and it was a sure kill attack. Seeing this, Zichen's eyes turned cold. On his fist, the power of yin and yang flashed, forming a powerful attack. He threw out a punch. Bang! The fist light shining with the power of yin and yang collided head-on with the battle spirit's fist. A muffled sound was heard, and an energy fluctuation visible to the naked eye spread out. All the withered leaves in the surroundings were blown away, and some of the trees in the distance were directly cut down. Zichen's figure trembled, and he instantly flew back dozens of meters. His eyes coldly stared at the battle spirit in front of him. He was indeed worthy of being in existence on the Black Order battlefield. His combat strength was not weaker than that of a 5th-grade Sky Clan. If he had not been promoted to a 2nd-grade general, he would have been injured by that attack. The battle spirit obviously had intelligence, but he did not have a standpoint. Seeing that Zichen was able to block his attack with the strength of a 2nd-grade general, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He did not speak. Instead, he took a step forward. A powerful 5th-grade energy emerged from his body, and directly pressed down on Zichen. Obviously, he wanted to use his higher realm to forcibly suppress his opponent. Buzz! Energy vibrated around Zichen's body. The power of yin and yang lingered on the surface of his body, resisting the oppressive force. Swish! The 5th-grade battle spirit rushed forward once again. Powerful energy surged. He clenched his fists, and the energy glowed with red light, and turned into a fierce tiger. The fierce tiger roared, and its roar shook the sky. It pounced on Zichen. Sand and pebbles flew in the forest, and a powerful aura surged. This attack gave Zichen an extremely strong oppressive force. The light of energy on Zichen's body flickered, and his figure retreated in the air. As he retreated, an ancestral tablet appeared in front of him. The fierce tiger chased closely behind him. The wind howled, and a powerful fluctuation emerged. It was getting closer and closer to Zichen. The ancestral tablet in front of Zichen instantly enlarged like a wall. Under Zichen's control, it smashed towards the fierce tiger in front of him. Wherever the ancestral tablet passed, the space distorted. The dim light on the surface of the tablet immediately lit up, and a blade intent emerged from it. Bang! The ancestral tablet collided with the fierce tiger, and a loud sound rang out. A terrifying energy fluctuation spread out in all directions. A general-level blade intent quickly appeared on the ancestral tablet, and it rushed towards the fierce tiger. Puff! On the body of the ferocious tiger, there was a deep cut, while the ancient tablet was sent flying backwards. Obviously, the ancestral tablet could not do anything to the opponent. Zichen put away the ancestral tablet, turned around, and ran. The current him was still quite a distance away from the 5th grade. The fierce tiger formed by the fist light chased forward. However, it only chased for a few hundred meters before it ran out of energy, and its body scattered. Boom! A powerful aura surged from the battle spirit's body. It was like a beam of light, and it chased after him. The fleeing Zichen continued to flash with light as the saber ancestor steels appeared one after another. There were a total of 5 of them. After they appeared, the 5 saber ancestor steels whistled as they smashed towards the battle spirit. Bang! 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 Such an attack obviously could not do anything to the opponent, but it could stop him from rushing forward. The 5 ancestral tablets were sent flying. The battle spirit continued to rush forward, and its eyes became colder and colder. The fleeing Zichen immediately turned around, and 3 more ancestral tablets appeared in front of him. They immediately enlarged and fell towards the ground. At the same time, the other 5 ancestral tablets that were sent flying also fell to the ground. The blade domain was activated. 1. A ray of light was released from the ancestral tablet. The light quickly gathered above it, and then formed a light shield that descended from the sky. Zichen stood in the air, coldly looking at the 5th grade battle spirit trapped in the blade domain. With a tap of his foot he rushed in. As his body rushed forward, a long blade appeared, and he held it in his hand. After entering the domain, he slashed down. Chi! When he slashed out, he could clearly sense that the attack from the other ancestral steels was amplified, causing the power of the slash to become even stronger. Roar! The fierce tiger from before appeared once again, and a deafening roar resounded. Bang! The blade light and the fierce tiger formed by the fist light collided once again, and a powerful shockwave spread out. When it came into contact with the surrounding light shield, it dissipated. This time, the fierce tiger was directly shattered. Zichen's attack was on par with it. Whoosh! After that, he used his extreme speed to rush towards his opponent, and slash down with his blade again. The two turned into two rays of light, and continued to fight in the blade domain. Their battle strength was on par with each other. Zichen, it's time to go. The other battle beasts have heard the shockwave and are coming. After about an hour, Shadowless's voice came through the blade domain. 1. In Zichen's hand, the long blade trembled, and the 8 ancestral tablets also trembled. Then, 8 streaks of sword intent were injected into the long blade, and Zichen slashed down. In the blade domain, the power of the attack was even stronger. As the blade slashed down, the battle spirit's body flew backwards. Go! Zichen shouted in a low voice and flashed away. During this time, the blade domain immediately dissipated and was put away by him. Whoosh! His body began to teleport, and in an instant, he was thousands of miles away. At the previous place, various beastly roars could be heard. Apparently, the battle spirit had arrived, and both sides were fighting. This battle with the 5th grade battle spirit had given Zichen a great deal of confidence. As long as he advanced by one more level, he would be able to deal with a 5th grade existence. Chapter 2756. Zichen had been staying in this area all this time and had not left. As for the 5th grade combat spirit who had obviously not taken advantage of him, he had been searching for him all this time. It seemed that as long as he did not die, the other party would not give up. Boom! The energy shook again, and the world began to tremble. The space began to distort, and another mountain collapsed. A huge crack appeared at the bottom of a river, and the water flowed into the ground. Zichen, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. Such a scene had happened many times. After he got up, his figure flashed and disappeared from this world. As soon as he arrived in the outside world, the Saber Ancestor's tablet appeared and smashed toward the battle spirit's head. Above the tablet, a bright light lingered, and a general level saber intent was hidden. Wherever it passed, the space was distorted. A powerful aura surged, and the sand and stones in the forest flew. Because to the existence of this world, his world was like a lighthouse in the dark, very conspicuous. Therefore, Zichen could only hide in an inconspicuous place like the dense forest. But every time, the battle spirit would find him. Looking at the incoming Saber Ancestor's tablet, the battle spirit was obviously prepared. The general level aura on his body burst out, and the energy lingered in his palm. A fierce tiger immediately appeared and rushed toward the tablet. Boom! A powerful force shook, and a terrifying energy fluctuation spread out. The tiger's body instantly exploded, and the Saber Ancestor's tablet flew backward, hitting Zichen and sending him flying backward. The battle spirit tapped his foot, and his body quickly rushed forward like a stream of light, chasing after him. Zichen's left hand was Yang, and his right hand was Yin. The Yin and Yang energy merged together, and in the ripples, a Yin-Yang Thunder Lotus appeared. With a thought, the Thunder Lotus moved forward. Wherever it passed, the Yin and Yang energy flowed. The Thunder Lotus continued to expand, going straight for the battle spirit. The battle spirit's aura was completely locked by the Thunder Lotus. The wild leaves in the forest turned into powder and disappeared. This was not the first time the battle spirit had encountered such an attack. The light of energy on his body shone even brighter. With a loud tiger roar, his body turned into a fierce tiger and rushed forward. The fierce tiger moved forward step by step, and the void kept shaking. Powerful fluctuations spread out in all directions. Among the fierce tiger, the battle spirit's expression was cold. The seals in his hands changed, controlling the attack. Chi! Chi! The Thunder Lotus and the ferocious tiger met, and the powerful energy was in a stalemate. The surrounding space was twisting crazily, as if it was about to collapse. The power of Yin and Yang was on par with that of the tiger. Strong light flashed continuously, and wave after wave of powerful shockwaves spread out. Under these shockwaves, the ancient trees fell one after another. Some were even snapped at the waist and smashed into the ground, making crashing sounds. Explode! Zichen, who was standing in the distance, had a cold glint in his eyes. With a roar, the yin-yang thunder lotus instantly exploded, turning into an even stronger force that engulfed the energy tiger. After the energy tiger twisted a few times, its body also exploded. The three types of energy began to wreak havoc, destroying each other and erupting with even stronger destructive fluctuations. This wave of energy swept out in all directions, and everything in its path disappeared. The dense forest from before had become an empty area, and a deep pit had appeared on the ground. Similar scenes had been happening for the past few years. The dense forest, which had previously occupied a large area, had also shrunk due to battle after battle. Zichen didn't look at the result of the battle, because he had seen it countless times. This kind of attack could only temporarily stop the opponent, but it was impossible to kill them. He turned around and left at lightning speed. A figure appeared from the vibrating energy. He seemed to be in a sorry state, but his aura was still strong. It was Zhang Ling from before. At this time, Zichen's figure had already disappeared. The coldness in Zhang Ling's eyes grew thicker. He could only continue to search. It was a 5th grade general. To be able to obtain a black order at the 5th grade, his battle strength was extremely strong. In the divine world, he didn't fear a 6th grade divine general, and he could even fight a 7th grade divine general. It was because of this that he used his contribution points to exchange for an exclusive black order and came to this black order battlefield, wanting to become stronger. However, after arriving at this place, there were black order level powerhouses everywhere. After suffering a few losses, his insufferably arrogant attitude from before had dissipated by quite a bit. 100 years ago, he received a mission to find a 1st grade general. After seeing a portrait of the other party, he went out to search. This mission was extremely difficult, but the reward was ridiculously high. But he was a little confused. Did the higher-ups make a mistake? Why would a 1st grade general come to this world? It should be known that this was a Black Order level existence. Those who came here were at least 5th grade generals with strong battle strength. Why would a 1st grade general come here? Moreover, how did he get an exclusive Black Order? But doubts were doubts, and he still had to continue searching. More than 100 years had passed, and he didn't find any clues during this time. Could a 1st grade general come to this Black Order world and live for more than 100 years? The answer was obviously impossible. Whit had already decided to give up. But at this time, he received another order from the higher-ups to search further away. It was said that more Black Order divine generals were sent out to help. Since they were so serious, he guessed that the 1st grade general was still alive. So he searched aimlessly, and the area kept expanding until he came to a huge mountain range. Looking down at the mountain range from the sky, he found that there were many traces of a great battle, and there were many empty areas. This made him very curious, and he swooped down. Judging from the traces of the battle, it should be an opponent of the same level. Therefore, he decided to stay in this area for a while. Not long after, he sensed that new energy was coming out, so he immediately flew toward the place where the energy fluctuations came from. He was very fast, but when he arrived, he was still a step too late. The battle had already ended, and only the residual energy waves were left. Through the residual energy waves, he could sense the attributes of the energy. Why would there be 3 types of energy in a battle between 2 people? Whit was very puzzled. Then he took out the clues he had obtained back then. The most obvious one was that there were 2 types of energy with completely different attributes in that person's body. Could it be him? Whit's eyes widened in disbelief. To be able to survive in this world until now, no one was lower than a 5th grade general. So, his opponent was at least a 5th grade general. How did he deal with it? While he was curious, Whit was also full of shock. So he decided to follow and see what was going on. He slowly followed the battle spirit. 2 years later, he accurately tracked down the 5th grade battle spirit and followed the battle spirit. After that, he saw the person he was looking for. The other party had already advanced from a first-grade general to a second-grade general, and his combat power was on par with that of the Wuji battle spirit. Watching the two sides fighting, he was extremely shocked. He thought that he was very secretive, but he didn't know that while he was observing the battle in the distance, there was another person standing in front of him, sizing him up and carefully observing every change in his expression. When the other party approached this area, Shadowless had already noticed him. At the same time, he told Zichen about it. At that time, Zichen was very happy that he could finally see an ally. However, he also had some concerns in his heart, so he asked Shadowless to deliberately observe. After that, Shadowless saw that the other party had found the 5th-grade battle spirit, but he didn't kill him. Instead, he continued to follow him until Zichen appeared. After seeing Zichen, the other party's expression changed for the first time. There was excitement and greed. The battle ended quickly, and Zichen ran away in a flash. This time, there was blood at the corner of the battle spirit's mouth. It was obvious that he was injured. As expected of an existence who obtained the Black Order at the first-grade general level. His combat power is indeed terrifying. Watching Zichen leave in a flash, Wit's expression became solemn. He gave up the idea of showing up in the dark and then launching a sneak attack. He decided to send this news back first. Just as he was sending the news, Shadowless, who knew his purpose, left. In the world, Zichen sat cross-legged. Today, he had beaten the 5th-grade battle spirit until he coughed up blood. Obviously, it proved that his strength had become stronger again. However, there was still a certain distance between him and the 3rd-grade general level. However, he already had some idea of his 3rd general level saber intent. As long as he continued to comprehend it, he believed that he would definitely be able to advance to the 3rd-grade general level. Shadowless's voice came from outside. Zichen opened the world, and Shadowless walked in. "How was it?" He looked at Shadowless and asked. "The visitor is not friendly. After you appeared, he has been staring at you. I saw surprise and greed in his eyes. In the end, I saw that he sent a message. He should be here for you," Shadowless said. Zichen nodded when he heard this. If the other party was really here for him, then this was a deliberate targeting. Since he had already been exposed, it was time for him to leave. Although he was slightly reluctant to part with this 5th-grade sparring partner, staying alive was obviously more important. Whoosh! Zichen chose to teleport. This time, it was a long-distance teleportation. He wanted to get away from that area. During the process of teleporting, Zichen could always feel waves of powerful auras. Therefore, his body did not stop moving at all. After teleporting, he teleported again. His teleportation was carried out by spreading out the world, so it was more eye-catching. He had to move faster and strive to make a small number of people notice his presence. After teleporting, he used extreme speed to move forward. After traveling for more than 100,000 miles like this, he once again hid in a mountain range. However, this mountain range was not peaceful. From time to time, earth-shattering roars of beasts could be heard. There were powerful existences hibernating. Zichen re-entered the world, and Shadowless went out to investigate his surroundings. Speaking of which, with Shadowless around, Zichen saved a lot of trouble. 2 years later, Shadowless informed him that there were other people nearby. Therefore, before the other party arrived, Zichen chose to escape again. Just like that, he ran and stopped. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. Perhaps it was because the pressure was too great, but Zichen actually comprehended the 3rd general level saber intent in advance. In his sea of consciousness, the 3rd general level saber intent was flying around. His soul was also undergoing a transformation. General level. Chapter 2757. The transformation of the soul required a process that would not take too long, so Zichen just had to wait patiently. He was familiarizing himself with the 3rd blade will, and his face was full of surprise. It was indeed a pleasant surprise to be able to enter the 3rd level of the general realm. Zichen, another 5th-level general is coming. Shadowless's voice sounded again. How many? Zichen asked. Only one. It's the one from last time. He's chasing after me. Once my soul has completely transformed, I'll go out and meet him, Zichen said coldly. The one who followed him was Wit. He had been following Zichen for more than 10 years, but they had never fought before. During this time, he had sent a message back, and his superiors had replied that he would be rewarded handsomely. In addition, if he killed the other party, the reward would be even greater. Hence, he had followed him all the way to see if he could kill the other party. Unfortunately, the other party was too cautious or too cunning, so he had not found a chance. Fortunately, the other party had not detected his presence. The message said that the others were also on their way, but for the sake of benefits, he deliberately spread the news so that these people would always be one step behind him. This way, he would have enough time to kill the other party. It was not difficult for a 5th-level general to kill a 2nd-level general. Just as he was thinking about when to make a move, the space in front of him suddenly distorted. Wit was shocked and instinctively wanted to retreat, his expression full of vigilance. A fist appeared in the distorted space. The fist was surrounded by the power of yin and yang, and it emitted an extremely strong aura as it blasted toward him. Wit shouted and formed a seal with his hands, and an energy light shield appeared in front of him. Boom! The fist light, which emitted the power of yin and yang, landed on the energy light shield, creating a powerful shockwave. The surrounding forest was flattened in an instant, and the ancient trees and fallen leaves were turned into dust and disappeared. Behind the energy light shield, Wit kept retreating, his eyes fixed on the front. In the ripples of the explosion, Zichen's figure appeared. He was a little surprised, not knowing when his tracks were exposed. Tell me why you are here, or die, Zichen said coldly as he looked at the other party. Wit sneered and said disdainfully, Just a mere level 2, do you really think you're so great? A hint of coldness appeared in his eyes as the level 5 aura circulated around his body. I was still hesitating whether I should let you live for a few more days. Since you've delivered yourself to my doorstep and courted death, then don't blame me for being impolite. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward, his body surging with energy. He stretched out his hand and clenched his fist. His fist was surrounded by fiery energy, and he ruthlessly punched towards Zichen. Before the fist light arrived, a scorching wave of fire had already arrived. Zichen felt a scorching heat as the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled into a sneer. Your attack is only SOSO. His response was also a punch. However, this punch contained 2 different types of energy. Most importantly, the current Zichen was no longer a level 2 general, but instead a level 3 general. Boom! When the 2 fists collided, the heavens and the earth shook once again. A terrifying ripple spread in all directions, and the surroundings, which had just quieted down, were once again filled with smoke and dust. Zichen's body retreated more than 10 steps in the air, his eyes still cold. Wit's body trembled as he also retreated. However, the coldness on his face turned into astonishment. You've broken through? What do you think? Zichen sneered. You've only been in this world for a little more than 100 years, yet you've broken through again? Wit cried out in disbelief. Broken through again? It seems that you know me very well. Then all the more reason I can't let you live. After saying that, Zichen rushed forward again and threw another punch. As he rushed forward, a golden body appeared behind him. The golden body began to mobilize the power of yin and yang. Boom! Once again they clashed. Powerful energy surged out, and Zichen was sent flying. Seeing Zichen flying, Wit sneered. With such means, how could he fight against him? But soon, he couldn't laugh anymore, because a fully formed yin-yang thunder lotus was flying towards him from behind. Damn it! With a curse, a cold light shot out from his eyes. His body formed a seal again. Boundless general power surged out from his body, transforming into a huge fire python in front of him. It rushed towards Zichen. This fire python was more than 10,000 feet long. It was extremely huge, and its eyes were burning with golden flames. It was cold and emotionless. After it appeared, it rushed towards the yin-yang thunder lotus in front of it. As the thunder lotus moved forward, it kept expanding. Its size was like a mountain peak, and the light of yin and yang overflowed. The fire python opened its mouth, and a hole surrounded by flames appeared in its mouth. It tried to devour the yin-yang thunder lotus. It swallowed the thunder lotus in one gulp. The thunder lotus entered its body through its neck. During this time, one could clearly see the direction of the thunder lotus through the changes in the fire python's body. "You can even eat this?" When he saw this scene, the corners of Zichen's mouth curled into a disdainful sneer. His eyes instantly turned ice-cold. At this moment, his thoughts were still connected to the yin-yang lightning lotus. With a single thought, the yin-yang fusion energy instantly lost control of itself. They were completely different energies. After losing control, the energy formed was extremely destructive. The fire python's cold eyes immediately revealed a painful expression. Its body began to twist in the air, and it let out a painful hiss. Finally, it exploded with a loud bang. The exploding fire python turned into pure fire energy. It was extremely violent. When it met the yin and yang energies, it formed an even stronger fluctuation. This fluctuation constantly spread out, attacking indiscriminately. Zichen had already predicted this, so he kept retreating. On the other hand, Wit's reaction was slightly slower, and he was engulfed by this terrifying energy. The energy was berserk. With a loud bang, Wit rushed out from the destructive energy. His face was filled with anger. Swoosh! At this moment, Zichen flew over from afar and punched again. A dazzling fist light, accompanied by a powerful fluctuation, went straight for Wit. Boom! Wit blocked this attack, but the powerful energy undulation shook him until he was sent flying back repeatedly. Wit's face became uglier as a third-grade divine general took the initiative again and again. He stared at Zichen and said coldly, "You must die!" Boundless divine light shone on his body. The aura of a fifth-grade divine general was like an avalanche, oppressing Zichen. This was the suppression of the realm. Zichen felt that the space around him had become chaotic, as if he had fallen into a swamp. His speed was also affected. His expression didn't change. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The yin and yang energy circled around his body, and the suppression of the fifth-grade aura dissipated in an instant. The divine light in front of him twisted and transformed into an even bigger python. The python's body wriggled and protected Wit. At the same time, it opened its mouth. Flames flickered in its mouth, and a fireball was condensing. The energy between heaven and earth was being devoured by the fireball. The fireball's volume was constantly expanding, and a tyrannical aura spread out. Zichen, who had a cold expression, felt threatened by this attack. A long saber appeared in his hand, and his expression gradually became serious. Swish! Swish! The python spat out the terrifying fireball. Wherever the fireball passed, the space was distorted, and it emitted a blazing heat. Slash! Zichen's eyes turned cold. The yin and yang energy in his right hand continued to pour into the saber. Then, he unsheathed the saber, and a saber light like a waterfall went straight for the fireball. The fireball and the saber light met. The powerful force continued to be in a stalemate, releasing destructive fluctuations. Boom! After a few breaths of time, the condensed saber light showed signs of collapsing. Finally, it exploded with a loud bang. The fireball's power was only slightly reduced. It passed through the energy of the exploding saber light, and went straight for Zichen. With another loud bang, Zichen's body flew out. In addition to the difference in cultivation level, there was also the difference in combat strength. As a black token holder, Wit was not an ordinary level 5 expert. Seeing Zichen fly out, Wit snorted coldly. The second fireball in the python's mouth began to condense. Zichen, who was flying back, blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His hands quickly formed seals, and the surrounding space began to distort. Then black holes appeared one after another. A total of 8 black holes appeared. 8 ancestral tablets appeared from the 8 black holes, and then surrounded the python. Buzz! Buzz! The 8 ancestral tablets stood in the air, and the light on their bodies trembled. They released rays of light, forming the saber domain. At this time, Zichen could only use the saber domain. The second fireball in the python's mouth was condensed. It ignored the saber domain, and the fireball flew towards Zichen. At this time, it was already in the saber domain. When the fireball reached the edge of the domain, it was blocked by the saber ancestral tablet. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the saber domain trembled. The fireball exploded, but the ancestral tablet in front of the fireball did not move. What? Wit's eyes widened when he saw this scene. He was in disbelief. His powerful attack had been blocked so easily. At this time, he turned his head and looked around. He found that the light shield had completely surrounded him, and he was trapped. Open for me! A cold light flashed in his eyes. His hands formed seals again. The python moved its tail and roared towards the light shield in the distance. Silently, another ancestral tablet appeared. It was like a towering wall, blocking the python's tail. Bang! The python's tail, carrying a powerful force, hit the ancestral tablet, and an even stronger wave of destruction burst out. The ancestral tablet stood in the air, still motionless. As for the python's tail, a large part of it shattered, turning into energy and dissipating. How could this be? Chapter 2758. Zichen flashed into the saber domain. Behind him, the heavenly thunder wings unfolded. Entering the saber domain, he did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, he stared coldly at Wit. Wit's face was extremely gloomy. He kept attacking, but it seemed that he did not gain any advantage. The guy in front of him had endless means. I'll take this thing in advance, he said coldly as he glanced at the Saber Ancestor's tablet and looked at Zichen. You! Zichen responded with a sneer. In a flash, he rushed toward Wit. So fast! Seeing Zichen disappear in front of him, Wit's face changed. This speed was far beyond his imagination. Whoosh! Whoosh! He immediately formed a seal with his hands. Rays of light surged. The python above spat out a ball of flame. The flame followed Zichen. Wherever it passed, the air was ignited, and a rootless fire appeared in midair. Blazing waves of fire swept from behind. The temperature of the flame was so high that the energy around his body seemed to show signs of melting. Zichen kept rushing forward with the flame trailing behind him. He could not find a chance to attack. The flame of my fire python can melt everything. Just wait for your death. Wit's cold voice rang out. Zichen clearly did not believe Lin Dong's words. If these flames were truly so powerful, the Saber Ancestor's tablet would not have been able to stop them. However, he could sense that as the flames approached, the energy surrounding his body was continuously disappearing, just like melted ice. If this continued, even if he had endless power, he could not withstand such consumption. He had to think of another way. Whoosh! His body disappeared in an instant, teleporting to the other side. At this time, the flame had not spread. Zichen unsheathed his saber and slashed. In the saber domain, the power of the saber was infinitely increased. Coupled with the effect of the yin and yang forces, the power of the saber became even more powerful. The saber light like a waterfall went straight forward and landed on the fire python's body. Puff! The blade light fell, and the huge body of the fire python was split into two. Looking at the split body of the fire python, Zichen's face did not show any signs of excitement. Instead, his expression changed and he continuously retreated. From the two halves of the fire python's body, surging flames could be seen gushing out. Shwa! The surging flames were very fast and were following Zichen closely. With no other choice, Zichen could only teleport again. His body continuously retreated, continuously disappearing. In front of him, Half of the severed body of the fire python had already disappeared, turning into solidified magma that floated in midair, burning with raging flames. Furthermore, the flames were still spreading, filling the entire space. Zichen stood in the distance, staring in shock. Wit was surrounded by flames, and the fire python was standing behind him. It raised its head and spat out fire, as if the knife hadn't done any damage to it. The flames extended towards him, and Zichen felt the power in his body melting and flowing away. This fire python of mine is undying. The more you cut it, the more flames it will release. Let's see what you'll do when it completely fills this area. Wit's voice rang out from within the sea of flames. Chi! 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 The sound of air breaking was heard, and small fire snakes rushed towards Zichen one after another. When they got close, they opened their mouths, and fireballs appeared in their mouths. Although these fireballs were not very powerful, there were many of them. Once they landed on his body, it would be very troublesome. Damn it! He cursed angrily and slashed down with his saber again. The saber light swept forward. With the addition of the saber domain, the fire snakes that charged forward were all chopped up. However, after their bodies were cut, their bodies melted like magma, scattering in the air and burning with flames. Zichen retreated again, and his face gradually turned ugly. He had thought that it would be easy for him to deal with a level 5 fighter after advancing to level 3, but who would have thought that the other party would have such a troublesome method? If what the other party said was true, then this area would soon be filled with flames. More fire snakes flew towards Zichen. This time, with the previous lesson, Zichen did not attack. Instead, he quickly dodged and tried to get close to the other party. No matter how powerful the fire python was, as long as he killed the person controlling it, the battle would be over. Just as he was about to leave, he heard popping sounds behind him. He turned around and saw the fire snakes that he had dodged explode on their own, and endless flames swept towards him. Zichen's face turned even uglier. How is it? This area will soon be filled with my flames. Speaking of which, over the years, not many people have been able to force me to use this move. You're only at level 3, so you should be proud. Wit's laughter rang out again. Murderous intent surged in Zichen's eyes. He formed a defense with the power of yin and yang around him. He no longer cared about the flames around him and immediately rushed towards Wit. Wherever he passed, flames would sweep over. The energy that lingered around his body was constantly being depleted. Fortunately, he had the support of a world behind him, so this consumption could be maintained for a long time. If he wanted to break out of this situation, he had to get close to the other party and kill him. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in an instant. Zichen flashed in front of Wit, drew his saber, and slashed forward. This slash was very powerful. It contained the power of yin and yang, 3 saber intents, and the enhancement of the blade domain. It was second only to his peak slash. Puff! This slash cut through Wit's body, and at the same time, the saber light that flashed past also cut open the fire python's body. Boom! The bodies of the man and the python were cut open. Not only did the flames around them not disappear, but they became even more explosive. Wit's separated body exploded with a bang. Flames splattered everywhere and landed on Zichen, who was caught off guard. The power of yin and yang on the surface of Zichen's body was instantly ignited, and his body began to burn. Such a scene caused his expression to change drastically, and he quickly retreated. An even stronger and more terrifying sound rang out, and the fire python's body also exploded. Like magma exploding from the ground, it quickly scattered in all directions. It was very terrifying. Swoosh! Zichen's body disappeared in the distance. When he reappeared, he was already in an open area. He looked ahead. The place where he had been standing before had been completely engulfed by flames. What's going on? Zichen's expression was a little ugly. There were still flames lingering around his body, and they had not been extinguished before. These flames did not emit a blazing heat, nor did they emit a dangerous aura. They were just burning with his energy, constantly burning. I'm immortal. In the flames, Wit's figure reappeared, and the fire python's body from before had also reassembled. He stared coldly at Zichen. In these flames, no one can kill me, but you will die next. Because these flames first burn your energy. Once the energy in your body completely disappears, it will burn your soul. This is a rootless fire that will never be extinguished, so don't even think about extinguishing it. Is that so? Above Zichen's head, the space was distorted, and the power of rules fell one after another. These powers were like raindrops, sprinkling down. The flames on Zichen's body were slowly dissipating. How is this possible? The smile on Wit's face disappeared, and he looked at Zichen in disbelief. He knew the power of his flames very well. He had once burned a 6th-level divine general to death, but Zichen was only 3rd level. How could he ignore this rootless fire? Chi! Chi! The flames on Zichen's body had been completely extinguished. The power of the flames was indeed extraordinary, but there was a world behind Zichen. There were too many rules in the world, and when all these rules fell, there would be 1 or 2 that could restrain the rootless fire. Humph! So what? In these flames, you can't do anything to me! Wit snorted coldly. He was extremely dissatisfied with Zichen's method of neutralizing the flames. Zichen's face was ugly, but he had no other choice. He formed a seal with his hands and started to move the ancestral tablet. The ancestral tablet flew over, instantly expanding in midair, and smashed towards the flames. Obviously, the rootless fire could not destroy the ancestral tablet. Boom! The ancestral tablet smashed into the flames, and Wit and the fire python's bodies exploded once again. There was no doubt that the flames had increased, and soon, the entire space was filled. Could it be that he's really invincible? Zichen frowned. His battle prowess had been extremely strong all this time, but he had not reached the point where he was invincible. Therefore, he did not believe that anyone could be invincible. Could it be that he had to use the world's rules to extinguish the flames? That would be very slow, and as he continued to extinguish the flames, his opponent would create more flames. That was obviously not a good idea. Zichen, try attacking the fire python's head. Just then, Shadowless's voice came from behind. Although the flames here were strong, they could not do anything to him because he was invisible. Head? Zichen's heart skipped a beat. He immediately looked at the fire python in the distance. It seemed that every time the fire python's body was destroyed, its head never left, and it was always staring at him coldly. Could it be that the problem was here? Zichen once again moved the ancestral tablet and smashed it forward. This time, it was the fire python's head. Boom! The ancestral tablet smashed into the fire python's head, directly smashing it into pieces. The broken pieces of the fire python turned into a terrifying magma and spread out. I told you, I'm invincible here. Just wait for your death. Wit's figure appeared again, and at the same time, the fire python appeared behind him again. Just now, the fire python turned into a clone. You need to use your full strength. The fire python's head is its weakness, Shadowless said with certainty. Zichen nodded, and light flashed in his eyes. Yin and Yang. Chapter 2759. The eyes of Yin and Yang could see through some illusions in the world and distinguish between reality and illusion. It was a very unique eye technique. However, Zichen had not used this technique for a long time. He had always been able to defeat his enemies easily, and did not need to use this eye technique. But now, he had encountered a difficult opponent, and had no choice but to use it. As his realm improved, his eyes of Yin and Yang's ability to see through illusions naturally strengthened. His gaze penetrated the sea of fire, and saw the fire python and Wit in the sea of fire. The change in Zichen's eyes made Wit, who was in the sea of fire, a little nervous. The space trembled as the enlarged ancestral steel descended once more, surging with a powerful aura, bringing with it a boundless might as it smashed down with a loud bang. Wit's hand seals changed as he shouted, "I have told you many times that I am invincible here." The ancestral steel smashed into the fire python's body. The fire python's head and body exploded with a bang. Boundless flames swept out like magma, spewing out in all directions. Under Zichen's eyes of yin and yang, he saw the figure of a fire python appear in the depths of the sea of fire again. That was the real fire python. Buzz! The saber ancestor's steel, which fell in the sea of fire, trembled slightly. A general-level saber intent immediately flew out of it, passed through the sea of fire, and slashed at the fire python's head. The general-level saber intent swept past. The sea of fire split into two sides, and the fire python's figure appeared. At this moment, Zichen's eyes of yin and yang saw that the fire python's body glowed and split into another body. This body hid in the other side. Without the eyes of yin and yang, Zichen would not have been able to see through the sea of fire, and naturally, he would not have been able to see the fire python's movements. But now, its small movements were fully seen, and its invincible image was naturally shattered. On the other side, divine light flashed, and the divine clone appeared. The moment he appeared, the heaven-connecting divine needle appeared. It turned into a divine light, and quickly flew into the sea of fire, piercing the head of the other fire python. Bang! Bang! In the sky, two loud bangs came one after another, and powerful energy fluctuations spread out in all directions. Wherever this energy passed, the rootless fire that had been burning fiercely disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the rootless flame vanished, and the fire python's body scattered. Only Wit remained, floating in the air, staring at Zichen in disbelief. You actually broke my rootless fire? It's not like I'm truly invincible. What's so strange about that? Zichen smiled faintly and rushed forward with his saber. Whoosh! His lightning wings flapped, and his body shot forward at extreme speed. He arrived in front of Wit, and slashed down with his blade. Seeing this powerful blade, Wit's expression changed again. Divine light circled around his body, and he formed a seal to form a defense. Boom! When the saber light landed on the defense, it instantly exploded. Destructive energy spread out in all directions. Wit's body retreated. Cracks appeared on his defense, but it didn't break. So what? At the end of the day, you're just a level 3. You'll never be able to break through my defense. Seeing that the defense was still intact, a cold smile appeared on Wit's shocked face again. The divine light on his body continued to surge, and the cracked defense was repaired. Zichen smiled faintly and said, "Since I can't break it with one slash, let's do it again." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward again. In the face of absolute speed, Wit couldn't dodge at all. He could only choose to defend and passively take the attack. Zichen's second slash fell. This slash was surrounded by a general-level saber intent that he had comprehended on his own, and its power was much stronger than before. Boom! The saber light fell straight down. As the power of yin and yang lingered, the saber light was shattered again. Wit's body flew backward. More cracks appeared on his defense, but it still didn't break. He had to admit that his opponent was very strong. As the divine light circled around, the defense was repaired again. The third slash! A cold voice rang out. Zichen flashed in front of Wit, and the third slash fell. This slash was surrounded by two general-level saber intents. Boom! The saber light landed on the defense, creating a loud explosion. Powerful energies collided with each other, wreaking havoc. The defense around Wit's body cracked once again. The cracks continued to spread, eventually covering the entire defense. At the moment when the saber light shattered, the defense also exploded. Boundless destructive energy swept out. Wit's body flew backward again, and his face was full of horror. His opponent, who was only at the 3rd level, actually broke his 5th level defense. The last slash! A cold voice rang out above his head. Wit's face changed drastically, and he looked up. He saw Zichen's cold expression and a dazzling light that contained the power of yin and yang falling from the sky toward him. A look of determination flashed across his eyes. He quickly made a gesture with his hands, and another fire python appeared. The fire python that appeared looked up to the sky and hissed, spewing boundless flames at the saber light. Swish! The saber light that contained 3 general-level saber intents fell from the sky. Wherever it passed, the flames were parted. The saber light cut through the flames and came to the head of the fire python without slowing down. The body of the fire python was instantly separated from the middle. With a shrill hiss, the saber light finally came to the top of Wit's head and then shattered. In midair, divine blood splattered. Wit's body flew backward in a sorry state. His aura was extremely dispirited. He had suffered quite a bit of injury from the slash of the blade. However, he did not die after all. As a 5th-level Black Order Divine General, not only did he have strong combat ability, but his vitality was also extremely tenacious. He staggered to his feet, looked up at Zichen above, and said, "You are very strong, but it's impossible for you to kill me." After that, the divine light on his body suddenly surged like a flame, wrapping around his entire body. His previously weak aura became extremely strong, even terrifying. Obviously, he had used some kind of secret skill that cost him a lot. It was also his last resort. Zichen's expression changed slightly, but his eyes were still cold. He looked at Wit and said, "It's time for the battle to end." After that, he raised the long saber in his hand. The power of yin and yang in his body kept converging on the saber. The original black saber was now illuminated with the colors of yin and yang. In the next moment, 3 of the 8 saber ancestors' tablets that stood in the sky released general-level saber intent. These saber intents merged with the saber, making the aura on the long saber even more terrifying. Unlike the previous general-level saber intents, the 3 saber intents this time came from the saber ancestors' tablets. Zichen held the long saber in his hand and slashed down. This was his most powerful slash. A yin-yang saber light that was hundreds of feet long shot out from the tip of the saber. It was surrounded by 3 general-level saber intents as it slashed toward Wit. Wit also burst out with an angry roar. His black hair danced wildly, and his whole body soared into the sky. This was the final confrontation. Boom! There was a loud bang between heaven and earth. The yin-yang saber light and the 3 saber intents exploded, turning into a terrifying energy that swept out in all directions. In this terrifying energy, one could see the divine light shining clearly. It was in a stalemate with the terrifying energy. But soon, the divine light was extinguished. An extremely strong fluctuation spread out in all directions. In the distance, Zichen's black robe fluttered, and his hair flew backward. He looked ahead with an indifferent expression. The violent yin-yang energy gradually dissipated. Wit's body broke away from the raging energy and fell to the ground. Bang! Smoke and dust splattered everywhere. Wit's body was motionless, and his vitality had disappeared. Looking at the dead Wit, Zichen's heart was filled with emotions. In this Black Order-level battlefield, he had been in fear for more than 100 years. He finally turned pressure into motivation and had the strength to fight against a Black Order level 5. Although he still didn't dare to be called the top in this battlefield, at least he had reached the stage where he could protect himself. "This place has caused too much commotion. We should go." Shadowless's voice sounded. Zichen nodded and waved his sleeve. A beam of energy wrapped around Wit's body and brought him back. At the same time, he also removed the saber domain. The 8 saber ancestors' tablets also returned to the world with him. Next, he teleported away. He quickly left the battlefield. After that, many level 5 divine generals appeared. However, other than some divine blood, they didn't see anything else. "Wit is dead?" These divine generals were stunned. They felt that it was inconceivable. Then, with this place as the center, they scattered in all directions, looking for Zichen's traces. Zichen teleported for who knew how many tens of thousands of miles and arrived at a mountain range. His figure immediately dived down and concealed himself. After returning to the world, Wit's body turned into a beam of light and flew in front of him. The divine ring that belonged to Wit flew to Zichen and was caught in his hand. Zichen saw many cultivation resources in Wit's divine ring. He also saw a token used for communication. At this moment, the token was flashing. As Zichen poured his energy into it, a voice sounded from the token. Wit, where are you now? Did you find that person? Kill if you can. If not, wait for others. There were more than 10 sentences in the message, and they all came from the same person. Zichen put away the token and then found a jade slip that was surrounded by divine light from the divine ring. He sank his spiritual thoughts into the jade slip and saw a map. On the map, there were clear annotations about some dangers. After reading the description, Zichen's eyes lit up. For him, there was nothing more valuable than this map. A few large areas were accurately marked on the map. In this area, it was marked as a level 5 activity area. This proved that most of these areas were occupied by level 5 beings. Of course, if he was unlucky, it was very likely that he would encounter level 6 beings or even higher. After looking at the markings, Zichen decided to go there directly. Compared to him rushing around aimlessly, this map was more valuable. In a grade 5 area, his chances of survival and self-preservation were much higher. Moreover, those people should have noticed his existence at this moment. Perhaps they were surrounding him at this moment. Therefore, it was not wrong to leave this area immediately. Zichen opened the world and began to teleport. However, he made a lot of noise, so it was inevitable that some divine generals would be alerted. After a few teleportations, a powerful force stopped Zichen from teleporting again. A level 5 divine general appeared and stared coldly at Zichen. Chapter 2760. Unleashing his domain and trapping the level 5 divine general, he unsheathed his saber. Saber intent surged as he slashed down. Zichen used all his strength right from the start, so the level 5 divine general could not react in time. He took Zichen's attack with a horrified expression. He was sent flying with heavy injuries. The second slash killed him. After collecting his spoils, Zichen's figure flashed as he teleported away. What followed was a long teleportation. He had to head to a relatively safe area. In the camp of the heavenly realm, in the room of the divine general wearing the armor of the divine general. How is it? The divine general asked as he looked at the divine general who walked in. The divine general shook his head and said regretfully, "Eight have died, but we still can't trap him. Do you know how strong he is now?" The divine general looked surprised. "We can confirm that he has reached level 3. Oh? He has broken through to level 3 in just over 100 years. His talent is indeed terrifying." The divine general's expression changed. "Sir, there is something I don't understand." "Speak. Since we must kill him, why don't we send someone stronger? Although he is only level 3, he has the strength to kill a level 5 divine general. If he is allowed to grow, he will become a disaster in the end. I suggest we send someone stronger, such as level 8 or level 9. This way, we can eliminate all future troubles," the divine general said in a low voice. The divine general glanced at him and said, "Locus, do you know who you are sending people to kill?" Locus shook his head, indicating that he did not know. He had sent people to kill Zichen for 100 years. Not only did he not know Zichen's name, but he also did not know where he came from. During this period, he only occasionally learned that Fang Xingjian seemed to have done something amazing in the outside world and offended a powerful existence, so he was sent here. Even so, that existence was still worried, so he asked them to find him and kill him. It seemed that the divine general's worries were right. In just over 100 years, Fang Xingjian had gone from level 1 to level 3, and now he had the strength to kill a level 5 divine general. It should be known that level 5s in this world were all black tokens. In the outside world, they were all outstanding people who could defeat those of the same level. Even he felt threatened by the other party's battle prowess, which was why he suggested sending out stronger experts to kill them. His name is Zichin. In the entire God realm, he is the only one who received a black order at the rank of general. Of course, this isn't important. What is important is that his fiancée is the daughter of the Pagoda Battle Heavenly Deity. This former rank divine general said. Pagoda Battle Heavenly Deity? That 9th Heavenly Deity? Locus was clearly very shocked. That's right, it's that Heavenly Deity. Could it be that this is the will of the 9th Heavenly God? You don't want him to leave this place alive? The divine general chuckled. How is that possible? It was rumored that this heavenly god doted on one of his daughters the most, even more so than the 2nd heavenly god. And this Zichin is going to marry his most beloved daughter in the future. Locus widened his eyes and said in disbelief, If that's the case, why did you send people to kill them? Aren't you worried that the gods will find out and blame you? If that was really the case, then it would be too easy for the gods to find out what was going on here. In the god realm, there were a total of 9 heavenly gods. All of the god clans were under the jurisdiction of the 9 heavenly gods. Not only did the 9 heavenly gods nurture many experts, they even had their own intelligence network. They nurtured too many intelligence agents all over the god realm. Anything they wanted to know, they would be able to obtain it in a very short period of time. It was possible that the Pagoda Battle Heavenly Deity's men were among the people that surrounded Zichin. If the Pagoda Battle Heavenly Deity wanted to investigate this matter, he should have found out about it 100 years ago. Realizing this, cold sweat immediately appeared on Locke's forehead. Rank 5 experts are the limit of what we can send out. We can use numbers to suppress them, but we absolutely cannot use stronger battle prowess to suppress them. Seeing the drastic change in Locus' expression, the rank divine general said, The gods can see that he is being suppressed, but they absolutely do not wish to see anything happen to him. We can give him pressure, but we absolutely cannot go too far. Locus nodded. Of course, he knew this. The reason why the gods had not intervened for so long was that they wanted the other party to turn the pressure into motivation. In fact, this was indeed the case. If not for the enormous pressure, who could go from a first-level general to a third-level general in just 100 years? He had come this time to ask for instructions to mobilize experts and destroy the other party in one fell swoop. He did not expect to receive such news. However, was the god not worried at all that the other party would die in the hands of the rank 5s chasing after him? Locus took his leave. Another person appeared outside the door. The other party did not announce his arrival and just walked straight in. The person who walked in was a young man. He looked at the rank divine general sitting there and said, Brother Bowen, thank you for this time. The rank divine general named Bowen looked up at the young man in ordinary clothes and immediately smiled. Brother Roy, what are you saying? Protecting the geniuses of the god realm is our unshirkable responsibility. Zichin can deal with a rank 5 expert at rank 3. In the future, he will definitely be a powerful general of our god realm. No matter what, I have to thank Brother Bowen for this time. The gods specially instructed that Zichin must not be ambushed. Roy said. Bowen nodded, indicating that he understood. Changing the topic, Roy said. However, there must still be some pressure. Within the same rank, there can be all kinds of pressure. Bowen understood what he meant and said with some surprise, But he's only a third-level general. Roy smiled faintly. But a third-level general is equivalent to a fifth-level general, isn't that right? With that, Roy turned and left. Brother Roy, are you leaving now? Bowen asked. I'm very interested in this battlefield. I plan to go investigate and see if there are any opportunities. After saying this, Roy disappeared. Bowen shook his head as he watched Roy disappear. Those people definitely would not have imagined that the 9th heavenly god would send Roy personally to inquire about this matter. Roy was unknown among ordinary divine generals, but among all the ranked divine generals, he was a name that struck fear in people's hearts. In the god realm, he was always ranked second among the 108 generals. It could be said that in the entire god realm, there was only one divine general ranked higher than him. Moreover, his position had never wavered. What kind of honor was this? Bowen had been a bit embarrassed before, but now that he heard Roy's words, he knew what to do. At the same time, he could give the others some explanation. After continuously teleporting, Zichen finally arrived at the 5th level area. His tense heart finally relaxed. As long as his luck was not too bad, his chances of survival were still very high. Moreover, this area was large enough that not many people knew that he was hiding here. On the way here, he had killed several 5th-level divine generals. Now, he was completely certain that someone wanted to kill him. Only God King Sandro knew that he had come here, so it was definitely him who wanted to kill him. Using the maps drawn by the others, Zichen began to fly at low altitude, looking for a place to hide. He was still under great pressure because so many 5th-level divine generals had died. The other party would definitely be able to guess his combat strength. Once they guessed that these people could not kill him, they might send even stronger experts. So before that, he had to speed up his breakthrough. After killing some 5th-level divine generals, he had a lot of resources on him, but it would take a very long time to refine these resources. As for breaking through, it would take even longer. So before that, he had to hone his combat skills as soon as possible to improve his combat strength. During this period of time, he needed to maximize his advantages. Among them, his biggest secret was the power of yin and yang. Unfortunately, at his current level, whether it was him or his master, Wuji, they had no reference. They could only rely on their own understanding to develop, such as creating a battle technique. The yin-yang Thunder Lotus that Zichen used was a self-created combat skill. But as his realm increased, the power of the yin-yang Thunder Lotus became weaker and weaker. This did not mean that the power of the yin-yang Thunder Lotus was weak, but that the level Zichen used was too low. Although the yin-yang Thunder Lotus combined the power of yin and yang relatively perfectly, this was only the most basic use. The principle was also the power of destruction that was derived from the eruption of yin and yang energy. Therefore, he needed a deeper understanding of the power of yin and yang in order to use it more skillfully. But before that, he had an even faster way to improve his combat strength, and that was to break the seal on the Heavenly Needle. This was a replica of the Heavenly Needle. Moreover, it was a replica that was related to the real one. There were 9 seals on it. When the clone obtained the Heavenly Needle, he broke the first 2 seals. At this moment, with the clone's level 3 strength, he could break the 3rd seal. After finding a relatively safe area, Zichen entered the world. Shadowless went to the outside world to scout for danger. The god's clone was already prepared. He sat there cross-legged with the Heavenly Needle floating in front of him. "Is it ready?" Zichen looked at the clone. Both of them had already communicated. Moreover, for Zichen, this was the most direct way to improve his combat strength. The god's clone nodded. Zichen's spiritual thoughts moved. The various power of the rules of this world fell and landed around the clone, forming an absolute space. In this space, the power of the rules fell on the Heavenly Needle, suppressing it. According to the god's clone, to break the 3 seals, one would need to be at least level 4 strength. But now, to reach level 4, he didn't know how long it would take. Therefore, Zichen planned to break the seals by force. Being suppressed by the rules, the Heavenly Needle began to rebound. Divine light lingered on it, trying to break through the rules. Buzz! The Heavenly Needle began to vibrate violently. The divine light it emitted became the most terrifying attack, wreaking havoc in all directions, cutting off the rules that were suppressing it. However, it couldn't break out immediately. But in less than 3 breaths, it would be able to break free. Seeing this, Zichen's face revealed a hint of surprise. He said, "Looks like there's hope." As soon as he finished speaking, a vortex appeared in the sky above him. Boundless power of the rules passed through the vortex and fell from the sky, suppressing the Heavenly Needle. Chapter 2761. Buzz. Suppressed, the Heavenly Needle vibrated at an even faster rate. A stronger attack was unleashed, and the surrounding suppression of the power of the natural order crumbled. The speed of its crumbling was fast, but in Zichen's world, there was an endless supply of natural order. The speed at which it was being replenished could keep up with the speed at which it was being destroyed. The deity's avatars sat there cross-legged, forming a seal with both hands. Rays of divine light gathered above the heavenly needle. Every time a ray of divine light landed on it, the heavenly needle would vibrate, and the divine light would enter the heavenly needle. As more and more divine light entered the heavenly needle vibrated more and more violently. It constantly emitted a buzzing sound, and the escaping energy was like a sharp blade, shattering all the natural order around it. In the sky, the vortex was spinning wildly. All kinds of natural order power descended from the sky, emitting colorful lights, suppressing the heavenly needle. This situation lasted for a long time. The heavenly needle's vibrations gradually decreased from the previous high frequency. In the end, it stopped moving. Puff! The avatar spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood emitted a dazzling divine light, falling on the heavenly needle and being absorbed by it. Buzz! The heavenly needle, which had been quiet, vibrated again. This time, it was even more violent. At the same time, ripples emerged from the heavenly needle. The ripples were like physical attacks, piercing through the space formed by the power of the natural order. They illuminated Zichen's world, rendering it colorful. Buzz! The vibrations came again, and the heavenly needle emitted a dazzling divine light. The natural order that had been suppressing it was destroyed in an instant. At the same time, the space sealed by the natural order collapsed. The third seal was unlocked. The heavenly needle turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance. Its speed was much faster than before. Even the current Zichen could not capture its trajectory. He could only rely on the natural order of the world to sense it. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the heavenly needle disappeared. It was like a bird that had escaped from its cage, flying freely in Zichen's world. The surface of its body was shining like a flash of lightning. After a while, the heavenly needle flew back and circled around the deity's avatar. The avatar opened his eyes, and his face was full of smiles. How is it? Zichen looked at his doppelganger. Very strong. If you meet a level 5 opponent without a similar defense, you will definitely die, the avatar said confidently. He stretched out his hand, and the heaven-connecting god needle fell into his palm before disappearing. In the entire god realm, there were definitely no more than 10 of these heavenly god needles. It would obviously be quite difficult to encounter one here. However, he couldn't rule out the possibility that the others had other defenses on them. For example, a replica of the god clock. This kind of thing was relatively common in the god realm. The clone put away the heaven-reaching divine needle and then continued to refine those general-level divine crystals. These were resources that could speed up the breakthrough of the divine generals. However, this speed was only relative. For example, if one could break through to the next realm within 10,000 years, if one refined these general-grade divine crystals, they would only need a few thousand years to break through. For Zichen, this speed was too slow. But for the divine generals of the god realm, breaking through in a few thousand years was already very fast. There were even some who couldn't break through for the rest of their lives because of their talent. Zichen's combat strength had undoubtedly increased after breaking a seal on the heaven-reaching divine needle. This was naturally an excellent thing. However, this was far from enough. After all, the heaven-reaching divine needle was an external object, but the yin and yang energy in his body was his foundation. It was like a huge treasury that he needed to find the key and slowly explore. Shadowless's suggestion was for him to carefully understand and familiarize himself with these two powers. Then, he could use them to enhance their power. While Zichen was comprehending the yin and yang energy in his body, he didn't give up on comprehending the blade intent. He just left the task of comprehending the blade intent to his avatars. Everything calmed down, and Zichen could be considered to have gained a foothold on this battlefield. However, this peace didn't last long. His tracks were discovered again. His world shook violently. Obviously, he had been attacked. However, this time, it wasn't the god tribe that discovered his tracks. It was a level 5 battle beast. It was a battle leopard surrounded by divine light. Its eyes were extremely cold. As soon as Zichen appeared, it pounced on him. As it rushed forward, the black light around its body instantly turned into a leopard shadow. It took the lead and charged at Zichen. Looking at the black shadow leopard, Zichen's expression was cold. He leaped into the air and punched out. The yin and yang energy gathered on the fist light, making the punch even more powerful. Wherever the fist light passed, the space was violently distorted. A powerful aura swept out. Immediately, the sand and stones in the forest were blown away. Fallen leaves danced wildly, and ancient trees fell. Bang! The fist light met the leopard shadow. There was a powerful shock, and a powerful ripple spread out. The nearby ancient trees were all broken by the ripple, and there was a rustling sound. Boom! The fist light was the first to explode. The yin and yang energy burst out, engulfing the leopard shadow. The leopard shadow twisted a few times, and then collapsed. A violent cloud of dust soared into the sky. Destructive energy spread out in all directions, and many ancient trees were destroyed. In the midst of the energy fluctuation, the shadow leopard suddenly rushed forward. Its eyes were extremely cold. Its sharp claws slashed at Zichen. A cold light flashed on the claws. The level 5 battle beasts that could survive in this world all had some extraordinary means. This included not only humans and the divine tribe, but also those battle beasts. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Those who could survive were naturally strong. The shadow leopard in front of him had extraordinary speed and attack. Seeing this attack coming, Zichen's expression turned cold. The yin and yang energy on his fists became even more violent. He punched upward. Boom! The fist light emitting yin and yang energy collided with the shadow leopard's attack. The powerful force shook again, and there was a loud bang. Zichen's body kept retreating. The shadow leopard's body swayed in the air and chased after him again. Obviously, in a confrontation of strength, the shadow leopard was stronger than Zichen. Zichen, who was retreating, had yang in his left hand and yin in his right. The shadow leopard's speed was very fast, but Zichen's Thunder Lotus was even faster. He had been creating the Thunder Lotus for a long time, and he was more proficient in using the yin and yang energy. In the blink of an eye, the Thunder Lotus was formed, and he threw it out. The Thunder Lotus expanded in the wind, and the yin and yang energy wreaked havoc. It released a terrifying aura and went straight for the shadow leopard. Boom! The shadow leopard's claw fell. A strong light flashed, and the yin and yang Thunder Lotus exploded. The yin and yang energy released a destructive aura, and at the same time, it engulfed the shadow leopard's body. This time, the shadow leopard didn't rush out. Instead, it fell to the ground. There were hideous wounds on its body, and blood kept flowing out of them. Zichen looked at the shadow leopard indifferently. The shadow leopard raised its head and stared coldly at Zichen. Buzz! Not far away, there was a slight tremor, and a divine light flashed. A streak of blood shot out of the shadow leopard's head, and its standing body fell to the side. Whoosh! The heaven-piercing divine needle turned into a streak of light and was collected by the god's avatar. At the same time, the avatar went forward and collected the shadow leopard's corpse. The battle started and ended quickly, but it still attracted a few 5th-grade divine generals. When they saw Zichen, they all rushed in his direction. After using his spiritual senses to detect 3 approaching 5th-level divine generals, Zichen didn't stay in the same place. Instead, he flew forward. This was because there were other 5th-level divine generals approaching from even further away. Zichen's figure disappeared. At the place where he had fought, the space distorted, and a figure appeared. He looked in the direction Zichen had left, and said with a faint smile, "Your battle strength is not bad. No wonder the god of heaven thinks so highly of you." But soon, the smile on his face disappeared, and it turned into astonishment. A strong fluctuation suddenly came from the direction Zichen had fled. The whole world suddenly darkened, and a terrifying fluctuation reverberated between heaven and earth. "This is the spiritual battle's world?" Astonishment was revealed on the other party's face. His figure flashed as he flew towards the front. His speed was much faster than Zichen, who had just left. When he reached his destination, he saw that the sky in front of him had turned into a giant black hole. Black fog churned within that black hole, while a terrifying devouring force was emitted. As for Zichen's figure, he was rapidly flying towards that black hole. Whoosh! Without hesitation, he rushed into the black hole. Buzz! Suddenly, ripples of light appeared outside the black hole, forming a vibrating force that shook the Divine General out. "This is the level restriction of the spiritual battle's world." The Divine General's face changed, but he didn't continue to try. Instead, he stayed outside. The commotion here was too big, and the fifth-level experts all rushed over. During this time, the Divine General's figure hid again. When the fifth-level experts saw the black hole, their expressions changed, and then their eyes shone with excitement. Their figures flickered, and they quickly entered the black hole. The Divine General was not surprised that the fifth-level experts could enter without hindrance. Now, he needed to know the level restriction of the spiritual battle's world. The strong fluctuation spread further. He believed that it wouldn't be long before everyone on this battlefield knew that a spiritual battle's world had opened here. At that time, there would definitely be many experts gathered here. The first to arrive here were the fifth-level experts in this area. For them, the opening of a spiritual battle's world was equivalent to finding an extremely rare opportunity. The Divine General had been hiding in the dark, watching all this indifferently. Now, he needed to confirm what level the spiritual battle's world was. More fifth-level experts heard the news, and all of them entered without any restrictions. Chapter 2762. After this level 6 Divine General arrived here, he did not hesitate to head towards the entrance of the spiritual battle world. When his figure entered, the space at the entrance rippled slightly, but it did not stop him. He actually went in. When the Divine General from the 9th region saw this, his pupils could not help but shrink in surprise. The spiritual battle world belonged to the general level battlefield. In some special areas, regardless of the level of the battlefield, the spiritual battle world would appear. It was just a matter of probability. These spiritual battle worlds could not be opened from the outside, only from the inside. Every time the spiritual battle world opened, it indicated a great opportunity. In this opportunity, there would definitely be divine generals or divine clans who would rapidly improve their realm. But at the same time, behind the great opportunity, there was also great danger, and it was even greater than usual. This was because the spiritual battle world needed a huge amount of energy to open this world, and this energy needed to be provided by the invaders. Every time the spiritual battle world opened, there would be a corresponding realm. The Divine General from the 9th region thought that this time it was a level 5 spiritual battle world, but he did not expect that a level 6 could also enter. When he came here, he did not encounter such a scene, so he had to think of another way now. Fortunately, the level 7 divine generals who came next were blocked outside. This indicated that the highest level in the spiritual battle world this time was only level 6, which made him feel much more at ease. Next, the news of the spiritual battle world opening spread out. The level 5 and level 6 from this battlefield all headed towards the spiritual battle world. Among them, there was no lack of divine clans who came from other regions and entered this place. Even the battle beasts here also headed towards the spiritual battle world. Zichen had just killed a level 5 when he sensed the arrival of other divine generals, so he immediately flew into the distance. During this time, he did not sense anything unusual. Suddenly, there was a vibration between heaven and earth. In the next moment, the void was forcibly torn apart, and a powerful devouring force fell on his body. He did not have time to react before his body swallowed him. During this time, he tried to open the world, but found that the connection with the world was actually isolated. His expression changed drastically, thinking that he had encountered a sneak attack of some kind. After entering the black hole, his vision was pitch black, as if he was traveling through the void. There was nothing unusual around him, and there were no dangerous fluctuations. After an unknown amount of time, Zichen's eyes brightened up as he stood on solid ground again. Heaven and earth were gloomy. Zichen saw patches of ancient trees that covered the sky. They were so dense that he couldn't see the sky at all. Where is this place? Zichen had a puzzled look on his face. It was obvious that this was not a sneak attack, but that he had mistakenly entered a strange place. He spread out his spiritual senses, but the range he could expand was greatly suppressed. This suppression came from the surrounding ancient trees, making it impossible for his spiritual senses to expand. The surroundings were quiet, and there was nothing out of the ordinary. Even the sounds of birds and beasts could not be heard. Zichen walked forward with a blank look on his face. Why was he suddenly here? Zichen suddenly turned his head and looked behind him. Just a moment ago, he had sensed an unusual aura, but when he turned around, he saw nothing. After moving forward for another few hundred meters, the feeling became stronger and stronger. During this time, Zichen looked back several times, but he didn't find anything unusual. However, he believed in his intuition that there was definitely something wrong with this place. The space beside him distorted and Shadowless walked out from it. Luckily, when Zichen escaped, he put Shadowless into his world. Otherwise, he would have been separated from Shadowless. After Shadowless walked out, he looked around and asked in surprise, "Where are you? I don't think I've been here before." Zichen didn't reply to Shadowless. He just looked around and seemed to be on guard. Shadowless understood Zichen's meaning from his expression. He didn't continue asking and looked around. A very oppressive aura from these ancient trees. It's like a domain space, Shadowless said aloud. Only Zichen could hear his voice, so he didn't have to worry. During this time, Zichen turned his head again, but still found nothing. He continued forward. His action was to convey a certain intention to Shadowless. After that, Zichen didn't look back again and carefully walked forward. Shadowless turned around. With his back facing Zichen, he scanned his surroundings. Zichen walked away, but he didn't look back at all. At this time, Shadowless saw that among the ancient trees, there were pairs of eyes that opened. Those eyes emitted green light and looked straight at Zichen. All the ancient trees opened their eyes. Seeing this scene, Shadowless's expression changed. He clearly understood why Zichen called him out but didn't say anything, so he reminded him. "Be careful, these ancient trees are all alive, and they are all looking at you with their eyes wide open." Zichen heard this and his expression didn't change. However, there was a huge wave in his heart. "Their eyes are very unfriendly. They seem to treat you as prey." "What is this place?" Shadowless asked again. "I just met a black hole. Before I could react, I was swallowed by the black hole and then came here." Since he knew what was around, Zichen was no longer worried. "Oh? Then you were suddenly transported here?" Shadowless frowned. "That's right. Then I'll go take a look elsewhere." After Shadowless finished speaking, he walked forward. He had always been used to exploring the surroundings, and he was happy to enjoy the scenery around him as if it was a beautiful scenery. However, this time, he had only taken a few steps when he heard an angry roar from afar. At the same time, it was accompanied by energy waves. "Someone's fighting," Shadowless said. He looked in a certain direction and prepared to rush forward to investigate. At this moment, he saw a large tree near Zichen. Its branches were like vines, silently extending towards Zichen, closing in on him. "Careful," Shadowless warned. He suddenly turned his head and saw that the other ancient trees were also extending their branches and leaves towards Zichen. During this time, the branches and leaves passed through Shadowless's body without causing any harm. At the same time, Shadowless reminded him, Zichen had already noticed the abnormality in this place. He turned around and saw the tree branches extending towards him. With a tap of his foot, he flew back and slashed down with 2 fingers. A golden sword she shot out from his fingertips. Wherever the sword she passed, the branches were all cut off. At the same time, the heavenly thunder wings appeared on his back. As the wings flapped, a hurricane appeared behind him. The hurricane was powerful and rumbling. The branches that came from behind stopped when they got close to the hurricane. Pooh! Pooh! Zichen turned around in an instant and cut off all the branches. Hum! 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 The sound of vibrating energy came from all around. The branches that were cut off grew new ones. Furthermore, this time, the branches were surging with the light of energy. Zichen's body flashed again and again. The golden light continued to fall and cut off more branches. Zichen, watch your back. Shadowless's voice sounded again. Zichen turned around and saw even more branches flying towards him. Those branches intertwined with each other in midair, making themselves even tougher. They were like giant pythons, whistling as they flew towards him. Whoosh! Zichen used his extreme speed to avoid the attack. His palm fell, and a golden light flashed. The python that was made up of many intertwined branches was instantly cut in half. However, this time, he clearly felt that it was not as smooth as before. Zichen could only keep dodging and attacking from several other directions. During this period of time, he had to attack again and again. While Zichen was fighting with the branches and vines, there were also powerful fluctuations coming from afar. Obviously, there were other people who came here by mistake and were ambushed by the ancient trees. The branches around him were increasing, and the pythons they formed were even more terrifying. Every time the purple chun was shaken off and reformed, its toughness would increase a little. We can't continue like this. We have to kill the main bodies of the ancient trees, Shadowless said. His expression became very serious because the branches in other places were also approaching at an increasing speed. If this continued, it would be disadvantageous for Zichen. Zichen nodded and flapped his thunder wings again. He disappeared from the spot as if he had teleported. The next moment, he appeared beside an ancient tree. He was already holding a long saber in his hand. He infused it with energy and unsheathed it. The saber light like a waterfall slashed towards the ancient tree in front of him. Although this was not his full strength, Zichen was very confident about it. The saber light moved forward. Before it could get close to the ancient tree, a pair of eyes on the ancient tree were glowing with green light. They stared at Zichen coldly. Buzz! A crisscrossing net of light appeared out of thin air and blocked the ancient tree. This dense net of light was formed by pure laws. Green light lingered on it. Boom! The saber light landed on the cross-shaped net of light. There was a loud explosion of energy, and terrifying fluctuations spread in all directions. The saber light was shattered by this hit, but it did not break the net of light. Zichen, who was knocked back by the energy, looked in front of him in disbelief. At this moment, several pythons swept over from behind him. Whistling sounds were constantly heard. The long saber that had returned to its scabbard was unsheathed again. The saber light like a waterfall cut off those branches. However, such an attack had no effect on the ancient tree at all. All the branches that were cut off would grow back in a very short time and then attack again. Looking at the defensive net of light in front of him, Zichen's expression became extremely cold. The power of yin and yang lingered around him. He unsheathed his saber again. This time, he also displayed the 3 general-level saber intents. This was already one of his most powerful attacks. If Zichen still could not break the defense of the net of light, he would have to use the world or the saber domain. The saber moved forward forcefully and slashed on the net of light of the laws. As the saber light collided with the net of light, its energy continued to dissipate and finally exploded. As for the net of light of the laws, its luster also dimmed and finally shattered. Chapter 2763. As the net of light was broken, Zichen stepped forward with his saber in hand. The ancient tree continued to stare coldly at him with its glowing green eyes. Above its thick tree trunk, there was a tree trunk extending out from it. The extended tree trunks flashed with a green brilliance. The front end of the trunks transformed into giant palms. They stretched out their 5 fingers and grabbed at Zichen. Zichen's figure shifted continuously in midair. While dodging, he also shot forward. Soon, he arrived in front of the ancient tree and unsheathed his saber. The saber light, which contained the power of yin and yang, slashed at the ancient tree. Boom! The earth shook. Countless tree roots emerged from the ground, forming a tree wall and blocking the saber light. Accompanied by a huge energy shock, the saber light shattered and the tree roots scattered. This attack was still fruitless. A sharp whistling sound came from behind Zichen. The tree trunk palms that he had dodged earlier turned back. Whoosh! Zichen slashed out with his saber, cutting off the tree trunk palms. However, other attacks came from all around him. Although Zichen was only facing one ancient tree, it had too many branches. Each branch could be used to attack. It was like a human with thousands of arms. Zichen inevitably found it difficult to deal with them. Moreover, this was only one ancient tree. It was hard to imagine how he would deal with the other ancient trees if they attacked at this moment. On the other side, the space distorted. Shintian's avatar stepped out. His hands quickly formed seals. Above the vault of heaven, divine light flashed. A huge palm print appeared out of thin air. This palm print flashed with divine light. As it descended, it absorbed the surrounding energy of heaven and earth, causing the descending palm print's aura to become stronger and stronger. Below the palm print was the place where Zichen was fighting. The palm print's target was also the ancient tree that covered the sky. Buzz! Just as the palm print was about to reach the ancient tree below, the space above the ancient tree suddenly trembled. Ripples of light spread out, followed by the appearance of a huge law defense. This law defense did not cover the ancient tree below. Instead, it covered a large area of ancient trees. It could even be said that it covered the entire forest. Like a law domain, it prevented everything from falling from the sky into the primeval forest. Boom! The god's slaying hand descended from the sky and collided with the defense. The destructive aura continued to surge, emitting terrifying energy fluctuations. The god's slaying hand dispersed, but the nomological defense did not budge. Down below, both the real body and the doppelgangers were dumbfounded when they saw the palm print that didn't fall for a long time. The god's slaying palm was a heavenly god's skill. Who would have thought that it would not be able to break through to this place, and would be intercepted in the air? Since the god-slaying palm could not be used, he could only use other methods. Zichen, who was constantly dodging the tree trunk's attacks, glanced at his doppelganger. The clone nodded before forming another hand seal. A beam of divine light appeared beside him. This beam of divine light shot forward. Wherever it passed, the tree trunks that tried to stop it were all pierced through. Pooh! The divine light arrived in front of the tree and directly pierced into its eyes. At the same time, the powerful energy contained within it also exploded, blasting a huge hole in the tree. A shrill scream resounded in all directions. The tree trunks that extended out all turned back, and the ancient tree returned to its original appearance. Green liquid flowed out from the hole, and the ancient tree's aura dissipated. Seeing that he had killed the tree trunk, Zichen heaved a sigh of relief. However, he did not let down his guard as he looked around. The other ancient trees around him did not attack. Zichen turned around and leaned against the tree trunk, panting heavily. His god's doppelganger turned into a beam of light and returned to the world. This place was filled with ancient trees. If he had to use the heavenly god needle to kill this one, wouldn't it mean that these ancient trees were as difficult to deal with as the level 5 divine generals in the outside world? Fortunately, these ancient trees could not move. They each had their own territory. Even if this one died, the branches of the other ancient trees did not extend over. Until now, Zichen still did not know what this place was. However, after the previous exchange, he knew that these ancient trees were alive. It would be difficult to get out of here smoothly. There were still strong fluctuations coming from afar. Clearly, others had mistakenly entered this place. The battle was still ongoing. You stay here. I'll go take a look around. said Shadowless. Zichen nodded. Shadowless turned around and left. However, after taking 2 steps, he stopped and turned to look at Zichen. Beam after beam of green light suddenly appeared under Zichen's feet and instantly wrapped around his body. Zichen did not have time to react. The green light had already covered his entire body. Moreover, he realized that under the green light, the energy in his body seemed to be sealed. This situation was very similar to when he encountered the 9 extreme weapons inheritance. It was the figure that had not died. Zichen! Shadowless cried out in surprise. Zichen's body was completely covered by the green light. Outside his body, the green light had solidified. From afar, Zichen looked like a treant. The ancient tree that had been killed by the heavenly god Needle opened its eyes again. Its eyes were still cold. As for the wound from before, it was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was not dead. Everything was just an illusion to make Zichen careless. After all, it was just an ancient tree, not the immortal figure. At this time, Zichen could still communicate with the world. He tried to open the world and take in the ancient tree. Just as he tried to open the world, he suddenly felt a strong will descend. This will was like a behemoth, staring at Zichen covetously. This strong will came from the ancient tree. It was formed by all the ancient trees in this forest. They seemed to be a whole, inseparable. If Zichen wanted to take one, he had to take all the ancient trees into the world. At this time, he felt that the will of these ancient trees was much stronger than his world. Even if he had the ability to open the world and take them all, the world would inevitably collapse. Such a change made Zichen's face change greatly. Fortunately, in addition to the world, he had other means. With a thought, the 8 Saber Ancestors' tablets in his world appeared. Bang! 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 The Saber Ancestors' tablets fell from the sky and landed in all directions of the ancient tree. Then 8 rays of light flew out from them and formed a light shield, enveloping the ancient tree. Zichen's world could not devour, but the Saber domain could cut off the other party's connection with the entire forest. Isolated by the Saber domain, Zichen felt the pressure around him lessen a lot. The power around his body burst out in an instant. With a bang, the green light that trapped him shattered. He flashed out, and the long saber in his hand was already out of its sheath. If he had not mastered the Saber domain, he would have been in danger. He did not expect that in this place, all the ancient trees in the forest had merged into one. Fortunately, the Saber domain was launched from the inside, so it was not limited by this. Outside the Saber domain, the other ancient trees that had been very quiet before became active. Their branches and leaves combined, transforming into all kinds of methods, attacking the Saber domain from the outside. In the Saber domain, in front of Zichen, the trunks turned into big hands and went straight for Zichen. Zichen unsheathed the long saber in his hand. A ray of saber light flashed, and the big hands were cut off. At the same time, Zichen's figure flashed, and he approached the roots of the big tree. With another slash, a large piece of the trunk was cut off. After cutting off the connection with the forest, Zichen felt that the other party was too weak. If this continued, he would only need a few slashes to kill the other party. At this moment, the big tree suddenly let out a sharp cry. Then, Zichen felt a strong force of will enter his mind. In the next moment, his mind became absent-minded. When he woke up, he found himself in a green world. In this world, there was a thick tree. The tree was shining and standing in front of him. Where is this? Zichen looked in front of him in a daze. He could not tell if it was an illusion or reality. At this moment, the branches and leaves on the big tree in front of him quickly extended toward Zichen. Zichen's figure flashed, and he used his extreme speed to dodge. Buzz! The big tree trembled, and more branches and leaves appeared on its body, emitting a bright green light. They enveloped Zichen. No matter how he dodged, he could not avoid the thousands of branches and leaves. In the blink of an eye, he was wrapped in layers of branches and leaves. However, this time, Zichen did not feel the oppressive feeling. When the branches and leaves fell on him, he even felt that he had some kind of connection with the big tree in front of him. Through this connection, he could feel the big tree's emotions. At this moment, it was enraged, but at the same time, it was filled with greed. Just as Zichen did not understand why it was enraged and greedy, in the next moment, he sensed that his life force was rapidly draining away. This life force gathered toward the big tree through the branches that wrapped around him. The big tree was devouring his life force. Perceiving this scene, Zichen's expression changed drastically. The light of energy on his body kept surging, trying to break free from these branches. However, it was useless. It was as if the branches were connecting the lives of the two. At this moment, only when one of them was completely dead would everything end. Zichen had encountered a similar scene before, such as when he was attacked by a general-level mother nest. However, everything at that time was just an illusion. "Break for me!" Zichen shouted, trying to break the illusion in front of him. However, this was not an illusion. It was a scene that was happening in reality. Naturally, the scene around him would not change. In his perception, a mocking laughter came from the big tree. This laughter was very harsh. While it was mocking, it was also full of confidence. It seemed that it was confident in devouring Zichen. Chapter 2764. With his vitality flowing away, Zichen had no choice but to devour the other party. Hearing Zichen's words, a disdainful laugh came from the big tree. The laugh came through his will. Zichen sat cross-legged and calmed his heart. He tried to stabilize his vitality and not let it flow away. The effect was not obvious, or it was useless. Zichen's vitality was still flowing away, and it was getting faster and faster. The big tree in front of him began to grow after absorbing his vitality. The original green light was now flashing with golden light. Zichen, who was sitting cross-legged, seemed indifferent to the loss of vitality. Because he had the world, his vitality was extremely strong. Even if he let the other party devour him, he would not die in a day or two. At this time, he was perceiving the world, trying to mobilize the rules of devouring in the world. Once he mobilized the power of the rules, he would be able to devour the other party. Zichen's heart slowly calmed down. His whole person seemed to have entered a meditative state. He was neither happy nor sad, like an ancient well without ripples. More vitality was absorbed by the branches and injected into the big tree's body. At this time, the big tree had grown nearly twice its original size. From time to time, it would laugh excitedly. After an unknown amount of time, Zichen's body and mind passed through the seal of this space. He was completely connected to his own world and could mobilize the world's rules at will. The next moment, he opened his eyes and looked at the big tree in front of him. He said coldly, "Now it's my turn to devour you." The big tree's response was a disdainful sneer. The light on Zichen's body that was gradually dimming burst out again. The golden light shone, and the power of the rules appeared on the surface of his body. These rules were the rules of devouring in his world. These rules of devouring extended toward the branches. The vitality that was constantly being sucked away slowly slowed down after these rules of devouring arrived. Then, it began to be devoured instead. The ancient tree let out an angry scream and strengthened its devouring power. Zichen's expression did not change. His body surged with more and more power of the rules. Behind him was a complete and huge world. How could a mere ancient tree fight against it? More vitality began to enter Zichen's body through the branches. This was a battle between devouring and counter-devouring. It was also a tug of war. However, after Zichen started his counterattack, there was no longer any suspense in this battle. In the end, the tree in front of him was unable to mobilize the will of the forest. Being alone, it was no match for Zichen. During the devouring process, the giant tree's previously expanding body began to shrink once again. The golden energy that belonged to Zichen had returned. At the same time, the tree's own life force was also devoured by Zichen. The tree transmitted its anger through its branches and leaves. Soon, the anger turned into fear, and finally despair. The green energy entered Zichen's body. This was the purest form of life force, and it was the life force unique to the ancient tree. Green light flickered on Zichen's body, but this green light was quickly assimilated by the golden light. The tree ahead grew smaller and smaller, and its voice grew more and more desperate. In the outside world, Zichen's body paused. The swaying ancient tree also stopped attacking. The blade domain still existed. The other ancient trees in the outside world repeatedly attacked, but they were unable to break through this domain. Shadowless stood beside Zichen and watched him quietly. Golden light flickered on Zichen's body, and his life force suddenly began to fade. Shadowless knew that this should be a confrontation of some kind of divine ability. At this moment, he could only wait. He had no other choice. Zichen's life force was rapidly fading. Even the blade domain around him became unstable. In front of Zichen, the ancient tree's aura became stronger and stronger. Its entire body glowed, and a surge of life force emerged from its trunk. The difficulty of this ancient tree exceeded Shadowless's expectations. At this moment, he was a little worried about Zichen. At this moment, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from Zichen's body. Under this aura, his life force stopped fading. Not only did it stop fading, but Zichen's life force also surged. The surging life force contained in the ancient tree in front of him also began to fade. Clearly, this was Zichen beginning to devour the tree. A smile finally appeared on Shadowless's face. Time passed. When the ancient tree let out a mournful cry, the silence of the blade domain was finally broken. At this moment, the ancient tree's aura was already very weak. On the other hand, the life force around Zichen's body became very strong. It even felt like it was expanding. However, this situation disappeared when Zichen opened his eyes. The surging life force passed through Zichen's body and entered his world. Compared to his world, the life force of the ancient tree in front of him was nothing. Seeing Zichen open his eyes, Shadowless asked aloud, "How is it?" "It feels great." Zichen opened his eyes. Looking at the ancient tree in front of him, whose life force was almost extinct, a smile gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth. After the previous battle, he clearly did not think that this was just an ancient tree. The opponent was more difficult to deal with than a level 5 divine general. He raised his sword and slashed down. The sword light went straight ahead and cut the ancient tree in half. The ancient tree let out a mournful cry and fell to the sides. When the branches and leaves came into contact with the blade domain's barrier, they all exploded. When the ancient tree let out a mournful cry, the other ancient trees around it stopped attacking and turned back. Silence returned. At this moment, Shadowless cried out in surprise, "What is that?" Zichen raised his head and looked in front of him. He saw a green ball of light appear in the cut ancient tree. The ball of light was like a liquid, twisting and changing in midair. Zichen went forward and held it in his hand. He could feel that the ball of light was not ordinary. "It should be an energy body similar to the tree heart," Zichen said in a low voice. He had encountered a similar situation before, but he did not know what this tree heart could do. "This place is still safe. You can refine it first." Shadowless swept his gaze around. All he could see were ancient trees, but they were no longer attacking. Zichen nodded. Since this place was filled with ancient trees, it was necessary for him to know the use of the tree hearts. If it could help him increase his cultivation level, then he would slowly move forward and focus on hunting these ancient trees until he had a breakthrough. He sat down cross-legged. The blade domain was still active. Then he began to refine the tree heart's energy in the ball of light. The energy entered his body like a cool liquid. It flowed through his meridians and then into his abdomen. When the energy entered his abdomen, it did not make Zichen stronger. It had no effect on increasing his level. But soon, Zichen realized that after this energy merged with the yin and yang energy, he could feel the two energies more clearly. As more and more of the tree hearts were refined, Zichen felt that his control over these two energies had become more proficient. The two energies, which were originally very strong, seemed to have become gentler and easier to control. just like how the branches of the ancient trees could be controlled. If he wanted to transform them into some kind of attack, he could use some kind of method. It was easy to say, but difficult to do. Take the current Zichen, for example. All of his attacks were methodical. His control of the yin and yang energy was at the most basic stage. The only method he could use at the same time was the yin-yang thunder lotus. It was obviously impossible for him to use the yin and yang energy to transform other creatures, unless he could transform them separately. For example, using the power of extreme yin to transform into a battle wolf, and using the power of extreme yang to transform into a white tiger. It was completely possible to transform them into individual transformations. But if he combined the yin and yang energy to transform a white tiger, Zichen could not do it. Unless there was an external object controlling it. For example, he could integrate the yin and yang energy with the sword in his hand. This was because he did not need to control it deliberately. He just needed to pour the energy into it and let the sword take care of the rest. The use of the yin and yang energy had always been Zichen's shortcoming. Previously, because the enemy's realm was about the same as his, he could easily defeat them with the violent and powerful yin and yang energy. But now, as the environment changed, the gap between their realms increased, and Zichen's shortcoming became more obvious. It could be said that he had not used his greatest advantage until now. Originally, he did not have any method and could only slowly comprehend it. But now, with these tree hearts, Zichen seemed to have found a shortcut. If he could be like the ancient trees and control his own energy as he wished, then the power produced by the combination of the yin and yang energy would definitely be stronger, and his battle strength would naturally become stronger. Opening his eyes, Zichen told Shadowless about the use of the tree hearts. When Shadowless heard it, he was obviously surprised. "It seems that you're in luck. There are many ancient trees here. After obtaining these tree hearts, it will be enough to improve your control of the yin and yang energy by a large margin." Zichen nodded. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. Not only the tree hearts, but the vitality of the ancient trees that he had devoured earlier had also been injected into his world. Although the world was huge and the vitality did not have the most direct changes, it should be known that there were many ancient trees here. Once he refined all of them, his world might level up again. And if his world leveled up, it meant that the rules would be strengthened. At the same time, his realm could also increase. To other people, this area might not be an opportunity, but Zichen knew that it was definitely a place of opportunity for him. This place was dangerous enough, but he had the sword territory, so he could still move forward slowly. A path to becoming a powerhouse had appeared beneath his feet. Zichen continued to refine the remaining tree hearts. After he had finished refining them, his yin and yang energy had changed a little, but it was not enough to make his battle strength increase in the most direct way. However, this was only one tree. One should know that there were countless ancient trees around him. Chapter 2765. Zichen rushed straight to an ancient tree. When he got close, he summoned the Saber Ancestor's tablet and activated the Saber domain. Currently, he did not have the strength to deal with a group of ancient trees at once, so he could only deal with them one by one. The ancient tree launched an attack at him. The branches that extended towards him intertwined together. Some transformed into pythons, while others transformed into battle beasts. All of them charged towards Zichen. At the same time, the tree trunks extended one after another, turning into giant palms or glowing fists that whistled through the air. This was the ancient tree's control of energy. It was so powerful and terrifying that it could transform into anything. If Zichen could master the yin and yang energy to this extent, his combat power would be greatly improved. Under the will of this forest, an ancient tree's combat power would become very strong. However, if it was isolated by the Saber domain, it would lose the support of the cold will and become much weaker. This was like Zichen, who had a world. He could explode with great power, and had an endless supply of energy in his body. However, if his connection with the world was cut off, his combat power would be greatly reduced. This forest was like the world of the ancient tree. Looking at the ancient tree that was isolated by the saber domain, Zichen waved his hand and easily slashed away the attack coming towards him. The ancient tree seemed to know that it could not do anything to this human in this situation, so it let out a scream and directly brought Zichen into the consciousness space. This was the ancient tree's last resort. Once it was used, it would be a battle of life and death. It was like a gamble with one's life. Here, the two sides began to devour each other. However, because Zichen had experience, he quickly suppressed the other side. Not long after, Zichen opened his eyes. The vitality of the ancient tree in front of him had become extremely weak. He slashed down with 2 fingers and the ancient tree split in the middle, revealing the heart of the tree. Zichen took out the heart of the tree and prepared to refine it. "Zichen, look!" Shadowless's voice sounded. Zichen raised his head and saw that the branches and leaves of the nearby ancient trees had begun to extend. The previously empty space in the sky was now covered. Previously, Zichen's attack fell from the sky but was blocked by a light net of laws. The defense of the light net of laws was extremely strong. It seemed that if a gap was opened, it would have a significant impact on the light net of laws. Zichen didn't care about this. The ancient tree here was a great opportunity for him, so he obviously wouldn't open a gap and leave. The waves of battle continued to come from the distance, coming from all directions. It was obvious that many people had mistakenly entered this place. These tree hearts were of great use to Zichen, and obviously to the other divine generals as well. In the following period of time, as long as the two sides did not meet, there would not be a big battle. Furthermore, in the face of this unique forest, there shouldn't be anyone who could pass through it unimpeded. However, for the sake of safety, Zichen still sent Shadowless out to scout for information. Next, Zichen refined the life force while refining the tree hearts to improve his control of the power of yin and yang. Even when he fought, he intentionally used these 2 types of energy to familiarize himself with them. A few days later, Shadowless returned and told Zichen what he had heard. "A world of spiritual battles that opened on its own? It's a unique opportunity in the general realm battlefield, and there's a level restriction?" "Yes. Many people have waited for many years and may not be able to see it. Based on the current situation, the level restriction here is at level 6. These days, I've seen many level 6 divine generals. Currently, Zichen had no problem dealing with level 5 divine generals, but it would be difficult to deal with level 6 divine generals. Deliberately avoid it." Zichen thought for a moment and said, "These ancient trees were a great opportunity for him, so there was no need for him to fight in advance. It would be extremely disadvantageous for him." Shadowless had obviously guessed Zichen's choice, so he pointed behind him and said, "If you want to avoid it, you have to go in that direction." Zichen did not hesitate and immediately changed his direction. As long as he had the tree hearts to refine, he could go anywhere. While Zichen was refining the tree hearts, Zichen's doppelgangers were comprehending the general realm saber essence. As long as he comprehended one, his level would be improved again, so he could not waste this time. As for his divine doppelgangers, they were also refining divine crystals to improve their strength. Time passed day by day. Zichen, who was refining the tree hearts, began to move forward selectively according to Shadowless's guidance. During this time, Shadowless was a little worried that if he killed the ancient trees on a large scale, it would attract some experts among the ancient trees. After all, this place was still very strange, and there might be some in human form. Therefore, when he was killing, Zichen would kill a few of them, and then kill the ones in other places after a few ancient trees. In this way, he could ensure that the leaves of the surrounding ancient trees could completely cover the sky. A year passed quickly. During this year, Zichen had refined nearly 1,000 tree hearts. At the same time, he became more familiar with the power of yin and yang, so he could control it more easily. He went forward again and habitually propped up his saber domain. Then Zichen stretched out his left and right hands, and there was a ball of yin and yang energy in each hand. The 2 balls of energy quickly merged, and there was no fluctuation during this time. Zichen controlled the yin and yang energy very well. As the yin-yang thunder lotus took shape, there was no strong fluctuation. This thunder lotus flew forward as if it was an ornamental object. The ancient trees in front of him transformed into various attacks, all of which were directed at the thunder lotus. Explode! Looking at the yin-yang thunder lotus surrounded by many attacks, Zichen's eyes flashed coldly. In the next moment, the yin-yang thunder lotus exploded, and the terrifying energy contained in it exploded. As this energy exploded, the attacks of the ancient trees were all destroyed. On Zichen's body, the power of yin and yang flowed and gathered in front of him. Then, between the two types of energy, a long saber completely formed by the power of yin and yang appeared. After the long saber appeared, it began to distort, and it emitted a strong fluctuation. This was because Zichen's control of this power was still lacking, which resulted in him being unable to suppress his aura. However, compared to a year ago, he had undoubtedly improved a lot. With a thought, the yin-yang saber light flew forward. Wherever it passed, everything was cut down until it reached the ancient trees. Buzz! The light of energy in front of the ancient trees trembled, and the tree roots were uprooted, forming a wall. Whoosh! The yin-yang saber light flashed past, and the wall was split in half. The yin-yang saber light also collapsed. This was the result of his continuous refinement of the tree heart for a year. It was undoubtedly great. As long as he was given enough time, his improvement would be even greater. Then Zichen's body flashed, and he unsheathed the long saber in his hand, and slashed at the ancient trees in front of him. Puff! The long saber swept past the trunk of the ancient tree, and it forcefully cut through it. The ancient tree let out a shrill cry. Zichen, who had been dealing with them for a year, knew very well that the ancient tree's greatest reliance was their surging vitality. Such an attack would not be able to kill them. Next, the light of energy on his body surged, and a surge of suction force was emitted. He began to devour the vitality of the ancient trees in front of him. Over the past year, he had devoured too much vitality of the ancient trees, and the world was full of vitality. After completely devouring the vitality of the other party, Zichen took out another tree heart. Master, can you let me refine the next vitality? A voice suddenly sounded in Zichen's mind. It was the voice of the general-level broodmother. It seemed that it had not spoken for a long time. It was the first time that it willingly called Zichen master. What do you need this vitality for? Zichen looked very surprised. The vitality here is extremely rich, and there is the energy I need in it. It can help me recover quickly, the general-level brewmother said. Over the past year, in addition to refining the brewmother, it would also refine the vitality energy in Zichen's world. However, this vitality was refined by Zichen. Although it was pure, it was not of much help to the brewmother. After a long internal struggle and constant struggle, it finally made up its mind and decided to compromise with Zichen. Because it longed to grow, the feeling of being weak was really not good. Okay. The brewmother, who thought that Zichen would make other conditions, only heard these two words, and suddenly looked surprised. This time, Zichen did not continue to refine the tree heart. Instead, he rushed to the second ancient tree. After using a powerful force to break the ancient tree's defense, he cut the ancient tree in half. While the other party was in a state of suspended animation, he opened the world and let the brewmother come out to refine it. The brewmother did not come out. Instead, it controlled the power of rules and extended one energy after another to fall on the ancient tree. In the next moment, the power of rules began to devour the ancient tree's vitality. Yes, there is indeed the energy I need in this ancient tree's vitality. Moreover, this energy is a special kind of celestial energy. The brewmother's voice sounded again, sounding very excited. The brewmother had devoured all of the ancient tree's vitality, but it did not want the tree heart. For the brewmother, it was already familiar with its own power, so it did not need this thing at all. The brewmother's speed of devouring vitality was much faster than Zichen's, so the two worked together. One was responsible for refining the tree heart, and the other was responsible for refining the vitality. During this time, Shadowless specially arranged the route for Zichen, so that while he had a great harvest, he would not meet other people. Zichen already knew that in addition to the divine generals, there were many celestials here. Once the two sides met, a great battle would inevitably break out. Time passed. After devouring the vitality of the ancient trees, the Broodmother's realm also recovered. In just a few years, it regained the strength of a first-rank general. Although it was only a first-rank general, which was useless here, once Zichen returned, the Broodmother could create an army of generals. After the Broodmother advanced, it still wanted to devour the vitality of the ancient trees. Zichen also needed the tree heart, so the two continued to work together. Just like that, another 3 years passed. On a certain day, the seal that the forest had placed on the area above them suddenly disappeared. Chapter 2766. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Zichen raised his head and saw many figures flying past him. They were very fast, and everyone's faces were filled with excitement. What happened? Zichen was very puzzled. Do you want to go and take a look? Shadowless, who was beside him, suggested. The will of this forest suddenly disappeared, and all the powerhouses flew away. It was obvious that they had discovered something. Perhaps it was an even greater opportunity for him. Zichen was a little hesitant. In fact, this place was quite good. As long as he had enough time, he would be able to reap greater rewards. But now, it seemed that he had discovered an even greater opportunity. Once he obtained it, his realm might be able to advance by leaps and bounds. After a slight hesitation, Zichen's figure flashed and his body soared into the air. For the first time, he arrived above this forest. As far as the eye could see, there was an endless sea of trees around him. There was no end in sight. At this time, in Zichen's line of sight, one figure after another appeared. They were all heading straight ahead. During this time, there were powerhouses who passed by Zichen not far away. After sensing his realm, their faces revealed surprise. He was actually level 3. How could a level 3 come here? Among them, there were also some celestials. However, they did not attack Zichen. Their eyes only swept past him and continued forward. There must be something up ahead. Let's go take a look. Shadowless's voice sounded. Zichen nodded and flew forward with the crowd. During this time, Zichen not only saw divine generals and celestials, but also some general-level battle beasts. They were also flying forward. They were in different camps, so they did not attack each other. They flew like this for a long time. In the forest ahead, suddenly, one light after another emerged and entwined upwards. Some reacted quickly and dodged quickly. Some could not dodge in time and were directly pulled into the forest. Then, a powerful fluctuation came from the forest. Be careful, these ancient trees will still attack. Shadowless reminded from behind. He purposely increased the distance between him and Zichen. This way, if Zichen was in danger, he would be able to see it immediately and warn him in time. Zichen nodded. His spiritual senses shrouded the surroundings. Once there was danger, he would be able to dodge in time. Shwa! In the forest that covered the sky, a ray of light shot out and headed straight for Zichen. Zichen's figure flickered, and a finger swiped out. The power of yin and yang surged at his fingertips, and a beam of sword chi shot out. During this period of time, he had long gotten used to using the power of yin and yang. As time passed, he became more and more adept at using these two types of energy. In the past, the power of yin and yang was one of his trump cards. He would not use it unless he had no other choice. However, in this dangerous place, he could only use the power of yin and yang at the same time. Only then could he have the power to protect himself. Puff! The beam of light that extended upwards was instantly cut apart. Shwa! 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 However, soon, more beams of light shot out from below, heading for Zichen. The beam that was previously cut off by Zichen glowed again, and then turned into a huge palm, heading for Zichen. Puff! 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 Zichen's hands kept moving, and the sword chi formed by the power of yin and yang shot out in all directions. Wherever it passed, the beams of light were all cut apart. He flew forward, and many rays of light followed closely behind him. They were like dancing spiritual snakes. At the same time, wherever he passed, more beams of light would appear. In front of Zichen, many experts had been pulled in. There were experts from all three camps, and there were even some level 6 experts among them. At a glance, the sky above the forest was already filled with beams of light. When these beams of light reached high up in the sky, they turned into palms one after another, grabbing at the experts above. Those palms had a certain range, and once they exceeded that range, they would not continue to pursue. However, when they stopped pursuing, they would turn towards the experts behind them. It could be said that the further back one was, the more palms one would have to face. Shwa! Shwa! Another expert was grabbed by the palms, and fell into the forest below. At this moment, in the forest, in addition to the powerful fluctuations, there were also roars and screams. The screams came from the experts, and some came from the ancient trees. Obviously, there were victories and defeats for both sides. However, what Zichen did not understand was, if the path ahead was filled with danger, why did the experts not turn back? Could there really be great opportunities in the depths? This guest did not have an answer for the time being. His figure kept dodging, passing through one attack after another. During this period, the palms that were coming at him at extreme speed almost caught him several times. Fortunately, his reaction was fast, and he was able to dodge in time every time with his extreme speed. Chi! Just as Zichen was flying at high speed, a beam of sword chi suddenly shot up from the forest below. This beam of sword chi was heading straight for Zichen. Its chi was locked onto him, and its momentum was like a rainbow. Zichen felt a sense of danger in his heart. In an instant, he burst out with all his strength, and used his extreme speed to break free from the lock of the aura. At the same time, the sword chi that was surrounded by divine light swept past him. After dodging the attack, Zichen looked down, but he could not see anything. "Be careful!" Shadowless's voice sounded, but it was too late. When Zichen was dodging earlier, he had missed the best opportunity to avoid those palms. At this moment, he was grabbed by several palms, and then pulled down together. These palms grasped each other, and then changed. When Zichen's body was pulled down, these palms had turned back into a huge tree ball. This tree ball was connected to 5 directions, representing 5 ancient trees. "Zichen, how are you?" Shadowless descended from the sky and looked at the tree ball in front of him, and shouted. Zichen did not respond. The moment he was trapped, it was as if he had entered a sealed space, and he had lost his perception of the outside world. His vision was pitch black, and he could not see anything. Fortunately, his mind was still clear, and he knew what had just happened. At this moment, he felt the energy in his body begin to drain, similar to the ancient trees here. "This move is useless against me!" Zichen snorted coldly, and the power of yin and yang lingered around his body, releasing a strong light that illuminated the surroundings. The surroundings were empty, as if it was another space, and there was nothing abnormal. A long saber appeared in Zichen's hand, and he unsheathed it and slashed down. The saber light like a waterfall swept into the distance, but it did not hit anything, and slowly dissipated. All of this was like an illusion, but it also seemed to be real. Zichen was not worried about this strange scene. As long as his mind was not controlled, he could break out of this situation. His eyes immediately turned gold and silver, and he activated the yin-yang eye. Under the yin-yang eye, reality and illusion immediately appeared. The part that was illusory disappeared, and the part that was real was revealed. He unsheathed his saber again, rose into the air, and slashed down. After the first slash, another slash. One slash after another. Shadowless called out to Zichen a few times, but there was no response. Just as he was getting anxious, he saw a saber light flash past the tree ball. Immediately after, more saber lights appeared from inside and swept out. Boom! After a dozen slashes, the tree ball exploded, and Zichen's figure appeared. As soon as he appeared, he turned into a bolt of lightning and swept toward an ancient tree in front of him. The roots of the ancient tree rose, forming a tree wall, and the power of the rules surged on it, forming a defense. Zichen slashed down with his saber. The yin-yang saber light moved forward forcefully, and the tree wall was split into two. The tree wall's defense could no longer stop Zichen. Zichen's figure flashed again, passing through the dissipating tree wall, and arrived in front of the ancient tree, slashing down with his saber again. Poof! This slash cut the ancient tree horizontally, and a shrill scream came from the ancient tree. Above Zichen's head, the space distorted, and a black hole appeared out of thin air. Tentacles that emitted light appeared from the black hole one after another, landing on the ancient tree that was cut in half. These tentacles had a deeper understanding of the rules. As they surged, the huge ancient tree shrank continuously, and was sucked into the black hole. The ancient tree was sucked into the black hole, and behind the black hole was connected to Zichen's world, where the broodmother stood. After the broodmother took away the first ancient tree, Zichen's figure continued to flash, and arrived in front of the second ancient tree, and attacked again. At this time, without the support of the forest's will, the ancient tree's power weakened a lot. Zichen didn't need to use the blade domain to easily get rid of them. At the same time, with the broodmother's cooperation, he wouldn't waste the ancient tree's vitality. In the blink of an eye, the 5 ancient trees that pulled Zichen down were killed. Their huge bodies were pulled into Zichen's world by the broodmother, and they would be refined by the broodmother. Without the 5 ancient trees, the space above became empty again. Zichen's body soared into the sky, and he continued to move forward. Now, he still didn't know what was in the depths, but everyone was flying in that direction. He believed that there must be something amazing there. He still didn't see the divine general that attacked him. Along the way, Zichen was pulled down again, and he easily broke through. But before he left, he inadvertently found that there were many balls of trees in the forest. According to Shadowless, there were powerhouses trapped in those balls of trees. They hadn't broken out of the balls of trees for a long time, so it was obvious that they were dead. During this time, Zichen tried to break out of one from the outside, but he saw a corpse fall out. The divine general inside was dead. It could be said that if Zichen didn't have the yin-yang eye, it would be difficult to break out of the ball of trees. In this way, after being surrounded twice along the way, Zichen finally made it through the forest. Or rather, he finally reached the depths of the forest. Chapter 2767. In front of Zichen was a huge ancient tree. It towered into the clouds, and its body was wrapped in clouds like a pillar that supported the heavens and the earth. Its extended branches and leaves curled in the clouds, covering the sky and the sun. All the experts who had come to this place lifted their heads to look at the ancient tree that was hidden in the clouds. They could not see the end of the tree, and their faces were filled with shock. It was undoubtedly the king of this place. At this time, all the experts were standing outside the tree's shade, not daring to enter. Under the tree's shade, one could feel an extremely strong pressure. Zichen, what do you think those are? Shadowless reminded him. Zichen looked into the clouds and saw that there were sparkling lights there. Are those fruits? After a few breaths, when he saw the sparkling lights, he was very surprised. Amidst the lingering clouds, one crystal-clear fruit after another could be seen, hanging among the branches and leaves of this ancient tree king. At this time, the other experts also noticed this scene, and their expressions were extremely excited. Looks like this is everyone's goal here. Those fruits must be extraordinary. Shadowless looked into the distance. Many experts were looking at the fruits above, and their eyes were gradually filled with passion. Previously, they had been ambushed by the ancient trees. Now that this ancient tree king was so huge, they believed that its methods would be even stronger. It would be difficult for the experts to obtain these fruits. At this time, all the experts stopped to watch and discuss countermeasures. After a short moment of silence, a person could be seen flying forward at lightning speed. The moment he rushed into the sky, he shook his body and turned into an eagle. The eagle's wingspan was tens of thousands of feet. With a screech, the eagle shot into the clouds. The calm clouds in the sky began to ripple and distort. They were forcefully torn apart by a wave of energy, and a palm print appeared. Unlike the attack Zichen saw before, the palm print in front was formed by pure energy, and there were no branches behind it. Seeing this scene, many experts' expressions changed again. It was obvious that this ancient tree king was much stronger than the ancient trees behind it. Whoosh! Looking at the incoming palm print, the eagle in the air suddenly spread its wings. Its speed suddenly increased, and it flew into the clouds, leaving the palm print behind. More and more clouds dispersed, and more sparkling fruits appeared, emitting a bewitching luster. Several more palm prints appeared out of nowhere and headed straight for the eagle. Above the palm print, a bright green light lingered, releasing an even more terrifying aura. The eagle's speed was extremely fast. At this moment, it was already nearing the clouds. Following the arrival of these palm prints, an even sharper cry rang out between heaven and earth. This voice had a strong penetrative power. The eagle in the sky shone brightly as it accelerated for the second time. This acceleration was so sudden that a sonic boom could be heard in the air. It easily passed through the pincer attack of the palm prints and approached the fruit. 1. The void trembled as divine power surged. An even larger palm print appeared. This palm print occupied more than half of the sky, bringing with it a large shadow as it descended. The eagle in front of him didn't have time to increase its speed before it was caught by the palm seal. Powerful divine power overflowed from the fingers that were clenched into a fist. The eagle was crushed by the palm print. Exclamations rang out all around. All the experts looked in another direction. There, a figure appeared, flashed into the shade of the tree, and was about to reach the fruit. That figure was the one who had turned into an eagle. At the moment of crisis, he revealed his true form and left the eagle as if he had teleported, arriving beside the fruit. At this moment, while the experts below were exclaiming, they were also very nervous. If the other party successfully obtained a fruit, then they would have a chance to get it too. Just as the other party was about to grab the fruit, he suddenly slowed down. Bang! A thunderous sound suddenly rang out. Before anyone could see what had happened, they only saw the expert, who was just inches away from the fruit, fly into the distance. His body landed on the ground. His face was slightly pale, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He stared in front of him with great reluctance. He was only one step away from the fruit. If he was given another moment, he would have succeeded. When the other experts saw this scene, their minds became active. After all, although the person who had stepped forward was blocked, he didn't die. This gave them hope. However, there were still some who were puzzled. The moment before the other party succeeded, his speed had obviously slowed down. Peter, what did you encounter just now? Why did you slow down? A divine general asked. At this moment, the others turned around and stared at the divine general called Peter, waiting for him to give an answer. This way, when they tried, they would be more alert. The divine general called Peter did not hide anything. He said directly, "It was pressure." Pressure? That's right. A powerful pressure affected my speed. Under the shadow of the tree, it was like a domain. We were restricted, but the other party was not. What hit me in the end, I suspect it was a branch. Unfortunately, I did not see it clearly. Everyone's expression changed when they heard Divine General Bai Bai's words. Soon, they began to discuss among themselves. No matter what, they had to give it a try. Not long after, more experts rose into the air. There were quite a few of them. Since Divine General Peter was only one step away from the fruit, this time, with more people working together, their chances might be higher. When Zichen saw this scene, his heart was also moved. Just as he was hesitating whether to follow, some experts had already approached the Ancient Tree King, causing the Ancient Tree King to counterattack. Buzz! The void vibrated, and a palm print appeared. It descended from the sky and slammed down on the experts who were charging up. Seeing these palm imprints, these experts displayed their own techniques and dodged one after another. There were also some that attempted to break through the palm with their attacks. Boom! The palm print collided with the energy, and a destructive shockwave swept out in all directions. During this time, several level 5 experts could not dodge in time and were swept away by the shockwave. Their bodies flew into the distance. However, during this time, many managed to dodge the first wave of the palm print. These people sped up and fled in all directions. Buzz! The Ancient Tree King's second wave of attack arrived. This time, there were more palm prints, and they were stronger and more terrifying. Zichen's gaze was fixed on a person at this moment. It was a 6th-grade divine general. After he soared into the sky, he took out a gourd that surged with divine light. The gourd was upside down, releasing a divine light curtain that enveloped him. The palm print arrived and brushed past his body. The powerful shockwave caused the light screen to shake slightly before stabilizing. He sped up again. During this time, he kept dodging. Relying on the defense of the gourd, he dodged one attack after another and charged toward the fruit. It could be said that among the experts who were advancing together, he was the first one to approach the fruit. When he reached the range of the tree's shadow, his body was also obstructed, and his speed suddenly decreased. The gourd above his head released divine light again, and another light screen appeared. This light screen sped him up. At this moment, a powerful force slammed into the gourd, accompanied by a loud bang. The gourd trembled in midair, and the light screen protecting the gourd was shattered. However, the light screen had absorbed the force of the attack, and the gourd wasn't sent flying. He grabbed the last chance and grabbed one of the fruits. Pa! An even louder bang was heard, and the level 6 divine general was sent flying. At this moment, everyone below was staring at him without blinking. This was because the moment he was sent flying, a fruit had appeared in his hand. His body did not land on the ground. While he was in midair, the gourd that had protected him earlier flew back and expanded in the air. It emitted a bright divine light and carried his body into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. This time, nearly 100 experts had gone forward, but only one person had gotten the fruit. The other person was straightforward and did not lust for the second fruit, decisively retreating. The rest of the people who returned without any success were dispirited. Those who did not try before saw hope at this moment. They were excited and eager to try. No one chased after the level 6 expert who had left with the fruit. There were not many people here who were confident of killing a level 6 expert. Instead of taking that risk, it was better to try here. Zichen saw all this and was a little moved. After all, he had many tricks up his sleeve, and it was not difficult to get a fruit. The most important thing was to resist the pressure from the Ancient Tree King when approaching the fruit, and be careful of that almost invisible attack. Buzz! 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 Just as he was thinking about whether he should make a move, the space in front of him vibrated, and one palm print after another flew up into the sky, flying forward. Obviously, some people wanted to try to get the fruit from a distance, but Zichen was more willing to believe that they were just testing. Those palm prints that flew up into the sky were destroyed by more palm prints before they could reach the Ancient Tree King. A powerful force erupted, wreaking havoc in the sky. Such an attempt was useless to begin with. Just as the energy in the sky dissipated, some experts once again rose into the air. Let's go! This time, Zichen did not plan to wait. The longer he delayed, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. More experts rose into the sky and flew toward the Ancient Tree King from all directions. Soon, they encountered the first wave of attacks. Many palm prints fell from the sky, surging with powerful auras. Previously, Zichen was standing far away and did not feel anything. Now that he was very close to the palm prints, he could feel the pressure from the palm prints. However, he was confident that he could dodge this first wave of attacks. Whoosh! Whoosh! When Zichen dodged, more than 90% of the experts here had dodged. The remaining 10% were not weak, but they were too unlucky. Immediately after, the second wave of attacks came. This time, Zicheng used extreme speed. His body seemed to teleport as he passed through the palm prints, easily avoiding them. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.